eBarcelona, DAO Ninjas, Hack the Hacker, eBarcelona, public infrastructure, eBarcelona, connecting everybody together. So it's really about starting the cultures to leave it better than you found it, right? Non-profits to make profit. Really, truly altruistic. Could we have war without being payrolling it? Provide value for society. Sell everything I own and become a hippie. DAOs will be to corporations as democracies were to monarchies. Ended up getting a master's degree in digital currencies, and we built a community. We hacked the DAO for the rest of the money. We had to give that back to everybody. The only hack where everybody won, giving people agency and making things fun. Focusing on what we needed to focus on, giving people agency and making things fun. Reward value creation. Co-opetition creates sustainable regenerative commons. Governments and taxes out of the equation. Actual design validation. Crypto evolution. The whole game felt rigged. I don't even understand why we have to pay taxes. Value for society needs to be appreciated. People who provide value are rewarded.
Hola, buenos días. Welcome everyone to the first ever Ethereum conference in Spain, and probably the best looking blockchain conference ever. Yeah. My name is Ania Pola-Majchrzak. I'm a freelance journalist for companies such as Reuters and Vice, and I'm also doing Good Advisor, and I'm also a filmmaker. To start with, I would like to congratulate everyone for coming here. Very smart decision, and I think you'll be very pleased with years to come that you've been part of this. I trust you already are initiated why this occasion is so special, but for those who need refreshing, the reason why we're all here is not only this is the first Ethereum conference in Spain, but also the very nature of this event, the people behind it and the values are embodying the very shift that we are witnessing in a Web3 community, which is actually proving that blockchain can be force for good. So as in the words of creator of Ethereum, Vitalik Buterin, now is the time to build on blockchain beyond decentralized finance, and what better place than Barcelona to be spearheading that change. So here we are at the meeting hotspot of some of the biggest social impact projects, the change makers, leaders, builders, and founders of that movement. The other thing differentiating this occasion from other blockchain events is the fact that it is all community-driven. It's been a great effort of the members of community, and on that note, perhaps Michaela, who's one of the co-organizers, is going to tell you a couple of words.
This is actual grass. Yeah, I think that what I wanted to mention is that what makes this event great is the people who's here. So I hope you remember that. Since we like to create spaces of mindfulness as well, we're gonna make a little manifesting energy, collective meditation, if that's okay. So if you could all close your eyes, that would be great. Take a deep breath to think about why you're here. You're here because you're passionate about learning, or maybe you're here because you want to connect with others. You can also be here because you enjoy reimagining concepts and realities, or you believe in doing it collectively. You might be here because you want to, or you are already building something, or you want to tell your story, or you just simply want to have fun. You can be here for multiple reasons, all of them valid, and all of them are a result of who you are, what you envision, what you love, and what you believe in. At this moment, ask yourself, why am I here? And accept those motivations that drive and that energy. Feel it. With that sensation, hopefully a nice one, a positive one. Remember you and some other humans from around the world are gathered in one space in one specific point at the same time. You're here and we're all here. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you, Michaela, and I really feel like I'm part of something big. And now, to top it up, we're going to have Manu Alzur, who's also one of the organizers. He's going to also say a couple of words. Manu, welcome to the stage.
First of all, I wanted to say thanks to all of you that came today and are going to be here for this festival, for this cultural experience. I wanted to also say thanks to all the volunteers, all the people that put so much work, so much love into this. We're here because we want to make Barcelona a place for impact, a place that everyone remembers as a place that is bringing us together to create, to collaborate, and to have an amazing impact for this world. Please remember that there's no hate speech allowed. We're here to share with each other, to create relationships that will last forever. And also remember that everyone here, everyone that is organizing this is a volunteer. Everyone is putting a lot of love and a lot of passion to this. And yeah, also please remember why we're here. We're here to create amazing experiences between all of us together. We're here to support each other. Each of you is building one piece of this mega puzzle that will help humanity. Let's put all of those pieces of the puzzle together, and we're here for that. Thanks, everyone.
Shall I do code? Right. So here he goes. Manu is a walking and talking proof of the fact that blockchain can be force for good. Yeah, the founder of Doing Good. Thank you, Manu. Fantastic. So now, also, as opposed to typical conference, this is more like a festival, as you can see. Everyone here looks more like festival reveler than corporate suit. I'm quickly going to go into the code of conduct, right? Oh, no. Please go online and check the code of conduct. There is no hate speech, just be on your best behavior, leave your dark side behind you in your Airbnbs and hotels because we don't want any hate speech and so on. If you really want to share your dark side, come to me because I'm going to open a special secret Telegram group for, blockchain can be forced for bad, but like keep it low. Okay, now, I think now we're ready for our first presentation. So I would like to welcome to the stage Jahed Momand. And we're going to be hearing about regenerating the world with ecological assets in decentralized finance. Welcome, Jahed. Come here. Do you want to sit at the table or you want to stand here? So we will find out what stands behind the promise of tokenized natural assets, but also dig deeper in the concept of DeFi for the worldwide distributed regenerative movement.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, cool. I don't know about the presentation. It's not showing up, but I can still give this thing regardless. All right, I'm gonna have to, oh, there we go. All right, great. Thanks for bearing with me. I only have 20 minutes, so benvinguts a Barcelona. I live here. It's great to see all of you here. I've always wanted to have one of these just at my doorstep, and it's happening, so I'm super excited. Who am I, real quick? I just co-founded Cerulean Ventures, which is investing in regenerative finance and so in a solarpunk future. That's a big theme, what's happening here. The refi movement has kind of been memed into existence in recent years. Super excited to be a part of it. I want to tell you all about what I see for this thing, right? How do we make it real? I'm also a steward at Prime DAO and Gnosis Guild, so if you're in the DAOs, come talk to me after. Always happy to chat. So the overview of today is going to be, we're going to look at, it sucks to go after people who are so happy and cheery. I'm going to start by getting really real for a second about what the actual problem is, what we're trying to do about this thing. Then I'll kind of look at tokenization and coordination, all these words, these concepts we throw around. I want to make them real and concrete for us. I'm going to point to some facts in the world about how they're being used and how they can be used for good. And then we'll end there, and we'll hopefully keep this in 15 minutes. Here we go. All right, so we're in a climate crisis. It's pretty bad. Carbon is a major part of it. You're going to hear other folks here, like Toucan Protocol, folks like that, who are going to be talking about tokenizing carbon, making it fungible, why that's a good idea, all that. It's actually very critical, right? And we must not only mitigate and make markets around carbon, we need to actually remove it. We need to create incentives to remove it this century, or we're really deep in the shit, right? So there's also much more to it than just carbon, right? There's watersheds, there's topsoils, there's oceans, air quality. All of this is happening at the same time, right? So watershed health, critical for food supply. In the United States this century, basically 50% of them are going to disappear. Topsoil is rapidly eroding. 16% of the world's topsoil only has 100 harvests left, right? Ocean health is rapidly degrading. The oceans trap 80% of carbon on Earth. As the oceans heat up, they will trap less. So it's kind of like an interlinked, complex system where you try to intervene here, and something else happens there. It's very, very difficult to even get a hold of. Air quality is already responsible for 7 million deaths annually, according to the WHO. That's only going to get worse if we continue growth on a fossil fuel-based economy. And everyone who's kind of in charge has failed to act, right? We're on last year was COP26. This year will be 27. We are pretty much currently, as you can see on this chart here, on target for 3.3 degree warming in this century. That's a not habitable planet in 150 years. So this all sounds really grim. Why has it been so difficult to act? We're at a crypto conference. Usually we're going to hit on something like incentives. Coming out of this last bull market, incentives for a lot of us means dilutive incentives, money, right? I'm probably going to tell you, I think that with the value of natural capital assets, money is probably not the problem. If you talk to most economists, they're looking at, when they try to look at what is the input of the ecosystem to economies, it's about $16 to $54 trillion, right? But that's not stuff that we can make legible yet, right? It's kind of hard to get a hold of, like, what does that mean? From where, to whom? This is where you kind of get on, that's a huge number, great, let's get people to work on it. It's hard to measure, right? Like, you can't actually say, a tree, if I cut it down and sell it for palm oil, very obvious what it's worth. But it also traps carbon, it creates oxygen, it prevents erosion, it creates biodiversity. What is the price of that? How can we say, don't cut down your tree, do this instead, right? It's actually also hard to price, right? Because backing into that, if I was going to tell that person who might have a palm oil plantation in Indonesia, if I tell them, hey, don't do that thing you're about to do with your mangroves and your palm trees, he's going to say, well, what should I do instead, right? And we can't price that today. And lastly, there's a handful of entities who are charged with also coming back and verifying the impact of these things. I'm not trying to pick on these people, right? They're very small. Vera is one of the biggest ones. They have about 50 employees, right? Like, we're relying on these people to say, some folks planted trees, they tried to regenerate the earth. Did they do that thing they said they were going to do 5 years ago? Did it have the impact it did? We are kind of, when we look at this, we're like coordination failures, difficulty measuring, illiquid assets, middlemen. This is all the stuff that we like to talk about, that blockchains address, right? So, luckily, even, you have to forgive me, it's 2022, these graphs don't look that nice anymore on the left, right? But it's still true that liquidity in crypto markets is rapidly ascending. And DeFi is important in two ways, for price discovery and liquidity, and those things are still there, right? You go to Uniswap today, that stuff is still happening, right? It's very healthy still. And on the other side of this, demand for voluntary carbon credits, which we're going to focus on a bit, is rapidly ascending. That's going to be a $300 billion market by the end of this decade, right? It was $1 billion last year. So the demand is huge. It's just a supply that we have to figure out. And for that, we need scale, right? So you remember this ecosystem services thing? In order for us to even get close to something like that $4.7 trillion number, we can't rely on those 4 little governing bodies to do this, right? If you think about what we need to do by 2050, essentially the IPCC and everyone says that we need to take 10 gigatons of carbon out of the atmosphere by 2050 to avoid the worst climate scenarios. That would require reforesting an area 35 times the size of the UK, right? So if you're dealing with centralized entities, That's going to be a pretty tall ask. And then if you think about this from the other end with that huge number of 16 to 54 trillion, and you look at the market cap of refi projects, we're just getting started, right? You look at that. Uniswap yesterday was under 4 billion. Look at these guys over here, Toucan Protocol, Celo, who's trying to make a stablecoin back, a natural capital asset backed stablecoin, a regen network. We're just getting started. The supply of these eco credits is just coming online to make a more like solar-punk regenerative future, right? So what do we need to do? We need scale, and we need to rapidly tokenize some of these things so we can get to what are they actually worth? How can we incentivize people to take better actions, right? For all of us. So why tokenization? Well, I mean, I feel like in this audience I'm repeating some of these arguments, but transparent uniqueness rides along with that. Instant access to global markets, price discovery and liquidity, which is really, really important to actually be able to build products on top of, right? Like if I go back to that setting for this fellow in Indonesia, maybe he needs carbon futures. Maybe we need a way to pay him to take actions now because he already did something in the past, but he might be able to do something in the future with a loan, and there's no way for us to collateralize his land, right? And do it on his terms so it's not extractive, right? And lastly, with tokenization, you're going to unlock this. Some of this already exists, right? Third-party verification of impact. Being able to say, I have GIS data, I have an oracle, I can look at a forest and say, is that forest still there? If it's still there, I can pay this person because they clearly kept it going, right? And lastly, with tokenization, sometimes you get decentralization. And if I have to remind you, we can only achieve this with decentralization. There isn't going to be like another, amazing nation-state organization that's going to really take this seriously, because in a lot of ways, the nation-state depends on the fossil fuel economy. So it's not that they're the bad guys, they're just responding to the incentives in front of them, and we have to create new ones. So real-world on-chain assets, price discovery and liquidity, global local scale. What are we trying to do? Well, you're going to hear this a lot. It's a theme at Daoist. It's a theme at all the DAO conferences. We're going to coordinate, right? What does that look like? Well, I have 8 minutes left, so I'm going to breeze through this part. Right? Basically, we've already covered some of the things that we really need: sovereignty, interoperability, natural capital assets. We also need a way to build new institutions, right? And we have these programmable institutions. We've been talking about them for years now. We need to now actually look to the past and to our own experiences from this last bear market, into this bear market we're entering, and say, what can we learn for more adaptive governance? Because the governance from multinationals, from nation states, is thoroughly broken. It's in a spot where it can't really address these coordination problems. So a regenerative economy for me means that we have sovereignty, interoperability, and composability of ecologies. And really what that means is a lot of folks are building on Polygon. A lot of really exciting things are happening on Starknet. A lot of interesting things are happening in Cosmos. You need to, if you want to actually do good, you have to step back and say, what complexity am I trying to make legible that's currently illegible? What are the tools on hand? And how do I do it? So sovereignty in particular, there's some really interesting developments happening on Polygon with Polygon Supernets. Cosmos has that baked in from day one. It really lets you think, do I need to ride along other dApp infrastructure on day one? Do I need to actually think about what is the transaction volume and interaction of the part of the environment I'm trying to regenerate? There's a lot of things there you have to think through thoughtfully, right? And lastly, as I mentioned, institutional innovation. We have to have anti-capture and incentive design built into our programmable institutions. And what does that look like then when we have those? What are the pillars we need here? It's pretty simple. We need a way to monitor stuff. We need a way to validate and verify that something happened to an ecology. Ecological state verification, right? If I went to, I'm standing on real grass apparently, right? If I actually wanted to do something else with this grass, I've got to have a way to know what was it like before I took an action, what happened afterwards, so that I can produce an ecological asset based on that change, right? And then lastly, a governance entity or institution. Luckily, this is already happening. So in some ways, Toucan is blazing the trail here, as well as other folks like Regen Network. I wanted to kind of call attention to the fact that this has already happened. So Regen Network and the Nature Carbon Ton, which is what Toucan has developed, that's there's a pool put together that's going to be launched soon, or it already has been launched, on Cosmos, that's going to let any Cosmos chain come in and say, I would like to, with interchain accounts, offset my entire carbon production since the beginning of time with NCT. So what happens when you buy an NCT? It's like, honestly, it's like magic, right? You go to any DEX in the future, or any of the ones that are being developed on Polygon or what have you, you buy one of these credits. On the other side of the world, there has been someone who has looked at a tract of land, looked at the methodology for regeneration, that looked at how much carbon would be sequestered by the soil or the tree or what have you, and has issued a credit saying this thing exists. That liquidity is now already on Toucan and other places. When you buy that, say you wanted to buy it from flying here and offset your carbon, you've literally paid someone to take a better action on the other side of the earth, and it's a bit better than what came before it because of it being, because blockchains can address the double spend problem and stuff like that. So this is already happening. There's going to be a regen NCT pool on Osmosis soon, and there will be incentivized pools to actually get people to interact with these and hold them, retire them, right? That's really important, because what does it mean? It means we've actually proven out that you can establish a bottom-up market for ecological regeneration, right? This is not some like pie-in-the-sky thing that doesn't exist. It's already happening. And the protocols themselves can sit here and say, I don't want to design the Ponzi-nomics that just came out of the last bull market. To be clear, most things are Ponzi, so I'm not necessarily saying Ponzi-nomics are bad. We just need to make sure that we're doing this thoughtfully, right? But we've come out of this and we have 2 proof points already, right? So we need your help, right? If you're here in your building and you're interested in this, a lot of stuff doesn't exist today. We need decentralized monitoring, reporting, and verification technologies. We need new oracles beyond carbon, right? We're very carbon-centric right now. There are other things happening in ecologies that are very important. Natural capital asset futures to get people involved to say, what are other ways that I could actually do these things and get paid for them now so I can take actions in the future? All these things don't exist yet. Some are being actively worked on. If you'd like to know more about them, you should come talk to me. And also, we're building a network that can help you do this, right? So Flori Ventures, great co-investors. They're building a lot of stuff in financial inclusion and regenerative finance. We've got Regen Network, PrimeDAO, Gnosis Guild to really help people build new patterns of programmable institutions. All the tools are there, right? So you don't have to do this alone. So some quick conclusions. We're in a climate emergency. We've learned a lot from DeFi, I think, in the last few years, really important stuff around price discovery and liquidity, which is going to be very important for natural capital assets. Ecological state innovations are currently being tested by scientific methodologies all across various blockchains. It's really exciting work. And with this, we might be able to spur a movement from degen to regen, right? So that's kind of the whole point. And that's it. I have 2 minutes. It's probably enough time for one question, if anyone has a question. And I can't see you, so you have to raise your hand or something. All right, no questions. Oh, one question, cool.
I'm curious, like when it comes to like Regen Network and your work in refi assets, like does it go beyond carbon, like in terms of tracking temperature warming?
Yes, absolutely. I'm glad you asked that question. I didn't touch on it here. There are eco-credit classes being developed on Regen Ledger and across on various other Ethereum-based chains as well, but specifically with Regen, there's a biodiversity credit that's already verified through 2 non-Web3, non-blockchain governing organizations, one for jaguars, and there's another one, I don't remember that one that's being developed, but essentially, if you own a tract of land or your estate and you want to get paid for preserving it, you can basically say, there's a methodology developed for jaguar activity in a particular area. If you actually can verify that activity going forward in the future, you get the eco credit unlocked and you collect that payment. So that's actually going to be on Regen very soon. It's biodiversity eco credit. Great question.
It'd be cool to have cultural diversity.
Oh, absolutely. And not just non-human diversity, everything, right? Like so making non-humans, absolutely. We should talk after this. I could talk about this forever. All right, well, if there are no other questions, that's me. Find me on Telegram, Twitter, or shoot me an email. Thank you for your time.
aún no, o sea, porque está hablando con alguien. Ahora aprender a buscar.
Now it's the time for the first panel of this event, and this is going to be profound. We're going to be talking about the intersection of education and Web3. And for that, I would like to welcome to the stage Evan McMullen from Learning Economy and Internet of Education. Evan? No. Come in. Also, Andy Tuphope from Kernel. Next, we also have Chris Purifoy from Disco XYZ, and our excellent moderator, Colin Reynolds. So pay attention to this panel because it will prep you on how to experience this conference, and also it will help us figure out what we mean when we say education in Web3. Take it away.
Awesome, thank you. GM, am I coming through okay? So we'll just clarify just quickly. I'm Colin Reynolds with Learning Economy and Internet of Education. If you want to just reintroduce yourself to make sure we know who you're associated with.
Yeah, I'm Chris Purifoy with Learning Economy Foundation.
I'm Andy Tulloch with Kernel.
GM, everybody. I'm Evan McMullen with Disco.
So we're really excited to talk a little more about education today, and the panel here. Unfortunately, Simona Pop was not able to make it, so tear for her, but we know she's well, and we look forward to seeing her again IRL. We're just excited to bring a little more clarity to what we mean when we say education. I think there's, as a teacher, an educator, administrator, my whole career, moving into the Web3 space has been a dramatic shift in the way we think about education and the way we talk about the way individuals learn globally. And so in the Web3 space, when I started getting in, people were very often saying, oh, education in Web3, great, like teach me tools, teach me this, like I want to know about Web3. And it's so much more than just the tooling in Web3 and the relationships in Web3. There are multiple industries of education, and we're hoping today to kind of create some of those pathways and talk about what some of those differences are, some of the infrastructure that is being built to help systems of education, when think academia, higher education, boot camps, that kind of stuff. So then also we mean workshops in Web3, which we have a co-creation space here that has a ton of great workshops where you can learn more about specific types of tooling, specific things related to DAOs and to smart contracts. And then we have education as it relates to individuals and how they associate with their identity in not just Web3, but in the real world. I think we're starting to merge the identity of what it is online and what it is in person, right? We are here having experiences, and that is part of your identity and part of your educational space. So we want to talk a little bit about identity, and who better than the disco queen, Evan McMullen, to share a little bit with us about identity and an individual's ability to learn and earn in a global economy. So Evan, talk to us a little bit about identity and how we bring these worlds together, education, in real life, Web3, digital metaverse, all of it. Where do we start?
Oh, with delight, Colin. This is going to be fun. So when we think about identity, often we think about being a function of someone else's system, right? The Department of Motor Vehicles owns your driver's license. Gmail owns your email. Twitter owns your handle. And so the concept of identity in Web3 can be much more personal. In the same way that we can own and control our tokens, we can own and control the traits that describe us, the accomplishments that we've achieved, the capabilities that we have developed. And so in the context of education, we currently are very limited in the same way that we are with our other identifiers owned by other parties, because we have only a few kinds of achievements that are globally recognized. Things like diplomas, things like transcripts, but in the Web3 future, our ability to document and verifiably prove our aptitude can be so much more. From being able to capture your achievements down to the assignment level, being able to reward or recognize students for partial completion of degrees, the ability to garner provable achievements because you've mastered various different skill sets that may not yet even be taught in school. And so with this new ability to have true ownership of ourselves and our capabilities, we need to be able to capture more than just those financial capabilities that we already have today. So I think what's really exciting about the work that folks like the Learning Economy are doing is making sure that these new superpowers are distributed more democratically than the first set of capabilities that brought us all here. And what that means is building experiences for younger learners, building experiences for people who have non-traditional paths to expertise and achievement. And so I think talking about education today invites us to focus on the human part of human coordination tools.
Yeah, and I think that the identity, as you were saying, is like there are so many different elements, and when you focus on the learning experiences that are happening, that's one part of it. I think when you learn a new tool, when you engage in an experience, that is in of itself an experience. But there are ways that teachers and planners and anybody who is creating curriculum thinks about what those experiences will look like, and thinks about the way that we teach critical thinking. And I think, Andy, you and Colonel have a fantastic model that really focuses on the mental models of learning, the mental models of thinking, the mental models of acquiring information. So share a little bit with us about how an individual and their identity can be sort of taught through experiences that help them think differently about any kind of learning experiences, which includes Web3.
Sure. So I think that one of the opportunities before us is to consider which comes first, right? Like there is this old Bitcoin maxim, don't trust, verify. And while there is an enormous amount of power in that kind of saying, the question becomes, okay, by what means does one verify, right? And we understand that there are certain technical protocols by which that happens, but there has to be an understanding, right? So it's almost as if education is prior to verification. It depends upon it. And in some very real sense, the idea that one moves from education to verification is at the heart of kernel. So rather than thinking about how can we enhance outcome-based education, how can we prove that we have learned certain things, how can we continue the cycle of needing to verify against others that we have fulfilled certain requirements. Instead, we go the other way around and think, well, what is it that I really want to learn and why? When we are thinking about the why first and how second, then you can start thinking about the sort of patterns that could really de-school society. Right? I think that one of the critical things to acknowledge about the modern education system, whether it's here in Europe, whether it's in Africa, North America, South America, it doesn't really matter. All across the world, one of the things that we really struggle with is this notion that we are graded, right, and assessed. And the word itself, it literally means made flat, right? To grade something is to make flat and the same, and that's kind of what the education system enacts on all of us. It doesn't really matter where you come from. And I think that the alternative to that is this heterogeneous, massively differentiated, and rather emergent space. I know that a lot of the work that Disco is doing is based on the ability to represent oneself dynamically, that it's not limited to one particular moment, one particular credential, one particular way of proving. And I think that has to be primary in any discussion about education, because who we are is constantly changing. What we're learning is constantly changing. You said yourself, every moment in this kind of conference, but in general, every moment in life is a learning opportunity. And when you see that, and when you begin to recognize that, in fact, we are deeply and essentially learning and moral creatures, then you can come into this notion that, look, we don't need to build systems that school, grade, and verify people. We need to build environments that grow and cultivate creativity and a certain dynamic approach to learning that is not limited to one particular cryptographic protocol, one particular hash, one particular key, one particular and reductive representation.
I love the way that you talked about grading and what that actually means. As the product of American public schools, I know that grading was a game to me, was figuring out how I need to do and say the right things in order to get the right grade that would allow me to move on to the next thing. And if I had some creative thought or some sort of divergent thinking related to an activity, I needed to push that aside in order to get the right answer so that I could move on. And so I hear you talking about a way that we can sort of empower from the ground up individuals to think as individuals and share their ideas openly and freely, as opposed to what is it that I need to say to get the outcome that I think I'm supposed to get, right? And so there's all these bespoke systems that I think learners and earners and humans just in general go through, right? The context matters a lot. The protocols matter a lot. The tooling matters a lot. But there's this sort of like Frankenstein type model right now that individuals are going through. And I know groups like Learning Economy are working to actually create a more cohesive infrastructure that allows an individual to participate in a global ecosystem more seamlessly. So Chris, talk to us a little bit about some of the work of Learning Economy and the way these disparate parts are being brought together.
Yes, you know, it's interesting. When you think about Web3 in education, there's always it's generally in these circuits that you think about educating about Web3, which is good and important, and education in every silo is important. But when you zoom out a little bit and you start thinking about education more holistically, as being lifelong learning, whether it's traditional education, non-traditional, starting, you know, essentially from, you know, cradle to gray, you know, that lifelong learning journey is really empowering. It's agency. right? I mean, it matters in refugee camps, it matters in traditional spaces, it matters as an adult, it matters as a child. And again, I think we all, no matter where we're from, we would all probably beat the drum of education has failed us in some ways, right? Because education generally is something that happens to us. It's not something that we drive, it's not something we have agency over. And I think that Web3, or Ed3, if you will, offers a real opportunity to rethink the way that works. And it's very much the way they started it here. You know, it starts with identity, right? It starts with decentralizing education around the individuals. So it's kind of a paradox here, but let's actually center it on the individual, and that'll decentralize it from the world, right? Because right now it's all centralized around the issuers, and we don't have our credentials. And so when we can, everyone can have their own self-sovereign ID, and they can connect to that ID of verifiable credentials. You know, verifiable credentials is this new thing, you know, that I'm sure a lot of you know about, but in the blockchain world, you know, it's not talked about as much because it doesn't really require a blockchain, you know? But there are incredible standards with W3C and others who are starting to look at this and say, we can create envelopes. You know, you can imagine a king or a queen that wanted to send a message across land. They would stamp, you know, their stamp on top of an envelope, and if it was broken when they reached the other side, they knew it was tampered with. In a similar way, we can create verifiable credentials. Envelopes is really what that is. And inside of it, we can store anything, you know, whether it's, you know, a learning history, whether it's, you know, down to the course level, like she said, whether it's, you know, a degree, whether it's a course, whether it's something non-traditional, a job history, and so on and so forth, right? And from this, you can start to extrapolate into something really exciting. You know, we like to call them not verifiable credentials, we like to call them programmable verifiable credentials. You know, PVC, right? Which I think is interesting because PVC pipes were a very early standard, a very global standard that has helped us create infrastructure for the world. And I think in a similar way, when you think about the future of education and employment, programmable verifiable credentials will let us build a whole infrastructure. You know, we call it the Internet of Education, and it's a multi-layered ecosystem, right? There are actually 8 layers to it, and I won't go into them all. But, you know, it's built on one ethos, which is centered around the learners, right? And through that, you start to create a system where the credentials can carry on with the individual and digital wallets. You know, this is a lot of the great work that's happening here with verifiable credentials, with identity. And from there, you can start to stack on top of that many layers of value, right? So then you can start to map the pathways. You know, one of the incredible opportunities of the future here, and, you know, and I want to encourage anyone that's developing in this, decentralized future at all to think about coming into education and employment, because we need your help. You know, we don't have as many developers, but there is just huge potential and incredible opportunity inside of that space, and the world's hungry for it, even, you know, top down and bottom up. You know, it's no longer just kind of a decentralized swell. It's happening on the government level now. You know, people are recognizing that what they need, you know, in light of everything that happened with COVID, everyone, you know, education, it virtualized, and all of a sudden what could have been a 10-year roadmap has accelerated to a 2 to 3 to 5-year roadmap where people are ready to make change, and this really does offer the solution. And so you can start, you know, packing on top of that pathways where people can start to take agency and understand, like a GPS, how to map their life through their learning journey. You know, I can map myself to a great sandwich in Barcelona. It's really easy. I type it on my phone and it tells me, and I turn-by-turn directions to it. You know, we are, you know, developing a future where you can do that with learning. And you say, I want to be a nurse. Great. You need to learn ratios, and you can do it online. And here's a local workshop, and, you know, here's a program you can go learn, and here's a scholarship, and all the way to a job. You know, and you can start using these pathways applications to map your life and simulate your life, right? So when I was a kid, I thought I was a bad kid because I didn't like traditional education. I was creative, and I was building things, and I was, you know, doing my chores in innovative ways, and there was nobody there to tell me that creative thinking and ingenuity and cognitive abilities were really going to serve me in the future, you know? But that critical thinking mattered, and what we can start to do is, at a very early age, we can start to understand the skills we have. We can start to understand how that fits into the broader landscape of the world, and then we can start to navigate to it. And then where it gets really exciting is, on the top of that, you start to create earn-to-learn models, right? Then you do need a blockchain. You can create smart contracts that can release funds as you complete things, as you earn credentials. And from there, we can start to pay people to learn, you know? And earn-to-learn is brand new. You know, we've heard of, play-to-earn and all these different types of things. But in a future where a refugee can arrive in a country where they are lost and they can have an ID that they own, and they can attach to that ID the skills that they already have, and then they can learn immigration training and local languages, and they can learn and upskill for the local jobs, and they can get paid while they do it. You know, here's a solution for solving that last mile equity challenge where, you know, where free education is not enough. And in that, we can really start to build a new future.
I want to echo what you said about inviting developers to explore opportunities in education and focus on the why. Right now, there's a lot of great financial applications for Web3, and everything seems to be built around, you know, this idea of cryptocurrency and what that can do. And we're in a time where the market downturn has caused a lot of people to question what is the true value of cryptocurrency? What is the true value of blockchain technology? And I think backing up and focusing on the why for people like us, there has been a why all along that was unattached to financial outcomes, that was focused on empowering learners and helping to support their journey. So maybe talk to us, Andy, a little bit about the why of learning. What is at the heart of learning? Like, if you are going to be a developer and you want to jump into a new educational space and learn a new tool, like, what is that motive? How does Kernel help, or how do you think motivating somebody intrinsically or extrinsically plays out in a future of education?
So I think that's one of the joys of looking at the deeper reasons for why we learn any particular thing is that you can consider like what is taken for granted in whatever environment you find yourself in. So for instance, like this notion of self-sovereign identity is a really, really cool one, because what does sovereign really mean? Right? I think that we've heard from both Chris and Evan like incredible use cases for this kind of stuff, and I'm really excited to, you know, see what you both build. But the deeper question of, okay, what am I really sovereign over, is a fascinating one to explore for all of us on a personal level, right? The notion is, you know, there are very, very many different kinds of identity, some of which are maintained by myself, some of which are maintained by my government, some of which are maintained by my bank. I have a different degree of control and agency over each of these databases. But it pushes me when I really, really consider these things, and when I go to the roots of the word education, right, educare, to draw out what is already innate in us, this knowing about the world, which is inherently a part of each and every person. Your own experience speaks volumes about what it is that you are here to learn. And when I look at that and think, okay, well, what does sovereignty really mean? One of the key aspects for me is that I am sovereign over my emotional response, right? I'm sovereign over how I respond to the world in each moment. Yeah. I'm not necessarily sovereign over every single piece of information that the world has about me, the way that I am represented by others, the way I am seen and read in the world. And to acknowledge that there is this space in which I may be seen, represented, and read by others in ways which I don't necessarily agree with or which I don't control, and yet I still have a sovereignty over how I respond is a really, really beautiful thing, because it implies like a mature emotional response to the world, right? Like sovereignty really rests there rather than in any particular kind of technical protocol. And knowing that primarily then allows me to think, okay, like what are the technical protocols that best represent this deep why? The same thing goes for trust. The same thing goes for value. The same thing goes for freedom, right? The primary question for all of us here is the technology an end in itself? Are we all here because like blockchains are the greatest thing ever and they're going to save the world? Or are we here because the technology is a means to an end? And that end is human flourishing. That end is the ability to coordinate with one another in healthy and creative ways. That end is the ability to find love, right? Van Gogh says this in a letter to his brother in 1879. He says, I don't know much about the world, but one thing that I do know is that if you want to know, you have to love. But it must be a deep, serious, and intimate love. Right? And I think that that's ultimately, like when we're learning things, that's ultimately what it's about. It's about like intimacy with myself and then with the world, right? That we're really here to learn that lesson over and over and over again. That notion that, you know, Evan talked to me a little bit last night about Bodhisattva, right? And I just earned to learn, by the way. That's a little... But the point about that is that, you know, we go through these cycles in our lives that teach us again and again that, for instance, leadership is not the ability to sit and speak pretty words, right? It's the ability to serve others. So you take this promise that you come back into the world over and over and over and over again to set others free. Right? And that's really what education is, because like if you look at Socratic dialogue, or any one of these like myriad of particular educational methodologies, it's always about sitting with people and drawing out of them what is inherently there already, what is their own innate freedom, their own innate being. And when we can use technological protocols that allow us to do that in a more transparent, verifiable, and creative way, that's a truly beautiful world. That's a world I want to live in. So yeah.
I completely agree, and to sort of build on a little bit more of the technical heft on top of these ideas, I think it's important for us to reflect, to contemplate upon the role of individualism in this process. Our unique ability to change and evolve, to grow, and to gain new traits, to learn from our mistakes, is the superpower that allows us to flourish, or can allow us to flourish, when we leverage these technologies. Our identities, who we are as people, is not fixed. It is not public. It is not permanent. And although some out there may think that human traits are fixed and public and permanent, not my clowns, not my circus, but we have, a very unique opportunity in this moment to consider what is the human experience we want to most enable. Do we want to tie people to their greatest mistakes for all time in every interaction they've ever made? Or do we want to create an organic and evolving path forward, clearly defined path or set of paths where we can constantly be changing? I'm sure that all of you probably don't remember everything that you learned when you were in high school. I certainly don't. And so education takes a very, personalized and meandering path. And we've seen, in years past, for example, 2015, 2016, teams like BlockCerts explored what it would mean to put academic achievements publicly on chain. Fortunately, their research determined that such actions actually optimize for harm and risk to human beings, which is not what we want to do. We want to minimize risk and harm. We want to maximize individualism. And so, as Chris so eloquently noted earlier, verifiable credentials offer just the form to be able to accommodate these kinds of interactions, this kind of personal development, in a manner that can be leveraged not only in our home planet of Ethereum, but can be read and, incite actions and provide privileges in Solana, in Cardano, if you roll that way, in Web 2. And so an exciting thing about identity and education in this moment is that there is common ground ahead. Account abstraction, the ability to own and control oneself outside of a financial context, is something that every decentralized community needs.
Yeah, I'm just over here nodding so much because I agree in so many ways, and education is there's no way to be a maximalist in any one thing in education unless you are a maximalist about individuals being empowered and having access to tools and opportunities. I heard you comment on verifiable credentials, and Chris, you also mentioned programmable verifiable credentials, this idea of composability, this idea of consent, this idea of a two-way communication, right? If I need transcripts, what do I have to do? I have to contact a university, I have to contact the school I attended, and I have to request them, right? And they have to accept my request and authorize it and issue my transcript, right? There is this sort of a moment where both parties acknowledge what's about to happen and hopefully agree on the contents of the package. But what vehicle does a verifiable credential offer? Chris, you mentioned about programmable verifiable credentials. How do you see that impacting individuals and empowering their journey?
Yeah, it changes everything. When you think about it, the shift here, when you scale back, anyone that remembers what life was like before a credit card, you had checks, and this is a big moment, where you could pay at the pump. And the idea here is that many different individuals can exchange financial data with many different retailers on behalf of many different banks, and you can do it all in real time and with trust, right? It seems like it was not going to be that big of a deal, and it turns out it literally changed everything. The same thing has happened. In fact, verifiable credentials are really the same thing. It's just a credential now instead of financial data, and that credential, again, is anything that's related to your equity. You know, and in education, maybe you all don't even know that term, but if you're in academia, you talk about equity a lot. Equity is like what a learner earns, and equity is like equity challenges, like they don't have access. Equity is this word that has to do with like who we are in the world and what we earn and what we're empowered by and what is our value. And when you think about that through the lens of human capital, you know, equity has always been something that has been abstract. But what Web3, Ed3 lets us do with verifiable credentials is it lets us actually make that real. You know, it lets us as learners, we can start to earn and understand our value in this world. And that really changes things, right? Because I know when I graduated high school, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't know really what my skills were. I didn't know where to go. I changed majors like so many times. And I also understand that my story is a privileged story, right? Like the reason that I was able to sit on this stage today is because I'm the type of person that when I have a goal, I will do everything I can to educate myself to figure out how to accomplish that goal. But I also understand that the reason is because my parents, growing up, told me I could do anything. And they told me that it's okay to take risks and it's okay to get out there. And I know that that's privilege. Most people on this earth don't have that access to education, access to the confidence growing up. And so what we can do with Web3 and with, you know, decentralized education protocols is we can start to give that superpower of like confidence and knowing who we are and what we're capable of and what our skills are and how we fit into the world. We can start instilling that into children. You know, imagine growing up and understanding as you're earning and as you're learning, it kind of gamifies in a healthy way our ability to collect what our skills are, to understand what skills we're missing, to understand what we can do to make an impact on the earth, you know? And when we start looking at that, by the time we get older and older, you know, we understand our value. We understand what we can do to reach abundance, to reach happiness, to reach the goals we have. And it's no longer something that happens to us. It's no longer the serendipity of education or opportunity. It becomes something that we sit in the driver's seat. And it sounds like it's all blue sky and I'm a visionary here, but that's really not true. I mean, this is the world that exists today. Verifiable credentials, the standard for verifiable credentials with W3C are there. You know, I mean, the draft standard is just about to publish. You know, identity, decentralized identity, it's there. It's ready to go, you know? And now, you know, we are working on what's called universal wallets that bring all of those together, and they're pluggable so that we can, you know, create plugins for anything, you know, whether it's a blockchain or it's a system or it's a, you know, a token protocol or a governance or an identity layer. We're in a space now where we have all the blocks. And now we just have to kind of Lego challenge ourselves to come in and create this future for the world. And really, honestly, it changes everything, right? Because when a learner and an individual, everyone's a learner, so when an individual can be empowered throughout their whole life to understand that their skills have value, this idea of a skill currency or this idea of a, you know, of a skill economy, it's not just an abstract idea anymore. It becomes something real, where my credentials and my skills have currency in the world, and I know where the currency is, that I can spend it, and jobs can understand, and we can start to solve equality issues. I mean, you know, and honestly, we spend a lot of time in the UN circuit talking about sustainable development goals. And I say if you can solve number 4, which is quality education, and you can solve number 8, which is quality jobs, you solve all the rest. Because you solve poverty, you know, when you can start critical thinking, you can solve the rest. And so I really think that the path to a brighter future for everyone in every industry and in every geography is through better education that empowers them. It doesn't just happen to them.
So there's the open call for any developers, like, how do I get involved? Well, you can stop focusing on building, you know, solutions for this crypto to get to that chain and to bridge to this and to bridge to that. Help create plugins, help use these Lego blocks to make the education world a more inclusive ecosystem. You know, as you were talking about the sustainable development goals, I can't help but think of, so I do some travel instruction with a group called World Leadership School. And we take kids to different parts of the world to have these very immersive experiences. They live with local families. They help, they're a part of the family. They help cook, they help clean. One of the activities that we love to do is we bring out a stack of sustainable development goals. And we break the kids up into groups and we put them down and say, put them in a priority order, however that might look to you, and to walk us through your thinking. The ways that they organize them, not just visually, but also the goals that are the most important, are fascinating to listen to kids. And these are kids as young as 9 years old and as old as 22, 23, who are ordering these and talking about those conversations. Well, if we just make sure everyone has clean water, then everyone will be able to grow crops to have food. If we help people just get a good quality education, they'll be able to get jobs, and they'll be able to earn money, and they'll be able to do this, that, and the other thing. And I really appreciate the way that you talked about these goals as sort of the vehicle to help create a more equitable world that empowers individuals to contribute to that. So I want to back up though, because we're talking about, okay, great, what we're learning here, what we're learning there, let's put it on chain, let's get this, let's get that, let's like package it all up. I'll throw it up to the group. Is it necessary to put everything that I experience on some kind of like digital world space without me necessarily knowing? Because I feel like that kind of happens now, right? It's like I pull out my phone and I do a couple things and I have no idea where all that information is going and who's using it in what ways. We're just starting to uncover that as we're reimagining education, as we're reimagining all these tools. Does everything need to be documented, verified, put on chain, not put on chain? What do you think?
Hot take, consent is sexy. I think that to the extent appropriate, especially for younger kids, perhaps the level of agency over their homework going home to their parents might not be what we need. But I think especially when it comes to our individual achievements, our traits, the traits that may be used to discriminate against us, such as our gender, our socioeconomic status, where we come from, our ethnicity, all of this information should be subject to our ability to share under the conditions that we define. Mm-hmm. I think that, for some individuals, they like to live in public. They want to put their whole lives on blast. They want to buy billboards in Times Square and put their, financial accounts, or, oh wait, that's on a blockchain. Anyway, but in all seriousness, I think the importance of empowering individuals to pursue those pathways that make the most sense for them, and for them to have the resources and capabilities and verifiable traits that can best enable their preferred journey, I think that's the way forward. And so at the core of this is the consent of the student. What tools or capabilities will they need to succeed on their preferred pathway? And I think that is what should be made available to them, what should be executed for them, and nothing more.
Yeah, I would add to that. I think that it's definitely about consent, which is why, again, I'm beating the drum, but I go back to verifiable credentials. We spent a lot of time in the standards world making sure that that consent is built into this. But I will say this too. Do you want to put everything on a blockchain? No. You do not want to put learners' information on a blockchain ever. In fact, that's the beauty of the verifiable credential. Blockchains and smart contracts can help us create automation and help us do really exciting things, but no, you don't want to do that. And in fact, this is kind of a bad word in this space, but zero knowledge proofs are going to be really important in this space. And there's a big question about what's going to happen with those. But differential privacy, zero knowledge proofs, stuff like this, where we as a learner, can have my information and I can have my identity and I can have, again, absolutely nobody needs to know what my gender is, what my zip code is. All that stuff should be mine and only mine. And that's kind of the future of Ed3, is that my skills can shine. You don't have to know who I am. You don't have to know what I'm about, other than the fact that my skills are the right skills. And that's really what people want. But I'll also say this. While that is true, and I do think it's really important that we get all of that kind of stuff into verifiable credentials, because that's how we build a future where people are empowered, I also think that we don't want to create a world where everything is digital. In fact, education, he said it. Education is getting together with someone and pulling out of them what's already there. And a lot of that happens in physical settings. We worked a lot with Lego Foundation to create spaces where we can create verifiable credentials around experiences in the real world. Leave now and go and do something, build something, be a part of a experience, create impact, and then come back and report, and then we can verify your experiences, And I think that we have to continue doing that, because the moment that we move education into a purely digital space, we have failed the world, because that only creates more issues.
So you're not a metaverse maximalist.
I'm an eduverse mediocrist.
One of the other things to note here is that with the focus on individualism, again, like the word itself, individuare, right? Like it means indivisible. right? And there is at the heart of individualism this really beautiful and generative paradox. It's in contradiction that we often find the deepest truths, and you find this across African philosophy, where the saying is umuntu kumuntu kabantu, right? Which really means that I am a human being, but only through other human beings. There is this notion that individuation is possible, but what individuation really means is a felt recognition of our inseparability from all things. And it's those relationships which are most interesting, particularly on shared ledgers. So when we think about our identity as something noun-like, it's some object which we hang other things off, right? Then we're into this problem of, look, we need differential privacy, we need zero knowledge proofs, we need all number of things, because I think of who I am as some kind of static noun, some object in the world. But the body is a fluid event, right? Like there's nothing noun-like about this at all. It's at best a verb. It's moving constantly in relationship with other people, interacting in the environment, all of these things. And there's wonderful programming essays on this as well. In fact, one of the best ones is called The Kingdom of Nouns, and it's someone having a huge go at Java, which is hilarious. But it applies very, very well to verifiable credentials as well. And the notion that when you think of the stuff only as nouns, then you think of the individual as a separate and atomic unit. When you think of it as a verb, when you think of it as something related, something interacted with, something moved through, then there is this whole new vista in which you can think about particularly the programmability of stuff, right? So this notion of skills-based currency, again, it becomes interesting when it's not really learned to earn, where what I learn is somehow separated from the currency in which it's valued, because that's the heart of how inequality is bred and how the system of injustice is perpetuated, how privilege is enshrined, when instead what I learn is fundamentally linked to how it is valued in the world, which is what programmable money actually does for us. That becomes truly interesting, right? Again, like we constantly get stuck in these conditioned ways of thinking about the world where like Vitalik will stand up and say, we should use blockchains for non-financial applications. And everybody's immediately thinking about social media as it currently exists, or education, or these kinds of things. And it's not at all what I understand that to mean, right? Like blockchains are really, really good for reimagining what finance means, right? Like, Exactly. And so skills-based currency, the notion that I can learn value into existence, not learn to earn, right, as in the old model, because that's, I mean, we have that now. You learn, you get a job, you earn money, and you pay your rent, right? Like, you're all learning to earn. That's nothing different, right? But if what you are learning in relationship with others in a shared environment is reflected, the shared aspect of that is reflected in the ledger, then you can have an interesting currency which is fundamentally linked to the activities that are taking place and which is dynamically represented. If we're still stuck in this place of like, look, I'm a noun, you're a noun, we're here to like earn a little bit of money so that I can pay the rent, it never gets to that creative and dynamic place where we're actually, it doesn't even begin to touch on like intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, because like I'm just totally engaged in what's happening because I'm present, I'm here, I'm aware of what's going on because there's something interesting and I can almost smell it.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's so inspiring to hear you talk about reimagining systems, and that's what we are here to do and to talk about, is the reimagining of education in a Web3 and post-Web3 world, where there is an opportunity to see the body as more than a bucket that we're filling, right? It's a fire that we want to ignite. We want to move everybody outside of this little box or the voice in your ear to the humans that are here with us in person today and throughout this conference. And so we want to encourage you all to check out any of the workshops in the co-creation space, because the idea there is that they are going to be hands-on, engaging experiences that are going to help you learn how to think differently, how to use tools differently, how to reimagine opportunity in whatever industry that you want to be a part of. And I don't want to ignore sort of the absolute like privilege that we have to talk about the altruistic dreams of reimagining education and this idea that everybody has the opportunity to engage in learning because they want to, and in industries that they feel drawn to or are passionate about. That is not lost on us, that this community is extremely powerful and privileged to be able to focus on these kinds of solutions for the greater good, for a public good that we want to offer to everybody. So I see we're kind of winding down to our final minute, so I want to put it out for kind of last comments from each one of you. Who wants to go first?
I'll kick it off. Thank you guys so much for being here with us today. I want to echo the invitation to contemplate how our Web3 world can build beyond the chain and can offer support and experiences for a broad range of audiences whose journeys differ from our own. I think too often in Web3, we rely upon emergence instead of good preparatory research to arrive at our outcomes. And so to the extent that in building non-financial use cases, we can start with ethical frameworks where we minimize risk and harm to the people who will use our tools, where we optimize for a specific outcome or experience, a pathway, a stack of tools and journeys that, when built together, deliver a human experience. Right now, we're talking about Legos in the Web3 ecosystem, and I think of Web3 as a main street where every store sells a different Lego. No store knows what other stores sell, and there is no Lego store to tell you how to stack them together. And so we have a chance now to consider what are the outcomes that we are building toward, what are the varied pathways that can get us there, what are the stacks of tools and experiences that users need, and how can we make sure that we protect and honor the individualism and capability and unique humanity of each of those people instead of inviting them to test out our conjectures that have been held up to no ethical review measure.
Wow. Yeah.
Cheers.
So yeah, I think that's the principle of least harm is a really, really beautiful and important one for all of us. And the one that I add on the other side of that, particularly in the educational context, is infinite play. Right? Too often we get so serious about how we're saving the world and how this is very important work. And this is the antidote to privilege. Right? It's the recognition that we have a very, very clear responsibility to behave ethically and to make sure that we are genuinely following that principle of ahimsa, no harm. Right? And then the other side is the world is open for play. Right? This is what the whole thing is about. It's like reimagine. The thing that I got involved in blockchain and Bitcoin for the first time was we were redefining wealth. I was like, that's beautiful. What does it mean? And all wealth really means is it means having enough to share, right? And that's a truly playful way of being in the world, because all of a sudden I don't have to build the next thing that scales to 1 billion users. I don't have to, create unicorns and feel under pressure and report to shareholders and go through all of the things that currently exist in the world. All I need to do is to play with the boundaries in an ethical and principled fashion that allows me, first and foremost, instead of asking what I am doing, it asks, how am I when I'm doing this? Because if all of us here are asking about that when we're building, it's already a different world. Right? It's already done.
So I'm going to take a different approach and be very pragmatic right now, because I can't follow that. But I will say this, I've already said it, but I'm going to do it again. We need you, okay? We are building, there's a ton of opportunity, a ton of money, a ton of hunger for this in the world, and we can never find enough great talent, And there are ways to plug in. This isn't something where you have to show up in Ed3 and start to try to invent something by yourself without having a community, without understanding. We have communities, whether it's a global community in every layer, right? And we are building standards, and we're building digital wallets, and we're building earn-to-learn protocols, and we're doing so much, and we really, really need your help, You can find us at learningeconomy.io, and we'll plug you in. We'll help you find a home, We'll find you jobs, we'll find you opportunities. And I will say, I think that, he said something really interesting, which I totally agree with. When I got into this, I was in education early on, and then I built a startup, and I understood all the legacy and how terrible it is, and I said, I'm never doing education again. And so I got back into education, as one does. But when I did, I didn't see it as education, because I saw it as value technology. The last 20 years have been defined by information technology, and we have this really unique opportunity to spend the next 20 years creating value technology. And when you think about value, what is more valuable than human capital, than education, right? And so this is an opportunity, I think more than any other industry, and maybe I'm biased, but I think more than any other industry, decentralized technologies will absolutely change the face of education and employment, and that will change the face of the world. And so we need your help. Come and find us.
One more time for our panelists. And I'll say, take the invitation to take off your shoes and put your feet on the grass when somebody offers it. Have a wonderful festival and conference experience. Thank you all for attending.
Right, so now we're going to have a long-awaited presentation by the founder of Ukraine DAO. We're going to hear about how the influence of crypto in Ukraine is Ukraine's resistance goes beyond money. And I would like to welcome to the stage Alona Shevchenko. And I've got a special information for you about Alona, which nobody knows about, that apart from all her great activism that she's doing, she's also got a blue belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Thanks.
So be careful.
Hey, everyone. This is my first offline speech since like 2015, I've just realized, so don't judge. Also, how do I switch slides? Does anybody know? It's like a clicker? Oh, on here? Lovely, okay. I'll figure it out. 1 second. How are you doing, guys? Good. I'm trying.
No, pero dale. Espero que es aquí. ¿Dónde está la presentación? Animation. Aquí, dale. Sí, perdón.
That works. So my name is Alona. I'm a co-founder and operational lead of Ukraine DAO. What do you guys think a DAO is? But what does it mean? Anyone? Say again? Chaos. That's so true. Yeah, they're not very decentralized sometimes. They're definitely not very autonomous and certainly not very organized, but we are trying. Today we'll talk about how the influence of, did I make it? No, the influence of Ukraine's resistance goes beyond money. This presentation doesn't have design because I didn't have time for it. I came to Barcelona and then things happened. And so, yeah, let's keep it simple. Ukraine DAO started on the 21st of February when it was kind of a few weeks after being worried sick about the escalation around Ukraine's borders. I started this Telegram group chat with 2 of my friends, and then on the night of the 24th, I dropped a message in there saying that every major city in Ukraine was getting bombed, and they started pulling in their friends into the group chat. And then next thing I know, I came back from the protest in the evening, and I also set up Discord. There was like 5 people in it, and I opened the Discord, and there is like 30 channels in there, like 2,000 people, and everyone was like talking about this NFT that we eventually sold for of almost $7 million. It was the 10th most expensive NFT in the world. But let's talk about what DAOs are for a bit. So in my view, a DAO is a Web3 native community with a certain mission. And that mission is obviously very different for every separate DAO. And so the structure of the DAO should also be adjusted to that mission, right? So Ukraine DAO, for example, unlike most other DAOs, is not tokenized. We don't have a token. The benefit of that is that when people ask me how we are affected by the bear market, we are not, because it doesn't really matter to us. So the donations that are made to Ukraine DAO, we transfer them in crypto as well, so we don't suffer from the same market volatility impact. So Ukraine DAO uses the power of Web3 tech and community to defend Ukraine against the Russian invasion. Our current focus, it changes as Ukraine's needs change. Currently, it's arming Ukraine. We need fighter jets. If anybody has a fighter jet, please let me know. I'm not joking. Countering Russian propaganda goes without saying. Amplifying Ukrainian voices. Something that I would like to mention is that very often people confuse people are confused about what supporting Ukraine means. So supporting Ukraine, in my view, and in the opinion of most Ukrainians, means like listening to Ukrainians. It sounds wild, I know, but it's a very important point that I would love for everyone to take in from this presentation. If you say you support Ukraine, but then you're not ready to listen to Ukrainians, to give them an opportunity to speak. By the way, super grateful that I was given an opportunity to speak here today. That is the most important thing. So I used to say in the past that the most important thing is to speak about Ukraine, but then I've realized that not everything that people assume about Ukrainians, not everything that people think about Ukraine is actually true. And so, yeah, it's super important for us that we are listened to, that we are being allowed to feel angry about what's happening, you know. That's something that we are often we are refused this right very often. So that's about amplifying Ukrainian voices. We are known as kind of the fundraising DAO, kind of unfortunately, because to our team members, this is not the most significant thing that we've achieved as a DAO. One of our most impactful areas of work recently has been helping the Stanford-backed Starling Lab. And Starling Lab is a project that uses blockchain to track and record Russian war crimes in Ukraine. They previously deployed this technology successfully in Syria, and now they have something that's called Project Dokaz, which is the Ukrainian side of Starling Lab. Something that I really like about them is that 50% of their budget is dedicated to, by the way, you can scan this barcode and you'll find out more about the project. 50% of the budget is dedicated for Ukrainian talents. And that's something that more projects should be doing, and something that I really love about them. Also, kind of the integrity and the empathy with which they approach their work in Ukraine is very impressive. So Dokaz and Starling Lab is run by my friend Jonathan Doughton. He's the founding director of Starling Lab. And the last few months, we've been helping them very actively. The team that we found for them in Kharkiv collected evidence that was recently submitted to the International Criminal Court, which is not, it's not been done by a DAO before. Ukraine DAO trucks, run by my parents, my mom and dad, and they are partially powered by Ethereum donations. Well, we have a separate wallet for them, separate from Ukraine DAO's treasury. And people send donations to them, and they are able to cover some parts of operational expenses, which I think is really cool, and it's a really cool use case for Ethereum as well. They deliver humanitarian aid in Ukraine, and they bring it from across the border. And they recently also went into the war zone to deliver food in Kharkiv region. Also, Ukraine DAO is supported by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. I think it's the first, to my knowledge, but correct me if I'm wrong. It's the first DAO to have endorsement at a state level. We have a group chat with MinCifra, Ministry of Digital Transformation, and yeah, it was a funny moment recently when I was trying to contact some university, and people told me to write them a letter. I was like, what do you mean, an email? It was a British university. And they were like, no, you need to have you tried writing them a paper letter? And then I'm looking at this Telegram group chat with Ministry of Digital Transformation. I'm like, I'm not writing a letter. I didn't write it. So yeah, crypto and NFTs. I cannot even explain to you, even with, obviously everything is on blockchain, every transaction we make is transparent, anyone can view it. I get called a scammer every single day. I do not know what kind of educational work we should do with the public to overcome this, right? Because I struggle to think of a project that has, donated and done other kinds of work for Ukraine at this scale, and it's still, people still have fixation on crypto being a scam, especially in the bear market when some people, they either didn't get the profits that they expected to get, or maybe, I don't know. Exactly, right? They bought the top in the bull market, and now they're upset. So yeah, I made something that's called Web3 Learning Center, which you can find on our homepage. There's going to be a QR code in there. And it aims to educate people about crypto. It has a lot of materials for beginners. But yeah, if anybody knows how to overcome this stigma, also please let me know, along with fighter jets. So Ukraine DAO sold this NFT of the Ukrainian flag for 2,258 Ether, worth at the time $6,750,000. It was the 10th, well, it still remains the 10th most expensive NFT ever sold. So proceeds were donated to Come Back Alive, which is the most reputable charity that supports Ukraine's armed forces. Ukraine's official wallet. So to Come Back Alive, we transferred about $4 million. It was the largest donation in Come Back Alive's history. About $1 million went to Ukraine's official wallet, and then $500,000 to Outright, that supports LGBT community that is often disproportionately affected in wartime. And also a small amount we transferred to a charity that provides mental health support. If you scan this barcode, and I've been told that we don't have much time, so if you scan this barcode, it will take you to the homepage of Ukraine DAO, and on that page you can see different ways to get involved with us. You can explore all types of our work. We've been doing a lot of translation work, helping with evacuation on the ground, promoting Ukrainian culture, promoting good cybersecurity practices. all sorts of things. So yeah, don't hesitate to say hello. And if you have any questions, we still have 3 minutes. If anybody has any questions, I'll be very happy to answer them.
Have you heard of RAND R3063?
Say again?
Have you heard of RAND R3063?
I'm afraid, what is it?
It's a document that is from America's think tank, RAND, and it compiles all kinds of strategies on how to extend Russia, as it says, and it was written in 2018, and one of them was using Ukraine as an in-between for a proxy war.
Proxy war. I love this phrase. It's something that I hear very often, and it makes me really angry because it's often. Send me the document, by the way. So when people use the first of all the use of words that we choose when we talk about Ukraine, it's very important. Proxy war assumes that the war is not between Ukraine and Russia, but between NATO and Russia. And the reason for that is that it's very embarrassing for Russia to be getting wrecked in Ukraine by a bunch of farmers and unarmed civilians. And so because they cannot face the Ukrainian military, because it's much better equipped and much more professional, they choose to to kill civilians instead. And also, in order to kind of explain to its own population why they are so unsuccessful in Ukraine, they say that they're actually fighting with NATO, which is just nonsense, obviously. So yeah, please do send me that document. In terms of other words that people sometimes say about Ukraine that we do not really like, calling it a conflict, like civil war, aggression. No, aggression is actually relatively okay, but sometimes the United Nations call it. By the way, they banned their staff from using the word war and invasion about Ukraine, which is wild. So it's very funny to me when people say to me, there are UN reports. I'm like, how is the UN going to investigate what's happening in Ukraine if they cannot call it a war? It's a volatile situation, they call it. I also always say that volatile situation is what's happening on the Russian stock market. What's happening in Ukraine is called a war. Okay, we've run out of time, but if anybody has any other questions, please don't hesitate to come up and say hi. Thank you, everyone.
So now we're going to find out about managing a DAO treasury for the revolution. And two exciting men are going to tell us about it from Cult DAO. Welcome to the stage, Jeff Crypto and Amif Nirgunarthi, aka Internet Dollar. Please come and join us. I've got 2 fun facts about them. Amif just got his kite surfing license, and I've got a very good fun fact about Jeff. Well, basically, he's a very boring person, which is quite unusual for this community. So they will take it away. I will let you know how to get something going without relying on donations and grants. Good luck.
You are taking your shoes off. He said he wasn't.
It's real grass.
Okay. Well, hey everyone, I'm Jeff. I'm here with Cult DAO. I'm here with Amrith. I actually just learned that was your name this morning. We've known each other for probably 4 to 5 months, but I remain undoxed this whole time. This is the elephant in the room. I have the mask on, and so did he. And so this morning was actually the first time I actually met him in person. It's the first time he actually saw my face. And the first thing he said to me was, Jeff, you should really wear a mask today during the presentation. And he also said, I'll wear one to make yourself feel more comfortable. So that's the second time you reneged on something. He decided not to do it today. And now you see over 1,300 of these masks actually being spread around. My boy Guto, who's also with Cult DAO, did that as well. So I feel really comfortable now. I really appreciate everyone being here today and putting on your masks. But in all seriousness, it's designed to be something more symbolic. Right? One individual, it's not really important who is behind this mask. There's actually a quote from the movie V for Vendetta where it says, behind this mask, there is more than flesh. Behind this mask, there is an idea. And ideas are bulletproof. And so, again, it's more about the collective and what we do together. The name of the presentation is Managing a DAO to Fund a Treasury, or to manage a treasury to fund a revolution. And that revolution is a revolution in decentralization. So there's really 2 parts to this presentation today. I'm going to be talking more about what is Cult DAO, how it came about, and keep it more high level. It's one of those things that sounds really simple, but once you uncover a lot of the layers, it's incredibly brilliant, but it takes a lot of time to go through. And then the second half, Amrith is going to talk more about how we actually manage that treasury and the progress that we've made. So, when it comes to Cult DAO, now I've been in it, like I said, 4 to 5 months, but let's address another elephant in the room. Who here thinks the word cult has a negative connotation? Raise your hand. Yep. If you're not raising your hand, I think you're just being shy, because I just thought the same thing, right? But the thing about Cult DAO is I decided to say, well, let's define what a cult is. And so I go online before obviously coming here, and one of the things, I forgot I even had this in my hand, was a cult can be defined as a group or a movement held together by a shared commitment to a charismatic leader or ideology. In the case of Cult DAO, there is no leader. It's completely community-driven and completely autonomous. So since there's no leader, it's an ideology. And that ideology is to fund and care about decentralization. So I'm going to talk about, well, what is Cult DAO? Well, I'm going to talk about how I learned about it. I went to the website. It's called cultdao.io. And on the website, there's a lot of really cool visuals, and it's really eerie and cool. I've never seen anything like it before. But the thing that caught my attention was actually the speech that started playing in the background, and we're going to play that right now.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to be an emperor. That's not my business. I don't want to rule or conquer anyone. I should like to help everyone if possible. Jew, Gentile, black man, white. We all want to help one another. Human beings are like that. We want to live by each other's happiness, not by each other's misery. We don't want to hate and despise one another. In this world there's room for everyone, and the good earth is rich and can provide for everyone. The way of life can be free and beautiful, but we have lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls, has barricaded the world with hate, has goose-stepped us into misery and bloodshed. We have developed speed, but we have shut ourselves in. Machinery that gives abundance has left us in want. Our knowledge has made us cynical, our cleverness hard and unkind. We think too much, feel too little. More than machinery, we need humanity. More than cleverness, we need kindness and gentleness. Without these qualities, life will be violent, and all will be lost. The aeroplane and the radio have brought us closer together. The very nature of these inventions cries out for the goodness in men, cries out for universal brotherhood, for the unity of us all. Even now, my voice is reaching millions throughout the world, millions of despairing men, women, and little children, victims of a system that makes men torture and imprison innocent people. To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The misery that is now upon us is but the passing of greed, the bitterness of men who fear the way of human progress. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people. And so long as men die, liberty will never perish. Soldiers, don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, who regiment your lives, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel, who drill you, diet you, treat you like cattle, use you as cannon fodder. Don't give yourselves to these unnatural men, machine men with machine minds and machine hearts. You are not machines, you are not cattle, you are men. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate, the unloved and the unnatural. Soldiers, don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. In the 17th chapter of St. Luke it is written, the kingdom of God is within man, not one man nor a group of men, but in all men, in you. You, the people, have the power to create machines, the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Then in the name of democracy, let us use that power. Let us all unite. Let us fight for a new world, a decent world, that will give men a chance to work, that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with national barriers, to do away with greed, with hate and intolerance. Let us fight for a world of reason, a world where science and progress will lead to all men's happiness. Soldiers, in the name of democracy, let us all unite!
Does anybody know who that is? Anyone shout out, who is that in that? That's right. What movie? Does anyone know? Yeah, that's right. Anyone know what year that came out in? 1940. That was almost 80 years ago. So I love that speech. I mean, it gets me every time. But a lot of the stuff that he's talking about in that movie, still oppressing, society is still suppressing us, right? Centralization is still causing a lot of issues. And what's interesting about Charlie Chaplin is he is known as one of the greatest silent actors of all time. And this is one of the first movies that he not only starred in, he also directed that actually had sound. So the second thing that caught my attention was this thing called the Manifesto. So the Manifesto is almost like a white paper for a traditional crypto project. But it's not written like a white paper. It's written like an actual manifesto. I mean, it's insane. It's brilliantly written. It took about 15 minutes for us to go through, and you got to read it multiple times. And I'll be honest, it's pretty depressing. But it's only depressing because it's talking about real stuff, like real challenges that we're all going through. But at the end, as you get towards the end of that manifesto, they start talking about hope for humanity. And Colt Dow, in my view, and I think a lot of the people potentially here can agree with that, and so can Emreith, is that hope still exists for humanity, and Cope can bring that back to the people, ultimately by giving them that voice. And so that Charlie Chaplin speech from the beginning, he found his voice, and let's bring that voice back to the people. So, I love that. So Mr. Omodulus is actually the founder of Colt Dow. He's anonymous, but he was KYC'd through an auditing company called SolidProof. And through that audit, he was actually uncovered to actually be a very well-known crypto founder. So what Mr. Omodulus did was took $1 million of his own money, locked it on Uniswap for 265 years, and renounced ownership of the contract, making it fully autonomous and run by the community. So that's another thing that attracted me. It was that benevolence. So Colt Dow, what does it do? It empowers and funds those building and contributing towards our decentralized future. So Cult DAO almost acts like a venture capital fund that's decentralized in a DAO, but it focuses on protocols that can build further decentralization, fight centralization, and directly benefit a noble cause. So really, how do we do that? There's two people in the DAO that are important. It's the guardians and the many. That's it. The guardians are the top 50 stakers of the Cult DAO token. It's the governance token of the DAO. They're the ones who are tasked with putting forth proposals for the many for the protocol to invest in. But they can't vote. The many, who are outside the top 50 stakers, they're the ones who can vote. So it's not the top wallets that have the most power, it's the many. So how does that treasury get filled? It's from a simple transaction tax by transacting in Cult. 0.4%, buys, sells, transfers, fill the treasury, volume fills the treasury. At this point in time, we've funded over $1 million in different protocols. I think we have over 600,000 in our treasury today, all in Cult. Everything's built fully autonomous. The same amount of Cult goes out with each proposal. A certain amount is burned. And as each investment comes back and is matured, that goes back to the stakers, half of which is burned. So you got deflationary tokenomics in there as well. So that's at least in my part of the portion, Amrith. I'm going to pass it on to you now that we're on the treasury portion, but we'll love to hear your part. Here you go.
Hi, guys. I'm glad to be here in Barcelona to talk about the Cult DAO treasury, because there is nothing that gets me more excited than a bunch of anonymous people on Discord spending millions of dollars. You don't even know who they are. They have funny handles. Sometimes they come back into Discord with a different profile pic or a different handle. Sometimes they don't verify. So do they really own the tokens or not? You don't know. So they say one thing and then another thing happens. But what gives me the most comfort about Cult DAO, something Jeff had mentioned earlier, the treasury contract is renounced. So the way it works is anytime a proposal is passed because the many have voted on it, 13 ETH worth of Cult is then sent to the wallet that was in that proposal. The proposal itself is written to the blockchain. So even if the Cult DAO website goes down, all that information is still on the blockchain. So when a guardian wants to put a proposal through, it's a template, basically basic questions. What is the project doing? How does the project meet Cult DAO's goals, which our goals are to promote decentralization? How do you expect the investment to come back to Cult DAO? What are the terms of the investment? Social handles of the project, and any other relevant links. They probably can fit on one page if you wanted. Since Cult DAO's founding, we have funded many projects. And not all of these projects are necessarily money makers for us. A lot of, I would say half of our projects are towards either marketing or good causes. Like we funded a mental health podcast. We're doing we just recently passed a proposal where we're publishing a book from different stories of crypto. But we've also done some bullish investments. We invested in Shibaverse. We have a bunch of Bone token, which we have now staked that Bone token, and we're voting in their DAO. We've invested in Sons of Three, which is like a web crypto wallet that is out to compete with MetaMask, and a host of other investments.
MetaMask is here, man. Let's be nice.
A host of other investments. We also have some losers. We have some ones that are just not going to pay back, and the goal is to get better as a treasury managing these investments and also approving the investments. And like any learning curve, we're getting better as time goes, considering that we just made our first investment at the beginning of March. So right now, there's about 65 billion Cult tokens in our treasury. It's worth, as of like 5 minutes before I started this presentation, it's worth about 623K US dollars, about 554 in Ethereum. The tokenomics of the treasury is basically, the treasury is the green line, and it grows anytime Cult is transacted on the blockchain with the 0.4% tax that Jeff had mentioned earlier. The gray line is circulation taken out of supply, and this happens anytime someone takes their Cult and stakes it for decult. you're taking some out of circulation. Anytime that 0.4% gets taken out and added to the green line, you're taking it out of circulation. So the blue line is the total supply of cult, which is why in our token we have a saying called supply shock, meaning in time, over time, eventually there should be very little supply of cult, and it's everyone's dream that that finally goes down to 0 and we start trading in decimals. So, like I had mentioned earlier, because it is a treasury and it is a decentralized treasury, nobody has done any paperwork, it's real money. For our survival, it's really important that we manage those investments and manage what we're doing. So we very quickly, in the first 2 months, we found some people in our Discord, because again, we're a decentralized DAO, and it even amazes me how this happened. And a bunch of people got together, and the result was creating a dashboard on Dune to track all of our investments. So pretty much, I would say 90% of this dashboard is written on the blockchain. There is one upload we have to do, which adds some sort of like metadata, what type of investment it was in the pie chart, whether it was a marketing spend, whether it was a liquid investment, illiquid investment, seed funding, et cetera. But all the text of the investment, the amount of Ethereum funded, the current price, what the liquidation value is, that is all on the blockchain. And so right now, out of the investments we made to actually give us a return, we've spent 260 ETH. As of 10 minutes ago, before this presentation, if we wanted to shut it down and bring home all that money, we could bring back 300 ETH. And that's pretty good for a bear market. And we're not necessarily going to bring it back, right? Because we are decentralized and we do want to support other tokens and other projects. So just because we get a winner doesn't mean we want to dump their chart. We want to work with them. Their communities are just as important to our community. So we may even make a further investment into tokens that have done well for us. And if you want to see this dashboard, you can go to dune.com/cultdao.io/cult-DAO. So far, we've funded 65 different proposals, and 65 means that's 65 times someone has hit execute on the contract, and 13 ETH of cult was distributed to the project wallet that asked for it. Some projects may get 26 ETH, some may get 39. We even have one project that got 52 ETH. It's a total of 845 ETH we funded since March, about $1 million. And because of that, we've ended up burning 160 ETH. And then we have a chart of our different projects. So when I say burnt, I've totally missed another spot. So when 13 ETH goes out to our investments, 2.5 ETH is released from the treasury and just taken out of supply automatically. So every single time we fund something, we're actually having an action on that smart contract for 15 ETH, and 2.5 of it is forever burnt.
Is it not working?
No.
Is anything else you'd like to say? Because I can wrap it up. So we're out of time now, but my one call of action, if any of you have questions, you could definitely come by our booth and we could dig into more details. If you have other protocols that you'd like to introduce to us, please do so as well. Cult DAO, in my opinion, since it's fully autonomous now, it's a utility. It's a public good. And anyone can jump in and run it, right? It could be the worst people in the world. It could be the best people in the world. And in my opinion, some of the best people in the world are at this conference. So that's not my call to action for you to, let's all buy Colt. You can do whatever you want. You can trade whatever it is. Trading's good for us. It gives us volume. It builds our treasury. But we want really, really good ideas. And like as I said before, ideas are bulletproof. That's it. See you guys.
Now we're going to experience very profound, yet very approachable panel about technological renaissance of art. And I would like to welcome to the stage the moderator, Carmen Ballesta. And she's going to introduce the speakers, Andres Reisinger, Maria Bernet, and Beatriz Ordovas. Please stay after the panel because we're going to, apart from the presentation of Andres' artwork, we're also going to have a documentary screening, as well as little chat after the documentary, and then we're going to have a lunch break, and I'll see you all back here at 2:30. Enjoy, everyone.
Yeah, my surname is Mrs.
Okay.
Sorry, I hate to say it wrong on this screen.
Okay. Beatriz Ordovas.
Bueno, well, hi everyone. Thank you for being here. We have great panelists today. First, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Carmen Ballesta. I am digital art curator and advisor and NFT business lead at EO Builders, which is a blockchain technology company. And we have with us Maria Bernard. She's digital strategist at Casa Batlló. Andres Reisinger, he is an Argentinian digital artist based in Barcelona. And Beatriz Ordovas, who is head of post-war and contemporary and digital art in Europe for Christie's. And today, I'm going to try to do this panel super interactive. We are going to be doing a bit of brainstorming about the technological renaissance of art, and also the bridge and the how physical and digital arts complements each other. And to start with the topic, I would like to ask Beatriz how traditional art collectors are embracing NFTs.
I think we are still on our way to make that happen. I've always worked in the contemporary department with what we call traditional collectors, although we've never been considered traditional, which I'm trying basically to get them through as well. Digital art is something that they're very unfamiliar with, and it still gives them a hard time to think that they need to create a wallet, that the only way they can pay is actually in crypto. And they're very interested by the aesthetic, and they want to know more, and there are some artists that are very attracted to it, but they still like take a step back when they have to buy something because they do not feel comfortable on setting everything up and understanding how they're really going to display that kind of art, because there are collectors which they're used to display what they're buying. So that's why I think, for example, artists like Andres, you know, they're really making my life a lot easier because he has an aesthetic, a language, a message, which is a lot easier for my traditional collectors to understand. Some of his pieces are purely digital, but some others come with a physical piece. And that is something actually which is bridging very well. And so many of my collectors are already acquiring his work. So.
Yeah, I mean, that leads me to, like, Andres, I'm curious, how do you interact, how do you do your art and interact with the physical and digital art world? Like, can you tell us about your?
Yeah, of course. Actually, I work with digital tools for 25 years now, and the last 4 years I've been focused on the connection between the physical and the digital in many ways. I remember my parents giving me a computer when I was very young, and for me it was like the spread of curiosity, and as many of us in this room as kids, we started to explore and break up things. Also with the connection of the very early connections of internet, I started to download dangerous stuff like pirate softwares, and with that possibilities, I started to grow my visual curiosity and visual skills. Just working with very basic tools at the beginning, and then I started to use the computer to compose music, because I was trained as a classical composer in the Conservatory of Music in Buenos Aires. So I started to compose visually, as I was composing visually, I was composing also music using the computer instead of using traditional ways of composing and writing that they have been asking me in the conservatory. Then I started to study graphic design in the University of Buenos Aires. I went to FADU, which is a university that was run by architects, because it's actually an architectural university. So the interesting thing about that was that all my professors that were teaching graphic design were mostly architects. So they made us play with space. They teach us about light, about volume, instead of being so 2D and playing like more editorial. So that's when I started to grow my interest about 3D and 3D softwares and CGI and digital tools that gave me that freedom to explore something from a volume perspective, and I could be in that space. For example, the scenes that we are seeing at the moment, it's not just plain. When I'm creating these scenes, I can walk on these spaces and see all of the objects in the space from many perspectives. And from some point, that remembered me to playing games, like this idea of being free, and you can walk on these big worlds. So I started to have an interest in creating my own worlds instead of playing by the rules of other developers. So that's why I started to develop my words, my visual language, and my scenes, my creations. The last 4 years, I've been more interested in creating physical pieces. First, the connection was very literal, of course, like, for example, Hortensia, which is one of my best-known objects. which started as a digital piece. I never thought of creating Hortensia as digital, as physical, but as I posted on Instagram, like almost 4 years ago, people and collectors started to ask me to buy and to purchase that piece. And for me, it was crazy because I was totally a creator of digital objects, digital things, digital words. I had no idea how to approach a physical development of anything. So that's when I created my own team that helped me bridge and cross that gap. I learned a lot about physical limitations, mostly. And I created Hortensia Physical with the help of many artisans, all of them from Barcelona. And that's when I created a limited edition of Hortensia of 15 pieces that went sold out very quickly because many things, but mostly because it was already very well known in the internet world. It was one of the main pieces that are communicated as digital physical pieces. Then my connection between digital and physical started to be a little bit more distillated, more elegant, and in many different ways. For example, the piece that we are seeing at the moment is Pollen, from a project that is called Pollination that I started this year, early this year, and it will be and it will last till the end of this year. So a whole 4 seasons project. This piece changes with the seasons, changes 4 times a year, but also gives a utility to collectors of my works, because any of my collectors that had a piece of mine for the start of the year, they received, I airdropped a pollen to them. So in this way, we have kind of like 200 collectors that have a pollen in their wallet and a piece of mine. Mostly Hortensia, that was my bigger edition. And with pollen, they can decide if they want and when they want to pollinate my piece. And when they pollinate my piece, they receive another one, a new one in exchange. They don't know what they are going to receive. So it's a huge ask, because when you pollinate, you have to burn both pollen and my other piece. So you burn 2 pieces to receive a new one. That new one can be unique, or can be a rare piece or a more common piece. That's totally depending on many rules that I have developed for the project. But it's very interesting how I've been doing this project throughout the year. We have already done 2 seasons, and we have almost burned 40% of the pieces. So it's we can say that pollen and some of my pieces are deflationary, and also that some collectors that don't do anything with my pieces, they just keep them in their wallet. They are having a scarcer piece through time passes, and other collectors are interacting with pollination.
Thank you, Andres. I think that gave us a good insight of how digital art could also be linked to physical, and how digital art also give us collectors the opportunity to interact more with the pieces, right?
Yep.
So now going to Casa Batlló, Maria, that we know that Casa Batlló is now a leading institution that is on the physical and digital world space. How are you entering into this new digital world, and one of the most important questions, no? Why?
I mean, before we even get into how Casa Batlló is getting into digital art, what I'd like to reference, I mean, I'm so passionate about Andres's work, And I see a similarity that is really clear, how Gaudi would experiment creating worlds. And people know him for his architecture skill and the beautiful buildings that he's created, but really he created worlds. And at the same time, what is so interesting, and I find so cool about the similarity between you and his work, is that he was an industrial designer, a furniture designer. Every detail, if you get the chance to visit Casa Batlló, every detail, every element of doors, and even the panels on the walls, the glass work is part of that world. And what you are creating, in a sense, and obviously it's a contemporary version and your own version, is that world. And it's just really cool that this type of thought process and creation process continues today. So I commend you for your beautiful work. And then, I mean, in Casa Batlló, so we all know this is a museum. We have a bunch of visits. We have 1 million visitors a year. So what really happened and how we started communicating what Casa Batlló is and how we start communicating, educating the public that is coming to visit the house, that's where digital begins entering the house. So from the audio guide and how we started developing a virtual reality audio guide to continue that. And then a year ago, we just launched a new visit. And part of that new visit, we decided to build in the ground floor and the basement floor 2 spaces that are digital immersive spaces. And again, that it was just a way to continue talking about Gaudi, talking about his work. And we invited Refik Anadol, which some of you might know, Turkish-American artist, and he created a piece that is the mind of Gaudi. And the mind of Gaudi is separating it from digital, from a digital immersive experience is really an artwork. He chose all types of images from online referencing Gaudi, buildings from Gaudi, and he put it together in this artwork that literally makes you feel like you're traveling inside the mind of Gaudi. Also, the space is a 360 LED cube, and you feel like you're in a virtual reality experience that is physical. So going back to what Andres is creating, that are these worlds. Gaudi created these worlds, Refik is creating this world, and it's just helping us tell people about the legacy of Gaudi, and at the same time, we don't want to showcase it. We don't want to. What we don't want to do is pick and choose what we showcase. So having an artist do that is just, I think, the right way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, no? We are living the digital era. We are surrounded by screens, digital stuff, digital works of art. So it makes sense that you take that way to keep showing the world Gaudi's mind and Gaudi's world. And I mean, now artists are changing the way they make their art, no? Andres, will you talk about? Will you tell us about that? How do you think like now artists are changing the way they make art and they develop new work?
I found very interesting what Maria said about Gaudi using the technology of their time, because of course technology have been tied to art from the beginning, like of all the civilizations that we know, at least. And every time that a technological development appears, the artists are one of the first that they dive into explore the possibilities of that technology. And for me, it's very clear. I usually compare the rise of blockchain and, of course, NFTs with the Gutenberg press, for example. It's very basic, and it's like a long time ago. But before Gutenberg press, the only way to access to books was by monks writing mostly religion, about religion, and with Gutenberg Press was an easier way to multiply that knowledge, and that books were more accessible to a lot of people. And of course, there appears a lot of artists that started using the press as a way to communicate ideas, to create art, and to explore more about this new technology. And every new technology opens new doors to new ways of creating art. And that's what interested me more, at least personally, about NFTs. Not only because they can be used as a certificate of authenticity, which it's totally cool, and we have already explored that, but also the technology provides a lot more of complexities and as a structure. So for me, of course, from a development perspective, it's very simple, my project Pollination, but I think it's a very good example of how to use and how to create a project that it's impossible to be replicated in physical, because you just imagine asking collectors to send you back the pieces in order to be burned, and you have to ship them new pieces in exchange with all that complications. So I think NFTs have been very like an incredible playground for me.
Yeah.
And for expanding my ways of creation.
Yeah, that's cool. And also on the other side of the art market, no, for the collectors, Beatriz, how do you think is driving art collectors to buy digital art through NFTs, through this new technology?
I think art collectors, a lot of them, they just like to collect the art that reflects the times they live in. And I think digital art is just like the new medium that some digitally native artists have to express themselves, and they see that. So the only thing that is really separating them from that is they do not understand very well the technology. Their children normally do, so some of them, they are lucky enough to get them to help them. And also the projects that, for example, Maria and Casa Batlló are doing, you know, by having the first immersive room in the world. That is incredible, because that's one way that you can experiment digital art. Then Andres doing these digital and physical pieces. So I really think for these collectors to get closer to digital art, which they're incredibly attracted to it, is just like they need to be guided on where to find good artists, because the volume on the space is huge and it's very hard to come by artists that they really have serious art and they are developing their careers in the right way. And also, the day they understand how they can display that art, they can enjoy. So I think the more initiatives that we do that is towards enjoying that art, the more we will see those clients coming through and collecting these widely together with the physical art they already own.
Okay.
I have a question, Beatriz, on that. Is there a moment where the collector, you told me one time that there's people when they find out about art and they delve into it. Is there a moment where that happens with digital art?
Sorry, what is the question?
So you once told me that when people are finding out about art, they just, this passion starts burning within them. And if that happens with digital art?
Absolutely. I think once they discover digital art, they are unstoppable, you know. And I have the proof that whenever I have the chance to present or introduce these clients to one of these artists like Andres, Refik, and they can talk about their work, and suddenly you make it tangible and they understand everything, then they're obsessed. They go into the space and try and buy things. So definitely, that is triggered by digital art, 100%.
Yeah, that's incredible, because a culture is changing and is leading us to this. It's just happening, no? So, and Maria, like in the institutional side, like, how do you think you are adapting Casa Batlló to this new culture change, you know?
Well, I'd like to use the words of our CEO, Gary. He said this really well, and I couldn't say it otherwise. But the house is still the same house that we live in, that was lived in, and that is showcased. Nothing has changed. It's remained the same. We try and keep it as authentic and as real and as original during the restorations. But what is changing is people. And again, just like there's new artists using new media to showcase and experiment like Andres, and there's collectors wanting to stay attuned with the times, people need to digest information and be educated in a different way, using technology to its utmost potential. So that's really what we are doing, and we're trying to stay on the wave.
You are. So now, if you want, we can show you guys. We are going to show you the video, well, a short video. No, do you want to introduce Living Architecture?
I can introduce the video. We prepared a documentary, a short documentary on living architecture. Living Architecture is this beautiful artwork that, thanks to Beatriz, we were able to auction at Christie's on May 10th. And it's an artwork by Refik Anadol. Again, he was the one really to push us for this, and was behind us during all the process and showing us we've never been in the space where we're selling art, especially digital art, obviously. So he's guided us along the way, and he created this wonderful artwork that's called Living Architecture. It's a dynamic NFT that changes real time depending on the environmental data gathered in Barcelona. So if it's raining, if it's windy, you can see different effects. If it's humid, if it's sunny, it changes. And also, this is an eternal NFT. And what I love, and I think everyone appreciates and values about this artwork, is that it's eternal, and using the technology to its maximum potential, because thanks to the blockchain technology, this artwork is possible to exist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Blockchain technology is the foundation of all of this new era of selling and buying art and creating it too. And coming back a bit to the art sales wall, Beatriz, like, how do you think, is this, because I have no idea, is this affecting the way collectors buy traditional art?
No, I think it's more like, well, I mean, it's affecting everybody, you know. It's like this technology has been a revolution for everyone who's in the art market. Doesn't matter if you're there as a collector, as an artist, an auction house, or a gallery. We all had to rethink the way we worked, you know, and how we could embrace this, which it was incredibly attractive, new, something that we knew it was here to stay and that we wanted to embrace. So I think it has been a challenge for everyone to understand and operate in this environment, and it is still very much a challenge as the digital space moves incredibly quickly, you know, and it's hard to follow that path. But yeah, I think it's changed things for everyone, and that's what is so amazing, because the art world has remained the same for many, many years, and for the first time is seeing a very big change, which means you need to reinvent yourself and be very creative and make sure that you really need to be clear on what's your value, to be there and retain that value and be part of that process.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and Andres, I mean, I guess you are going to stay on top of the stage for so many years. Can you give us a hint of what's to come with your work, with your art? Next steps, next things, next projects? Do you have something?
Yeah, I'm always working with with digital tools. And what I'm exploring at the moment is something that I already give a hint about, trying to be a little bit more distillated in the connection in between the physical and digital. So it's not just an manifestation of a digital piece that it's created physical, like a reflection of it, like Hortensia, but more as a human need of existence. So there's no artwork of mine if there's no human from the other side. Something that it's sounds totally contrary to artificial intelligence, for example, that can create many different visual results. But what I like to explore is that these productions of visual outputs have to be connected to humans, to us in some way. So in that way, it's not just a robot understanding how to create visual appealing things based on learning, but also it's created because we want it.
Yeah. That's super interesting.
And I think one thing that is actually interesting for the collectors I used to deal with, is that as a collector, you go, you buy an artwork, and then you just keep it. You can be somehow a passive collector. Then if you want to sell it afterwards, fine, you do it. With digital art, it's funny because art is a very interactive way of collecting. So it's not that you just buy the artwork, you constantly need to interact with it, because you have Pollen, for example, who changes, 4 times a year, so you never know what's going to happen. Works that are programmable and they change. The project, for example, that Andres was saying, where you have already one of his works and you are given another one, and you need to think about if you want to keep them both, if you want to keep one. So really, as a collector, you have to be very active, and I think that's something very different from the kind of collector or the way of collecting that I knew in the past.
Yeah, it's very interesting, no? Because we call it digital art, but on the other hand, it's super tangible, no? It's interactive for the collectors, and that's very interesting, of course. And well, yeah, there is no doubt this technology is changing the way artists make art and collectors buy art. It is developing new buying patterns. And also, I think, as the name of our panel today, we are living a technological renaissance of art, but we cannot forget, of course, the foundation of it, which is our cultural heritage, in which this new movement, these new times that we are living, is lying on. And I mean, these great panelists that we have had here today have given us a clear vision from an artistic, sales, and institutional point of view. And well, let's see what's is in the future. Let's embrace it without fear and with intelligence, and let's see what are the next steps for this cultural movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
We have documental.
Sorry. We are going to play now the documentary, so you can watch it live here, if you want to. Do you have the documentary, guys?
En la presentación.
Yeah, I think you need. Don't go. We're gonna watch it. It's super cool and super interesting. So, okay, we have it.
Living Architecture, Casa Batlló by Refik Anadol Studio. This is the story of a contemporary work of art that has made history, and a collaboration that has brought together two revolutionary artists from different eras. In 2021, Casa Batlló launched an immersive experience never before seen at a World Heritage Site. As part of this experience, the artist Refik Anadol was commissioned to create a unique installation, a journey through the mind of Antoni Gaudí, in a room capable of changing the perception of reality and making the unseen visible. For its development, Anadol and his team compiled and processed millions of images of Gaudí's works to create the architect's most extensive existing digital library. The result was an installation that let us delve into the architect's mind and see reality through Gaudí's eyes. All those who have seen it will never forget it.
As a media artist, always inspired by architecture. And Gaudí, as a genius, as a hero, was a dream project to look at his work, his life, his attitude, his attention to detail, craftsmanship, his genius approach by connecting classical world and nature. His avant-garde approach to architecture is an incredible inspiration for anyone in the world, I guess, for humanity.
After this first collaboration with Casa Batlló, Anadol went even further. As a pioneering multimedia artist in the aesthetics of artificial intelligence, Anadol paints with data and uses architecture as a canvas, expanding the potential of cutting-edge machine learning and projection technologies to the fullest extent. Living Architecture is the result of all of this, a pioneering digital work, a dynamic NFT in the form of AI data sculpture that changes in real time based on the environmental data collected in Barcelona and the important events celebrated on the facade of Casa Batlló. The work's title, Living Architecture, is therefore much more than symbolic. It is true.
What we are trying to do here is using one of the world's most meaningful data and try to create a meaningful experience for public art, but also in the form of NFTs, which is most likely the future of art. So we are really combining, I guess, past, now, and future together.
Living Architecture uses the iconic facade of Casa Batlló as the canvas for an abstract work in constant transformation, adding a custom sound design and a scent created with artificial intelligence in collaboration with the Firmenich Perfume House. Living Architecture is inspired by one of the most fascinating works in art history, representing a milestone in Gaudí's artistic evolution and a facade that is in dialogue with fantasy and symbolism, craftsmanship and materials, and light and color. Anadol's work, for its part, perfectly illustrates the architect's principles on the power of form and color. Antoni Gaudí and Refik Anadol, both timeless architects, have joined forces in Living Architecture, setting a unique precedent, that of a world heritage, digitally reinterpreted in a work that goes beyond time.
The facade is a representation of nature itself, and what Refik is doing is kind of magic, because he's taking an heritage from the past, applying technology of the future, and giving a present artwork that is live.
That brings us on to the final lot in the sale this evening, and the only NFT that Christie's is offering this week. Here we have it, Refik Anadol, Living Architecture.
On May 10, 2022, the work was auctioned at Christie's New York for $1.38 million, the only NFT in an unprecedented auction that included works by other artists such as Warhol, Van Gogh, Picasso, Rothko, and Banksy. Thousands of people had previously publicly enjoyed the work in a large-scale installation in New York's Rockefeller Square. Anadol is committed to combining technology and public art, investigating the capacity of this combination to reach a wider public. He believes we all deserve to enjoy art regardless of age, nation, background, and socio-economic status.
Refik has shown us that creativity has no limits.
when I thought it was very hard that I would be surprised again, here he goes with this amazing work, which is a multisensory experience.
Casa Batlló is a private institution today offering you this unique mapping, an artwork created by the best digital artists in the world, Refik Anadol. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, open your eyes, and most importantly, keep this moment in your memory forever.
In Barcelona on the 7th of May, a mapping version of the work was projected on the facade of Casa Batlló. More than 50,000 people attended. Anadol revived the facade, astounding the audience and garnering praise worldwide. A representation of the work is currently on display at Casa Batlló during the cultural tour, in a room dedicated to the exhibition of digital works. After its sale, the result is still alive and open, just as it was created.
So Casa Batlló hasn't changed. We preserve, restore, and care about this beautiful building every single day. Although what's changing is people. So the heritage itself doesn't change, but we do change, we evolve.
These initiatives reflect a transformation that is taking place in the art world. Algorithm-driven, interactive and immersive works have given rise to a new generative art movement, in which artists prefer software and computers to carry a brush and a canvas. Anadol, one of the leading artists of this trend, uses increasingly sophisticated technology, sparking a continuing renaissance in the field and attracting more and more collectors and admirers.
I think me and my team and the entire Casa Batlló team's gift to the humanity to ask a new question, new ways of seeing the thing that we never saw before. Even though we know it's there, but looking at it different, a new fresh perspective.
For its part, Casa Batlló continues its commitment to digital art by presenting new works and collaborations on casabatlló.io, a platform focused on the contemporary reinterpretation of Gaudí's work. Welcome to the legacy of a genius, his present, past and future, and a place beyond space and time to which we are all invited.
Bueno, thank you all for being here. Thank you, Maria and Casa Batlló, for bringing this documentary. Told you it was amazing. And thank you, Beatriz and Andres, also for being here and giving your vision to this panel. Thank you, guys.
ETH Barcelona. DAO Ninjas. Hack the Hacker. ETH Barcelona. Public infrastructure. ETH Barcelona. Connecting everybody together. So it's really about starting the cultures to leave it better than you found it, right? Non-profits to make profit. Really, truly altruistic. Could we have war without banks payrolling it? Provide value for society. Sell everything I own and become a hippie. DAOs will be to corporations as democracies were to monarchies. Ended up getting a master's degree in digital currencies, and we built a community. We hacked the DAO for the rest of the money. We had to give that back to everybody. The only hack where everybody won, giving people agency and making things fun. Focusing on what we needed to focus on. Giving people agency and making things fun. Reward value creation. Co-opetition. Create sustainable regenerative commons. Governments and taxes out of the equation. Actual design validation. Crypto evolution. The whole game felt rigged. I don't even understand why we have to pay taxes. Value for society needs to be appreciated. People who provide value are rewarded.
Right, so we're going to hear now about building full-stack Web3 dApps from someone that you probably all know, Ivan, from his new project Moralis. And everybody knows Ivan, but I'm going to tell you something about him that nobody knows about. So when he was 9 years old, he was playing a computer game called Runescape, and he got hacked because he gave his password to someone, to a scammer, and from that day on, he knows that you should never give your password, and probably that's why he got into crypto. Ivan, welcome to the stage, and good luck.
Thanks. Perfect. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. Thanks for the introduction. And as you can see, we're going to speak about building full-stack dApps. Because as a kid, not only did I play online games, I also programmed a lot. And really, online gaming got me into development. So having the background as a developer and coming into Web3, you realize that this full-stack experience for devs has a lot of improvements. And that's where my journey in Web3 development tools started. How to ensure that Web3 devs have a very nice, very tight workflow for building full stack. So in this presentation, we will define what is full stack for Web3 and what kinds of components a full stack Web3 dApp has, and what kind of tools and libraries and utilities we can use in order to make the life simpler, our life simpler when we're building things. So my name is Ivan. Some people know me as Ivan on Tech. Been in crypto since 2013 or so, bought the top in 2013. It went straight down, 80%, kind of like now, kind of like recent few months. And always had this very nice programming development touch on my journey in Web3. That's why I got interested in the first place. And then ETH came in 2015, and it opened up a whole new world of programming value that we as developers for the first time could program money. That's insane. And that's how my journey continued in Web3. So let's speak about full stack and what it means to build full stack in Web3. Whatever we're building, whether it is NFT marketplace, whether it is some wallet, whether it is some game, there will always be three parts involved in our application. There's going to be on-chain logic, for example, smart contracts, tokens, NFTs, the actual programmable money, programmable tokens, programmable money flows. Those will be on-chain. But we also need off-chain. So off-chain is needed, for example, if you have a user logging into your website using their wallet and you want to establish a web session between the user wallet, their front end, and your backend service. That's very important. You need to have this mix of Web3 and Web2. And why is it important? Well, because many of the things we want to do in order to serve our users are simply not yet possible on chain. Not yet. Maybe in the future we can remove the off-chain logic part. But the way it is right now, if you have a game, for example, the whole game will not be running on chain. The multiplayer, the backend, it will be off-chain. And then you will have a way to interact with the on-chain data, on-chain assets, on-chain smart contracts, and so on and so forth. So in order to build something full stack, you have on-chain and you have off-chain, and you need ways to communicate there in between. And then, of course, at the end of the day, you need the interaction with the user. So there needs to be UI, UX, for a user to be able to interact with your dApp, to understand how to do things, which button to click. And this needs to work smoothly with your backend, with the on-chain contracts, and everything that you have built in this full stack experience. So a way to summarize the full stack is that we have smart contracts, we have backend, we have front end. If you have these three things, and they speak nicely with each other, you're 90% there. But as we will soon discover, there are many complexities to do this. And we ourselves stumbled upon many issues just trying to build simple things in 2017 and 2018. For example, we have a YouTube channel, so we tried to build a simple app where people can log in with their MetaMask, and you can see their NFTs in the chat and which NFTs they have. I mean, doing this without the backend, just using MetaMask, turns out to be quite impossible, because how do other users in the chat know that you actually have your assets? How do you ensure that people cannot cheat? So just these simple things to log in somewhere and that everyone else can see what you have, which assets, which NFT, turns out to be quite more difficult than you think. Because when you come into Web3, you think it's MetaMask. It's everything in MetaMask. I just use Web3.js or Ethers.js, and I don't need anything else. But then as soon as you try to build something more complex, you realize it's not enough, and there are some things missing. So that's the next part. We're going to discuss why it's so difficult and how we can extend the current tools and the current workflows. So the current workflow when it comes to building a full-stack dApp is that first you have to create smart contracts. So here you will be using a programming language like Solidity for EVM, or Rust for Solana, or Viper for EVM. And then you will be using different tools, whether it's Hardhat, or Truffle, or Foundry, in order to develop them, and to upload them, and to test them, and so on. So that's the first step of the workflow. The second step of the workflow is to connect to backend. So here is where you will have to figure out how to do user authentication and create a web session based on user wallet. And this is whether you use Node.js or .NET or Java or Python. That's your job right now. It's not something that the chain will do for you. It's not something that is built into the Web3 stack. And I will soon show you how to make this easier. Then, the next step of the workflow is that once the user has logged in, how to get all their assets. Turns out, I cannot just ask MetaMask all the assets of my user, because MetaMask themselves don't really know. You have to import token. You have to import NFTs. This whole problem of discovering which assets user has, it's a big problem if you are a developer. And it's only the start of the problem, because the next thing is that you need to, in real time, watch what happens to the user. Maybe they logged into your game, into your dApp. Now you need in real time to track what they do with your smart contracts, or which assets they transfer, which NFTs they transfer. And this is also something that is impossible to do without a backend. And that's where this part of the workflow comes in, that we will soon show different tools that you can solve with. And finally, the second step is to connect all of this to front-end in a very nice way, where your front-end dev doesn't have to be a blockchain ninja. Because if you have a front-end dev, they're amazing at React, at making single-page application, all of that. Or maybe they're a game developer. Front-end is also games. They're making Unity, Unreal. They shouldn't have to learn Web3 provider, and all of that. It becomes like another level of complexity to be front-end developer. So this is the current workflow. And this is really where we started. How can we simplify it? How can we make it easier? And maybe you have your own ideas how to make this easier, and it will be nice to discuss. But on the next slide, I will explain how we try to make this easier and simplify it. So the first thing is to realize that you just wanted a small dApp. But if you do all of this yourself, what we just discussed, you need to run big data pipelines. You have to have 10 people just monitoring your backend so it doesn't break, so it doesn't fork into some other blockchain because of a reorganization. And you're stuck fixing all of this, and your competitors will kill you. If you just do everything from first principles, everything based on things, for example, like Ethers or Web3, and build everything around you. So here's where we have tried to come up with some solutions that can make it simpler. And Moralis workflow is basically an extension of what we discussed previously. It's an extension of, for example, Hardhat and Web3, JS, and other current tools in order to simplify it. And the first way is the users. that what we try to provide is a way for you to authenticate users from any backend without caring about signature verification, about caring about how to ensure that the security practices are followed in the signature verification, without caring about what's the difference between a signature on Ethereum versus a signature on Solana versus a signature on Elrond, because this is what you have to do in order to establish a connection to a backend and create a secure web session between your backend and your user. Also, imagine you have Web 2 users. So maybe you already have a game, you already have some kind of Web 2 experience. You want to add Web 3 to it. How do you do that? Easily, with your existing user database. Well, Moralis workflow, Moralis authentication is how you do it. Or imagine you use Auth0, which is massive for backend authentication, as you all know, in Web 2. How to add easily Web 3 into it? Well, Moralis workflow. And this is where we started in 2021 last year. We thought, why is it so difficult to log in users in Web3? Well, it is because MetaMask will only take care of the front end. Web3.js Ethers, they only take care of the front end. There's no backend connection. So that was our first feature. How do we ensure all of this in a simple SDK, in a simple way, without extra complexity? Now, the second thing is syncing. Syncing events, syncing user transactions. Once the user is logged in, how to know their history. Maybe you're building like a dashboard, like Zaprify or Zerion, and you need to get all the user transactions from the past. It's quite complex if you want to do it yourself and to tag that this transaction is a transfer, this transaction is an NFT trade, this transaction is a staking transaction, this is unstaked, this is approved. It's quite a lot. But also, the sheer data pipelines needed to do this efficiently on all chains. As you know, Binance Chain, for example, spits out 2,000 transactions each and every 3 seconds. So if you are building a backend completely alone, you really need to have a big data team. I mean, you're not even a Web3 developer if you want to do this yourself. You're a big data developer. You need to have pipelines to do this, just on Binance Chain, 3,000 transactions per second. But then imagine you also have Solana and Elrond, and suddenly you need to probably process tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of transactions per second, tag them, and do everything. So that's what we also allow easily to do with Moralis Syncs. You come here via the UI. You say, hey, I want to track NFT transfers or token transfers or any other transfers by just entering the ABI and the contract. And into your database, it gets populated very efficiently without knowing any complexity. The third step of the workflow, so the first 2 steps were users, syncs. The third step is the APIs that we offer. So here's where we solve the issue with user logs in, which are the assets of the user. Impossible to know without an API. Unfortunately, it is like that on Ethereum. On Solana, it is a bit easier, because there the node can tell you a lot of this. But the way it works in EVM, the nodes cannot tell you anything. I mean, the nodes themselves hardly know something more than they have to know in order to stay in consensus. The nodes are for consensus. But to use nodes as some kind of backend, it is a bit of misconception, which I also thought when I started as a blockchain developer. I thought that the RPC node will give me everything. No, it cannot give you anything. It can stay in consensus and can give you basic things about specific questions, about contracts. You can execute a contract function. But to know things that are a bit more above that, for example, how to know the recent trades that the user did on an NFT marketplace, the node cannot tell you that without extra processing around that. So that's the third step of Moralis workflow, user syncs and different APIs for on-chain data. The final step and the fourth step is the SDKs, because of course we want to enable anyone to build on top of Web3. Whether you're a game developer, you don't know anything about crypto or Web3, you just want to log in users easily. We provide a nice Unity SDK. Whether you are a .NET, Node.js, Java, Python developer, you want to connect Web3 to your existing infrastructure, your existing user database. There we provide SDKs. And it's very important because there are great tools and solutions in Web3, but without nice SDKs, it's not going to get adoption. Because the development ecosystem today is very nice in Web2. You know, as a developer in Web2, you hardly have to do anything. You have to write npm install, and you're ready to go. You get a nice SDK, you can get started very, very easily. So the attention span of devs learning something new, quite small. Of course, if you're a professional, you will still learn it. But if we are speaking about onboarding the next million devs into Web3, we need to make it easy for them. It needs to be npm install and very easy functions, and that's it. And that's our big goal. How do we ensure that Web3 is not just 300,000 devs, which we have right now approximately, but how do we reach tens of millions? Because globally, we have 30 million devs. In Web3, just 300,000. So it's 1%. It's a lot of work we have to do. And we hope to contribute to that by making nice SDKs, whether you're using .NET NuGet or NPM in Node.js or Unity Package Manager, it should be easy. Also, in connection to the SDKs, we have one SDK that we've made ourselves in particular for React devs in particular, which is Web3 UI Kit, which is open source and anyone can contribute to it, which is the best thing. That it's very nice to see how any one of you can contribute, but also any one of you can start your own repos. So with this, we try to show that, okay, it's not super science to start new repos. You can, if you want to get started with an open source repo as a React dev, this is the place for you to go. But also, if you have your own ideas and your own thoughts how Web3 should be, you should start your own repos, your own projects, and see that anyone can do it. If you have the ideas, get started. Because as a dev in Web 2, it may be a bit intimidating. You see all of these big repos like React, I don't know how many stars, like 100,000 stars on GitHub. This other repo has so many stars on GitHub. But Web 3 is so underdeveloped, you could make a repository, it will also get thousands of stars on GitHub. So I hope that this will be also as an inspiration, because Web3 UI Kit, we started a few months ago, like in November or so. And it is approaching very, very quickly 1K stars. We have other repos with 3K stars, 4K stars. So if you have open source ambitions, Web3 is for you. And you don't have to be this consensus creator of how proof of work, because that's very complex. If you like just front end, you're very good at that, you're good to go. So your first destination should be Web3 UI Kit if you want to contribute and see how that works. And then, ideally, do your own. Next. If you want to get involved with us, you have our YouTube. We try to get to 100,000 subscribers, so Moralis Web3. Subscribe there. Each and every week, we build a full-stack dApp from scratch to finish. We've had, for example, last few weeks, we had Elden Ring clone. We work in Game Engine, Unity, in order to recreate Elden Ring, where you kill the boss. The boss drops what? NFTs. The boss drops tokens. Your souls, they're ERC20, and you can do this yourself. You join our Discord easily, moralis.io/join Discord, do it right now. And also, these events are the best for meeting, for getting in touch, for potentially working together. So if you want to know how we work, we're approximately 80 people at Moralis, 80, 90 people. And we have a Moralis business school that is quite new. We launched it a few weeks back, where we show how we work. It's fully remote. We show the values, the engineering principles, things like that. So if you want to work with us, you go to moralis.io/MBS, which stands for Moralis Business School. And you have a Moralis onboarding course, which all of our team members go through. But you can also go through, it's completely open, and anyone can do it. And finally, if you have the same mission as we do, how to bring the next million devs into Web3, how to make it easy so everything is like NPM install and ready to go, how to make all the integrations as smooth as possible between Web 2 and Web 3. If you have this philosophy that in order for Web 3 to be big, we have to be compatible with the existing tools, existing workflows, existing libraries that Web 2 devs use, then join us. Go to talent.moralis.io right now. And on that note, thanks a lot, everyone, for listening. I hope you got an overview of what's needed for full-stack dApps, why it's difficult. It is not easy to build full-stack dApps, because there's a big data component that is missing from just your normal RPC node. That it's a lot of backend, especially in EVM. Solana and others, it's a bit easier, but they have other pros and cons, as you all know. So happy to connect. We're here outside. Thanks a lot for inviting us here, and a pleasure to meet you all. Thanks, guys.
Right, so just to ensure that we all capitalizing on this event and in these beautiful circumstances of architecture, maybe not weather, we all are beautiful people. I'm going to remind you of our code of conduct. It's going to be very exciting, so listen carefully. Number 1, embody your culture and your values. Be yourself, okay? Number 2, be friendly, kind and empathetic towards each other. Number 3, use welcoming and inclusive language. 4, be respectful of differing viewpoints and experiences. Okay, number 5, it's only 3 to go. If someone is using violent, offensive, racist, harassing remarks or language, point out in a polite way, tell them about your limits and boundaries. Okay? Number 6, gracefully accept constructive criticism. This is a difficult one. 7, focus on what is best for the community. That's a very beautiful one. Okay, so now, without much further ado, I'm going to introduce a next presentation. So we're going to hear about from cryptocurrencies to crypto states, and it's going to be presented by Jared Hope from Status. Welcome, Jared, to the stage. So I think it is the time to take our conversations to did you say neutral states, autonomous zones, and so on. So here's a specialist.
Yeah.
And I've got one interesting information about Jared. So he's been digital nomad for 12 years now. But recently, for last month, there was a little addition. He's got 2 little dogs, 2 puppies, Pomeranian dogs, traveling with him. So exciting time for him.
Yeah. Cool. So hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Jared. Who am I? I run a project called Status. We're big in 2017. Our bread and butter is creating a super application that's completely decentralized. It uses peer-to-peer private messaging technologies, which was actually a sub-protocol of Ethereum in the beginning under a protocol named called Whisper. We've taken it on and called it Waku. But we do more than that. We also do Nimbus, which is an Ethereum 2 client. We do hardware wallets like KeyCard. We've done developer tooling and so on and so forth. But I'm here to you today to talk to you about why I got into crypto. So I originally got in around 2011. I was super interested in counter economics, Austrian economics, agorism, and very much in this sort of crypto-anarchist, cypherpunk sort of themes. I know we're more solarpunk here, so you have to bear with me a little bit more. I'm a bit old-timer, I guess. So this is an hour-long talk usually. I've got less than 18 minutes to go through it. So the key takeaway here is that we want to apply liquid markets to social orders. It's by far the best thing we can do for humanity, and I'll make the case for that later on in the talk. What I mean by that is that what's great about blockchains is you can actually view them in a new light, that they're actually a voluntariness social order that doesn't require a monopoly on violence to derive that order. You're essentially creating order out of a bunch of people coming together and coming to consensus. Yeah, and that's basically what's so fascinating about Bitcoin for me. We could actually have a monetary policy that operated in a hostile environment and actually could secure value. And that's also what was fascinating about Ethereum to me, is that we could then generalize that policy and build any kind of institution on top of this. The idea is kind of rooted in, say, structural libertarianism or institutional libertarianism. The idea that anyone can create any kind of institution, deploy it on this order, and then use market forces to achieve competitive governance. So show of hands, who is using fiat as their primary currency in their daily life? Yeah, exactly, right? So show of hands, who's familiar with the problem of debt slavery? Okay. And I guess, last question, who wants to live in a free and open society? Fantastic, right. So there's 2 problems here that we have to deal with, the problem of debt slavery and the problem of technological authoritarianism. Let's go through it. Debt slavery, okay? There's a whole history behind the fiat system and its interaction with the gold standard. We're just going to zoom on this one particular one when it comes down to the Federal Reserve in the United States, right? So in 1913, was it? Basically, there was the Federal Reserve was created, and this is the initial decoupling of fiat from the gold system. So up until this point, there were moneylenders, right? Bankers, and they had to make calculated risks in what they lent, right? Because if they did a bad loan, then they would suffer the economic consequences of this. They would, like every other business, essentially, right? But the genius for them was to actually put themselves into a position where they could not only print the money themselves, they could also loan that money out, right? And this is fantastic for them because that means that they can make as many bad loans as they want and socialize the costs on all of the users of the currency, right? That's a problem because the US dollar is essentially like the layer 1, and every other national currency is a derivative of it, more or less, with some exceptions. Then in 1971, Nixon basically decoupled the fiat system from gold entirely, and we see today that excluding the amount of money that's been printed in the last 2 years, which is like roughly 80% of the supply, we've got to a point where the dollar value is worth 95% less than what it was pegged to gold, right? Absolutely insane. This is a huge problem because not only does this impact you, and it means that it makes it harder for you to buy houses and get, etc., but it's also going to really burden our children. And bankers rule the world. This, like, the modern, like the invention of, say, international finance kind of happened a really long time ago. Here's a really good quote. The Rothschilds are the wonders of modern banking, peering above kings, rising higher than emperors, and holding the whole continent in the hollow of their hands. Not a cabinet moves without their advice. He holds the keys to peace or war. They are brokers and counselors of kings of Europe and the Republican chiefs of America. What more can they desire? This is the Niles Weekly Register in 1835. Right? This is the seeds of a new social class that spanned the entire planet, which we now call the global elite. Hayek saw this problem as well, an Austrian economist, and he basically said, I don't believe we should ever have good money again before we take the thing out of the hands of government. That is, we can't violently take it out of the hands of government, but all we can do is by some sly roundabout way introduce something that they can't stop, aka Bitcoin. And there's a key concept in here, and this is this opting out, which we'll circle back to in a moment. Now, the other problem here is that freedom across the entire planet is actually declining, right? According to the Freedom House Index, right? I'll skip it briefly. Like, we think that we're in like these Western, modern Western liberal democratic societies, and we're kind of insulated from this. Unfortunately, the United States, the bastion of freedom, is also suffering from these problems. And this is how we start to see the problems of technological authoritarianism. And this is really, like, all of these things I'm talking about is like old news, like 10, 15 years ago, right? We can start with the Snowden revelations, right? Snowden basically showed that the NSA was using black courts and doing mass surveillance on everybody. The issue here is there was no congressional oversight. In fact, the reason why he came out is because Congress couldn't prove that the NSA was doing anything, right? And so he thought this is not a thing that modern society, like our society, should have. And the reason for that is that the cost of surveillance became a fraction of what they used to be. It used to be very expensive for governments to go around that. Now you can basically have one guy there sitting on his couch or chair and surveilling millions, or if not billions, of people at once. We also have this other issue of the digital. On this, the other problem is this also gave authoritarian regimes basically carte blanche license to change their own laws. So the CCP modeled their own surveillance laws after what the US was doing, so the US couldn't criticize them. Russia introduced the Big Brother bill, and then worse, the United Kingdom introduced their Investigatory Powers Bill, which basically took everything everyone else was doing and institutionalized it, and was far-reaching even for Russia and China, right? So, like, we don't talk about this, we don't hear about this very often, certainly not today, but it's a huge problem. Like, this can be used and is used for political gain. We are also living in a digital panopticon, right? So if we look at social media today, we're seeing more and more censorship, right? This is just happening. Like, even the president of America, whether you like him or not, got banned on Twitter. However, she didn't. right? It's just like very weird incentives and dynamics that are happening in our social media and all of our, throughout all of our communications platforms that are intermediated. Furthermore, any identity systems are effectively conformity systems. So we're seeing it in China right now. It's basically the canary in the coal mine. We're starting to see it more with like COVID health passes, and who knows how it's going to evolve with like these new digital ID programs. But the thing is like ID systems might seem benign, but when they start getting attached to material rewards and punishments, they become conformity systems, because now the incentives can shave off certain aspects of your personality. They also can economically lock you out of the system itself if you are being a political dissident. We're also seeing in social media, this is also old news, this is from 2014, basically Facebook was doing manipulations of your news feed to see if they could actually make you depressed. They're incentivized to do this because then they can start selling you more products through their, for whatever reason you're depressed, for whatever reason they've helped cajole you into being depressed, right? But then they can create echo chambers as well. And it's just, I don't know, for me this is just incredibly problematic. There was also the Sinclair event, which is like really one of the first unveilings to me that actually, it was kind of funny, like every single local news station all ran the same script, basically condemning social media and saying it was dangerous for our democracy, right? But even mainstream media is being shown that it's doing exactly the same thing. You might not be aware, but this is Charlotte Iserbyt. She was in a former secretary, senior advisor of the United States Department of Education. In 1970, she was a whistleblower for what was called Project BEST. Project BEST was an intentional project to change the public education system, certainly in America, but also in other Western liberal democracies, and effectively using different psychological tactics to dumb us down. And the people who were doing it essentially UN change agents. I'd highly recommend reading this, because if you went through the public education system from 1970 onwards, you were probably subjected to one or more of these tactics. Now we're getting a bit more serious, population engineering. So genocide now is more abstracted. Authoritarian regimes are starting to realize that you don't just start cutting off people's heads or whatever, right? Now we're seeing in Uyghurs, they're basically doing mass sterilizations. It's kind of not an issue in China because they already do sterilizations as part of like their norms. But this is not exclusive to authoritarian regimes. If you read Rockefeller's Population Council reports or the Henry Kissinger report, you'll see how this is actually enacted out in Western liberal democracies. It's a lot softer, but it is a way, it's a very Malthusian way of actually culling the population over a longer period of time, which is somewhat abstracted from us. The World Economic Forum, for example, these tweets have been deleted since, but they were talking about their Agenda 2030, and basically have a techno-socialist idea of collecting everything, using AI and these sort of things to allocate resources, and getting you to the point where you actually have no private property rights, you have no privacy, and apparently life has never been better. This is kind of a problem as well, because like that you might see that and just go, okay, no big deal, right? But then Klaus Schwab at the John F. Kennedy School of Government was quoted saying, basically putting all of these global leaders, such as Angela Merkel, Vladimir Putin, Trudeau, President of Argentina, through their Young Leaders economic program. He went on to say that they even infiltrate the cabinets of these nation states, right? So this clique is essentially bypassing the democratic principles of nation states, which I find aberrant. Furthermore, the crypto that we're in today, right? This is Davos, a slide from Davos 2022, so it just happened like a month or two ago. There is an intentional, there's an intention to basically capture everything we're doing. They're viewing it as what they call the shadow crypto, and then they plan to put it into, they plan for all these banks to essentially capture what we do. So if you're here for any social change, you might want to make sure that you're very principled and you're the things that you're building now can be resistant to that kind of attack. There's a really good book called The Master Switch by Tim Wu that actually shows how this works in different technological contexts. Furthermore, like the UN, together with the IMF and World Bank, are trying to restructure the global financial system under COP26 and basically implement a uniform global regulatory framework over the entire planet. Right? This means the entire financial system will be integrated and there will be no escape. So what do we do about this? Well, Albert Hirschman has this concept called exit, voice, and loyalty. He was using it for consumer choice, but it applies to the state, right? You basically have an ultimatum and 3 choices. You can exit the system or peacefully opt out. In a jurisdiction, this is very expensive. You have to uproot your family, fly to another nation. Probably not very tenable. You can voice, which is like protest, or you can be loyal to the system. We can actually see this in our own industry, right? So we're talking about debt slavery here. We have Bitcoin as exit. We have voice as Occupy Wall Street. How did Occupy Wall Street go? Well, not well. So basically, Miko White, who was one of the co-founders of the Occupy Wall Street movement, ended up writing a book called The End of Protest, basically saying it doesn't work. And the FBI really coordinated with the banks to make that happen. So yeah, here's a quote here saying that this, what actually happened was tip of the iceberg. FBI worked with Wall Street and corporate America, and they actually created an entire organization just for combating and taking down these key nodes in the movement. Furthermore, they changed the narrative in their media, right? So Occupy Wall Street ended in 2012, and then you start seeing a whole bunch of new terms coming up in all of these articles at a very increasing rate. Definitely read The Grey Lady Winked if you're interested in that. So what can we do about this? I guess we can talk about exit. The parallel polis has happened in Czechoslovakia, right, under communist rule. Here's Ivan Juris and Václav Benda. Basically, they were under communist rule. They didn't really like it, so they came up with this idea of creating parallel societies or parallel structures. And so they basically said the independent society does not compete for power. Its aim is not to replace the powers that be with the power of another kind, but rather under this power or beside it, to create structures that respect other laws in which the voice of the ruling power is heard only as an instant echo from a world that is organized in an entirely different way. Right? Outlining the parallel structures in which had become to existence or might do this in the future, Benda argued this might actually gradually supplant or at least humanize the existing official structures. And this actually led to Václav Havel basically overthrowing the communist regime and so on and so forth. But this idea of states without territory has existed for a long time. So the Jewish diaspora actually created kahals or kahilas, which is based off this ancient Israelite social structures that allow them to manage their own affairs irrespective of their host nation. And in fact, like this is a really old idea, like crypto anarchy, cyber states, and pirate utopias is something that I read in 2016. And this old cypherpunk idea was to create like temporary autonomous zones or sovereign crypto networks, basically declaring independence in cyberspace. It was also starting to come up in institutionalists. They also were thinking about how can you make e-government. Leslie Lamport also created a paper for the Paxos protocol called the Part-Time Parliament, which is about a fictional island in Greece that was essentially filled with merchant traders. They would come there. They wanted to actually do their business rather than getting into politics. So they came up with the Paxos protocol and used that to create their legislator. So Andres Harrison recently was on a podcast and couldn't answer why blockchain. The thing is that this technology can operate in hostile environments, right? So here's Kachin, for example. They've been fighting for independence in 1950. They can't have institutional buildings with like paper records because they get bombed all the time, right? So they're actually interested in creating a national currency that is actually a true cryptocurrency, right? There's also the Rojavans who are trying to create a democracy in the caliphate of ISIS. So they've got terrorists on one side, they've got the Turkish bombing on the other side, same problem. But why should we do this? Well, with the technology today, we can secure property rights without doing anything extra fancy. And if we can do that, we can actually start bringing in 4 billion people from that are currently locked out. Now, of course, there's energy concerns and communication infrastructure needs, but like, there are countries out there that don't have stable institutions, but they do, like, users have smartphones, particularly in the under 30 bracket. The World Bank was also saying that rule of law and human capital is actually the largest share of wealth in virtually all countries, more than natural resource extraction. So if we can actually implement this, it's like one of the most valuable things on the planet we can do. Also, the Copenhagen Consensus think tank published a paper on reducing trade barriers and transaction costs, something that crypto doesn't care about. You can transact with anyone on the planet instantaneously without any intermediation. If you can do this and reduce it by 0.1%, you're literally changing the GDP difference between Argentina and Switzerland. So what's also good about this is like you can actually start deploying institutions that follow the historical distillation of best practices for governing services. So we can actually respect consent a lot better. In nation states, you don't actually have really good, you have implied consent, right? Nobody signed the Constitution in America, for example. Not only that, we can also mitigate governmental immunity. So right now, like most, particularly the US, but like most nation states have some kind of form of governmental immunity. So what we're looking to do is build a sovereign stack, right? It needs to be collective built, so like through a DAO. It needs disintermediated access. So that means no JSON RPC request to a server, right? And as soon as you do that, you start introducing trust into the system. We need network level privacy for a sovereign stack, right? We need decentralized file storage, so you have an independent media. Things like WikiLeaks can be supported. It needs to be a heterogeneous multi-chain network for communities who have their own ways of governing, and we need private smart contracts, and it all needs to work on resource-restricted devices. When I talk about a network state, the internet does not exist the same way. Basically, the internet is not a monolith thing. It is a bunch of nodes or network connections, right? And the actual internet lies within the edges of these connections. So the idea is that we need to create a movement to create a self-sovereign crypto network, a decentralized technology stack that maximizes the cost of surveillance and coercion while minimizing the cost of exit voice and loyalty, and create a template for self-determining communities that follows the best practices in governing services, distributing non-coercive justice and order to all. And if you're interested in chatting to me, that's a QR code to talk to me on status. We're building out a team to do this sort of stuff, and if you're interested, I'd love to chat with you. Cool. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Hey. Hi. Oh, sure.
Now we're going to learn about the future of events like this, and I talk about data backpacks, metaverse fun beyond wallets. And I would like to invite to the stage Evan McMillan, the founder of Disco XYZ. Hi, Evan. When she's not being a founder, she's actually doing furniture upholstery. So now you've got two things to approach her about, after she's speaking. Like, first is her beautiful project, and secondly, you might have some furniture to, give her to. I don't know, do you take commissions?
We'll see. But we are all multifaceted human beings, and I'm very excited to learn all about all of your weird fun facts, too. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for having me. GM, everybody. Are we ready to have some fun? All right. That is the energy we're looking for. Okay, cool. We're on screen. We are live. My name is Evan McMullen. I am the CEO of Disco, your identity for the metaverse. We believe that you are the shining center of the party, and you should be able to reflect your data and your identity to the world however you choose. At Disco, we care very deeply about the future of fun and want to make sure that we can all have the right tools to turn Web3 from a bankless nation into the crypto utopia we know it can be. Financial freedom is super cool. In fact, it's the most fundamental of our freedoms, because without it, we cannot exercise many other rights as human beings. But we need more than just financial freedom to have fun. We need the freedom to be ourselves. First up, I'm going to cover a little history lesson that can guide the way we think about having a good time in the blockchain ecosystem. The concept of fun first appeared in the English language in the late 1600s. The French were already pretty good at having fun because they invented stuff like jousting and lace fabric. But prior to the Norman conquest of the 11th century, the concept of fun didn't even have a word in the British Isles, let alone a bunch of cool inventions dedicated specifically to enjoying oneself. William Chaucer was the first author to write about fun in the English language. Many English writers of the 14th century were consumed with more serious concepts like religion and mythology, romance. Anyway, so the rest of our writers were very consumed with concepts like romance, mythology, and religion, which were Latin ideas that made their way to England in the saddlebags of the invading Norman French. However, Chaucer turned instead to a truly Anglo-French concept of combining fun and fart jokes. His book, The Canterbury Tales, revolutionized the way that fun was seen in England. It was no longer considered a stuffy diversion of the upper class, but instead was accessible to the average serf. Chaucer is still revered today as the father of modern English fun and as the inspiration for the whoopee cushion. A few hundred years later, in 1857, the British were still leading the way in defining modern fun. Pub owners Charles and Logan McGrath originally began experimenting with a mirrored ball with a light hung from the ceiling so that their pub could be more fun than everyone else's. Standing around drinking in the dark isn't that cool, even when you're standing next to very expensive JPEGs, and doing the same with the lights on was also pretty lame. But this happy medium of illumination and visual delight allowed for a much more theatrical space. Across the pond, after another 60 years of evolution and homebrewed designs, Louis Bernard Woest of Newport, Kentucky, in the United States, filed a patent for the myriad reflector. He had meticulously evolved the original approach into a robust design for large-scale manufacture. Unlike the mirrored spheres that we usually imagine when we say disco ball, this reflector was a 27-inch globe made with more than 1,200 handmade mirrors, glimmering and illuminated with the light from within. One small sphere, and suddenly, you had a party. The myriad reflector was cool, but its motor and light made it pretty finicky. And so around the same time, a similar object called a mirror ball gained popularity. These spheres were covered in square mirror pieces illuminated by lights shining on them from the outside. So they got incorporated in all kinds of unexpected places, like a tuberculosis hospital, as pictured here. Today, we know disco balls is the instant mark of a dance floor, a signal that fun is afoot. I'm sure that some of you were dancing last night at the beach clubs underneath the disco ball, so please hydrate after this session. Disco balls are the shining center of the party, and when one shows up, you know you have the ingredients for a good time, and that's how Web3 should be. Just like a disco ball, you as a person are a marvelous, glittering party all your own, and you should be received in the metaverse accordingly. Apps and protocols should morph around you to fit your personal preferences. However, today in Web 2, your data is consumed by apps and strewn across the universe out of your ownership and control. Like the original Myriad reflector, your light, your identity, your unique amazingness comes from within you and should be reflected with your consent in the way you prefer, not letting Mark Zuckerberg sell you on the open market to radicalize QAnon recruits or whatever Facebook's business model is these days. The magical part of Web3 is that we can reclaim our identities, enabled with true ownership by our public blockchain key pairs. We can logically centralize control of data around ourselves while physically decentralizing where that data lives throughout the metaverse so that we can become the self-sovereign disco balls that we were always meant to be. Public chains are not appropriate places to store personally identifiable information, the crucial data that makes you, you. Because the risk and harm to human beings can be extremely dangerous, and publicizing data so that everyone can see in God mode means an equal opportunity surveillance apparatus, not a step away from surveillance capitalism. Blockchains are perfect for public, immutable, transferable assets where we might have a double spend problem, but all the non-financial information about you that doesn't require global publicity in perpetuity and probably would be better enjoyed with greater flexibility, speed, and interoperability, we can take all that data off the chain and bring it with us in our backpacks. But Evan, you might ask, how can we have a personality in the metaverse if we can't express it all on-chain? And if it's not on-chain, is there a way for us to use our keys and still have true ownership? So in Web3 today, when you connect your wallet to a decentralized application, your wallet contents enable a fairly personalized experience. Whether bringing your NFTs into a game environment, spending tokens in DeFi, your wallet contents right now are the bulk of your Web3 personality, which means that in Web3 today, you introduce yourself with your money and transaction history, not your knowledge, experiences, sense of humor, community, or personhood, but you are more than the contents of your wallet. If the only thing I know about you is your Ethereum address, then we can't have very much fun together. We can pool capital and spend it, but we can't easily coordinate a newsletter, find new friends, or bootstrap an interplanetary messaging layer so we can check on Elon Musk on Mars. We need to know more about one another without compromising our independence to bring real fun to the metaverse. Because we are multidimensional, vibrant human beings with personalities and likes and dislikes, accomplishments, capabilities, secrets, and dreams, we are not merely apes on a small rotating rock who exist to leak alpha and sell JPEGs. We are all that and much more. So if we're going to be more than the contents of our wallet, as Tyler Durden so earnestly urged us in the movie Fight Club, we're going to need another way to introduce ourselves. Some of you have heard of the world of Web3 that lies beyond the blockchain. Like Back to the Future, it's going to take a little bit of technology for us to get there, but instead of a time-traveling car, we can use our existing private keys to sign private data written about a user that can be owned and controlled by that person, not publicized for the world to see on-chain. This data can be written by Ethereum keys about a Bitcoin key, and everyone can be on the same page across chains Web 2 and Web 3. More than 100 kinds of keys, from Web 2 identifiers to Web 3 blockchain keys, can be used in this way to write and read each other's messages in a fast, low-cost, secure manner. These credentials can be controlled and signed with our existing blockchain keys, but do not live on the public chain. Rather, they live wherever the owner wishes to store them, in private, decentralized storage, on their device, or even printed out as QR codes. We are organic, evolving beings, and accordingly, our data needs similar flexibility, not immutability, to help us have fun together and evolve as individuals, constantly changing to solve more complex coordination problems than simply throwing money around. Verifiable credentials help us express ourselves with rich data in accordance with our consent as God and Madonna and the W3C intended. So if you're going to carry all of these awesome non-financial things with you around, you're going to need more than just a wallet. This is time for your personal data backpack, a way to carry all your stuff across the metaverse, across chains from Web 2 to Web 3, full of your ID cards, your memberships, memories, accomplishments, and more. Your collection of verifiable credentials can be a much fuller expression of than your financial accounts ever could. Just like your backpack IRL, you should be able to decide who sees what's in your data backpack and who's allowed to interact with it and how. At Disco, when we say data backpack, we mean a set of your verifiable credentials, data encrypted against your keys, stored in decentralized storage under your ownership and control. This setup is possible because of another amazing tech spec from the World Wide Web Consortium, the high wizards of the internet and the world's leading experts in connecting networks together. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, are like aliases for your existing public addresses: email, Ethereum, Solana, Bitcoin, like 100 other kinds. DIDs allow us to retrofit our existing addresses with new technical features, so we can help all of these different kinds of key pairs communicate with one another through the shared language of verifiable credentials. We can rotate these keys if they're compromised or pertain to a specific role that we no longer occupy. Disco's data backpacks are a simple, friendly interface to manage all your stuff without protocol complexity or confusing technical labor. So just like a backpack can carry other things that you plan to give to others, DIDs enable superpowers like a portable Web3 DocuSign, where you can verifiably sign any data about you or others on or off chain anywhere you go. You can have as many DIDs as you like from as many chains, and each address can collect VCs that go in your backpack. In the future, you'll be able to show up to with any one of your Ethereum addresses and enjoy the reputation you've built up around all of your other addresses, whether from Web 2, Web 3, or any base chain. So we at Disco are especially excited to be building with amazing ecosystems like SheepEye, Boys Club, Ceramic, and more, and can't wait to help you all get your bags soon. So at Disco, when we think about this future that we are building, like Chaucer and the Canterbury Tales, we need to revolutionize the way that fun is seen in our community. Web3 should no longer be considered a stuffy diversion of the upper class. Instead, we must make it finally accessible to the average person and to all the other people who aren't here in the room with us today, which means we must commit to low or no cost onboarding into a world of data that can more effectively capture the human experience. We need data that can move seamlessly between chains without bridges and gas fees. We can avoid platform lock-in and manage risk by making our data interoperable and supporting a plurality of providers and ecosystems instead of binding ourselves to a singular chain. We can maximize consent by sharing our data on a only need-to-know basis, and we can build Web3 experiences with DIDs and VCs that enable this future vision. In the future, Bella Hadid can present a credential from Vogue to prove that she's been on the cover 12 times, which a bot cannot do. So this proof from Vogue can be like an anti-Sybil proxy, so she doesn't need to fill out a CAPTCHA when she shops for clothes online. Oops. Taylor Swift can carry a self-attested credential stating her dislike of John Mayer. So in all of her future restaurant decisions, she can book her dinner plans in the future, and these restaurants can omit his music from the playlist. BoysClub.vip, the global community of women and non-binary people in Web3, can issue credentials of membership in good standing, which can be used to access exclusive merch with partner brands and allow members to enter members-only experiences in person, skip the waitlist for future opportunities, or allow lists. Side note, for all of our female and non-binary friends here today, I invite you to join us at boysclub.vip and tell them I sent you. Your identity and your reputation are the keys to a metaverse driven by our accomplishments and our interactions, not only by our purchases and our monetary earnings. But where we are today, we have a few paths in front of us, and while they are long, these decisions need to be made urgently. The Web3 community is starting to agree, from Ethereum to Bitcoin to even Cardano, that account abstraction is critical. Many builders from these ecosystems understand that adding privacy later is not a viable solution, and building tools without ethical guardrails that dox early adopters can be catastrophic. This means we have common ground ahead despite the tribalism of Web3 if multiple chain ecosystems are all excited at the same time about the same capabilities for their own communities. We might just have a winner on our hands for a rich interoperability layer through these technologies. And if you don't religiously follow Tim Berners-Lee or the W3C, you might have missed a momentous historic event last week. DIDs were basically approved to move forward as a standard, and Mr. Berners-Lee himself, daddy of the internet, struck down Google's opposition and defended the internet yet again against the forces that wish to centralize it. So thank you all so much for joining me here today. If you are excited about the future of fun, please share your metaverse dreams with us at disco.xyz. I can't wait to hear about all of your wildest imaginations for building a world that connects the human part of human coordination tools. I'm Evan McMullen, and I will see you in the metaverse.
Right, so in this talk, entering the era of Web3 social, we're going to explore the question, what would happen if we actually own our presence in social media? An interesting thing about this panel is that it's actually, panel presentation, is that it's actually going to be on Zoom, so you can imagine it's pandemic all over again. And so I would like to invite Stanley Kulechov, who's going to meet you on the other side of the screen. He's from Aave, as well as Lens Protocol project. So enjoy.
Hey everyone, how's it going in Barcelona? Really wish I was there and getting some more tan into my face as well. I've been waiting for quite long, actually, this event to happen, so I'm super excited to be here and present as well something interesting about the Web3 social. So I'm gonna share my presentation with everyone of you there, and today we kind of will talk a bit about what led us here to grow into Web3 social. And also kind of what kind of benefits and implications it has into the social media space, and also for us as creators and users of social media today, and also look into the Lens protocol, how it actually works and what it means for the builders, the users of the applications that are built on top of the Lens protocol. So essentially, this is an interesting statement about Web2 social media. So obviously, Web3 social media works in many ways. The internet itself works, you know. So the same way as finance works to some extent as well. So these technologies basically have brought us all together here. So that's the evolution of internet. With internet, we all can come together, like each other's stories, post content, transact and move funds across the globe. But at the same time, the way we build the internet, it definitely has some particular challenges at the moment, especially as we become more global citizens and more demanding of what actually the infrastructure could be. And in Web3 social, currently we have different kinds of ways of where we are a bit of limited in the utility. So first of all, whenever we use Web2 social, we are usually using so-called platforms. So we're going into one particular platform, and we're looking ourselves into that platform, into the algorithms, and also the interactions, the users we're interacting with, or the followers we're gaining are locked in that particular platform. So we're basically relying quite a lot on what that platform is doing, and also we're providing a lot of the value into those platforms. And that can be, for example, today, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and any social media that is built in the traditional internet sense. And of course, the user data is quite heavily decentralized at the same time, meaning that the access to that database and all that interactioning and all that information is exclusively, first of all, the right of the platform owners and their kind of like a right of actually choose what to do with that data. Many of the platforms actually sell the data with the users knowing it in the fine print, but you can't much actually do because all your friends are using the same social media platform, and it's very difficult to kind of like make your digital exit and vote with your feet when there's just few providers out there, and basically you have accumulated your follower base there. So for us, the evolution, how we came here and where we're going towards, definitely started with more of a Web1 social, where we had an internet where you can post content and you can read the content, you can host your own providers. Email is a good example of that, and have this connectivity. And of course, before social, we have media. There's sort of publishing and centralized newspapers, and before that also the book reading rights and so forth. So kind of like media became more social, and where we're today with the Web2 social, we basically made it more easier to publish content, share that content with your peers and audience by essentially creating this level of centralization where we have servers and we're interacting with those servers and making it way more easier for us to explore content and find content. So centralization in one way has brought a lot of people together and at the same time made the internet more efficient. And the problems that we basically in the previous slide went through is something that the Web3 social is trying to solve. So Web3 and the blockchain is quite a lot about the idea of ownership. So essentially, what if actually you could have ownership on whatever value you might have, or whatever things you're contributing, or actually ownership or access to anything that is available there. So where decentralized finance provides the kind of like ownership and accessibility to protocols that are decentralized and accessible to globally to anyone at the same time with the same equal opportunity. In the same way, for example, where cryptocurrencies as its own value proposition is bringing the idea of having your keys, you will have your ownership of your assets. Well, the same way in Web3 social, we're trying to solve the idea of actually you having your keys, then you have your ownership of your content, and also the accessibility and the broadcasting channel with your audience. And that's the kind of like idea where essentially we want to change the structure of how social media works today. Instead of building and empowering the companies that are running these platforms, we switch the model around where the user is the one that is in the epicenter, and all these algorithms and applications are built for the user. So the user can actually choose to change the applications that they're using, or change the algorithms that are basically supporting the users to find content or curate or filter content. So it gives the freedom and portability, and that's what we are solving with the Web3 social aspect. And essentially, in the bigger picture, the Web3 social is bringing the power back to the user. So essentially, this means that all these applications are not anymore, like the user isn't anymore relying on these applications. Instead, the applications are now relying on the users, because essentially, if you're not building as an application builder, algorithm builder, you're not building something that is very beneficial to the user, someone else will build that and get that network effect. And essentially, for us, it's quite fascinating how the approach is two-folded. So as for developers, for example, Web3 social and what Lens Protocol is doing, it's empowering developers to actually build new social media applications. So anyone, any part of the world could actually build the next very fascinating social media application bringing a new way of interacting with the content without actually going for the process of creating this big platform effect. Building social media today is very hard from developer perspective, because essentially you will need to create an application and a network where everyone wants to join, and you have that data and you have the content and you have that flow. And recently, when we looked even a couple of years back, how Clubhouse was started and how much effort the whole Clubhouse community was striving towards populating the application with content, different kinds of topics and rooms, and all that amount of work has to go into to create a social media application or a new way of interacting with content. And when you already have that network existing somewhere, meaning that you have the accessibility to the user base, by just building something new and incredible, you can get that user base actually come to your application, and that drives innovation. And at the same time, every single new application built on the same social graph would also mean that it's a new user base and new user acquisition for the rest of the social graph, and also to those applications. So in traditional sense, when you look into the current ecosystem social media applications, they pretty much build in silos, and they're building for their own platform for those companies to thrive. Here, the model and approach is different. Everyone is building towards helping each other and enriching their networks and products, essentially. And from the creator's perspective, essentially, because you owned the relationship with your audience, it means that as a creator, you're not locked into one particular platform, and means that if you have some income deriving from a particular platform, it's not anymore relying towards that. So essentially, whatever you are doing as a creator, you always carry your followers, whichever application you choose to distribute your content for your users, and the way you monetize. And you have this interesting, fascinating area of composability as well, where since you have an open social graph, anyone can build algorithms. You can also build things on top of the applications, things that empower creators, tools, and the platform is open. We do have some extent of composability in the traditional social media when you're using APIs, but they're so limited what you can actually do in terms of conditions and the endpoints as well. And the kind of like a more inclusive way to build is where you can actually open up the whole system on a smart contract level, on the data layer, and let anyone to innovate. Essentially, the Lens protocol relies quite heavily on tokenization, and Lens protocol itself is a smart contract-based protocol. So when you are creating a profile, what happens is that profile is an NFT. Essentially, you can transfer that NFT into another address, for example. You can delegate different kinds of rights, for example, if you have posting rights or any other things you want to do. And at the same time, when you follow another profile, you actually mint a follow NFT. And this means that essentially that following relationship is tokenized as an NFT. And the following follow NFTs are dynamic NFTs, so they will always reflect the latest content that you might have in the social graph. So for example, if you post a picture of a dog into the social graph, what happens is that the follow NFTs will reflect that picture of a dog, and when you post something else, let's say a picture of a cat, those follow NFTs will reflect the latest picture of a cat. And essentially what will happen here is that as a Lens protocol user, you actually have a censorship-resistant distribution channel for your users and your audience. So if I go to, let's say, into a wallet or into OpenSea, I will always see the latest content by just looking at the follow NFTs. And of course, the NFT logic is also implemented into the content itself in terms of when you want to actually mint an immutable copy of the content. So let's say that I really like the picture of a cat, I want to mint it, so I can actually collect that content, and the creator can actually set also fees for collecting and different kinds of logic. For example, only maybe follow token IDs from 1 to 100 can mint it, 1 to 10, or they have to have some additional logic that they might have to have a crypto coin in their wallet to be able to mint it as well. So the protocol itself is very modularized, so you can create new modules. We'll check in a moment, but essentially additional logic how it works. And of course, besides posting, you can comment and mirror. And mirror is essentially the same way as in Twitter, where you actually are retweeting the content. So you're essentially amplifying your content, like someone else's content to your audience. And the creator can also send mirror fees to share with whoever is amplifying that content. And it's actually just a good example on how you can actually use NFTs in something like a wide as the Lens protocol. And essentially why we created the mirror function and the idea of amplification is that the mirror function is just one example of what you can actually do to empower the curators. And curators is an area in curation where everyone is curating to some extent content. You might curate something by liking in let's say in Twitter or Instagram and or in TikTok, and that content will get amplification. But in many of these applications, even if you curate, let's say, a playlist in Spotify, you aren't actually rewarded as curators. So the idea is that we want to bring in the protocol more elevation for curators and helping to monetize the content amplification aspect as well. Because end of the day, everyone is a curator one way or another. Essentially, what we're looking to kind of like achieve here is first and foremost is the custody of what belongs to you actually. So you as a user are creating all the interactions and activity in social media. You're generating a lot of data, and essentially you should be able to own the accessibility to that data, but also you should be owning the relationship that you create in social media. And that's what's the idea of bringing the ownership of your social graph to you. And of course, essentially, composability is a big part of what we're doing. So essentially, when you are building a social graph on chain, it means that it creates a Web3 footprint, and Web3 footprint already exists in Web3. For example, when you are interacting with DeFi protocols like Aave or something else, you're leaving your Web3 footprint, or when you're buying a NFT, you're leaving a Web3 footprint. So you already have this footprint that is existing. With the composability, you could actually build new applications where you're using, let's say, the Lens protocol. You might use decentralized finance and combine them to build something else and empower the users. Or it might be just solely related to Web3 social, where you are building something with the Lens protocol and let's say something like Livepeer regarding streaming content as well. And all of the ideas here, they basically unleash creativity. So when we decrease the barrier of actually enter to innovate as a developer, as a creator, it means that we see more innovation and we see more creativity. There is just thousands of ideas out there what you can build in terms of the Web3 social, what you could actually decentralize, and how you can empower creators and curators and users. But those ideas never realized because there's just such a big threshold to build social media and get people excited about that. And by lowering that threshold down, essentially by creating a common social graph, brings that innovation. So ideas that maybe used to be very difficult to achieve in the mass scale might be valuable now, because maybe the future of social media isn't obtaining millions of followers as a creator. Maybe it's finding your niche and having the right way of and ability to interact the right way with your audience. And that could be a viable, actually, product market fit idea for social media. And you can create smaller pockets of different kinds of applications. In terms of like the protocol itself, it's modularized. So there's different kinds of follow modules. Pay to follow is one example. You have different kinds of commenting modules. It can be that you have to follow to comment, and also collect modules. So for example, you can collect, but you might have to pay a fee that might go to a donation or Gitcoin or whatever logic you want to set as an application builder. And essentially, we have seen a lot of interesting contributions already from the community in terms of directly into the protocol. And you could do a lot of interesting stuff. You can create more NFT gated follows. So let's say you have to have, besides following someone, you have to have, let's say, a particular NFT, or you have to have interaction with some particular DeFi protocol, or made a contribution in Gitcoin to follow a particular user, or you have to follow some other user to follow you, which is kind of interesting thing you can actually do. And then you can create even things like creator funding, where the followers will pay to follow, but then the creator will basically share the collection fees with the followers. So this is an interesting area where we've seen a lot of contributions. And of course, because the protocol lives on Polygon at the moment, you can use everything that exists on the same blockchain, or even other blockchains to an oracles, and maybe create additional modules that have additional logic that actually uses something like decentralized finance or something else. Does carbon? You have to offset carbon to follow someone, for example. So it just shows that the protocol itself is built and meant to be very flexible, so that it fits quite widely different use cases. And if there's a use case that you have in mind that you want it to fit, we're happy to accommodate that as well and help you on that. And of course, we build an API, and the idea of the API is that getting data from the blockchain might take some time. We basically indexed all the data to get that content quickly. It's an API that helps you build Bootstrap application quite fast. And the idea is to, in the further time, to decentralize it. There can be other APIs as well being built. So you necessarily don't need to use the Lens API. You can use the Graph or something else. But essentially, APIs, the Lens API is an example where we could have a system of middle layers where essentially you can create a interesting content moderation algorithm and feed that through an API across multiple applications, or for example, who to follow API and offer it as a service to many of these applications that are being built on top of the Lens protocol. Now the Lens ecosystem is quite growing. I mean, obviously there's a Discord where people are having fun all the time. We had an open letter where we encouraged everyone to come and sign for the kind of like an evolution of Web3 social. There's almost 50,000 open letter signers, which is nice to see that people care about the Web3 social. And we launched into the mainnet roughly a month ago. There's 32, well now there's 36,000 total profiles minted, and it's relatively closed in the sense that basically it's allow list basis at the moment, but it's growing quite substantially at the moment as we allow list more communities, and essentially it becomes permissionless quite soon, that anyone can mint the profile. It's quite steady in terms of how the profiles has been growing since the launch. And of course, like if you look at the follows as well, so you can actually follow anyone and mint the follow NFT depending, of course, on the logic on the Lens protocol. But there's still an allow list on the profile creation. Yeah, and of course, one recent development is that we've seen a lot of interesting actually drops on the protocol itself. So, for example, recently, Shify did a drop on the Lens protocol through a Lenser, one of the interfaces, and essentially they raised some funds, and we go a bit further on that. But just an example what has been built on the Lens protocol. So we have a simple basically lens trends application where you can follow, and we are using this application to test different kinds of algorithms, and all the algorithms will be open source. Anyone can contribute their own algorithm, and we can test it in this application. So it's going to be very fascinating to see like how this open algorithmic ecosystem will grow. It's very interesting field to nerd as a data scientist. Lens, there is basically the kind of like a main community built front end. It's very used at the moment. It was built in under 2 weeks in Aleph Pro Hackathon. This just showcases like how quickly you can actually build social media applications. It's quite actually fun. I use it all the time. Also, the person who built Lenser, Yogi, his brother, built basically, he goes by the name sassycodes.lens on Lens protocol. So he built LensTube, just another example, like how quickly you can actually build Web3 social. And these are very kind of like a basic applications. There's so much things to do and build further. And then we have Miguel. So he's quite active in the Web3 community. He's there in ETH Barcelona, probably somewhere in the audience. Hey, Miguel, if you are there. But Miguel basically built almost like one application per day. So he built the Lens powered Hacker News that it was more crypto friendly. He built the Reflect as well, where you could actually post on the Lens protocol, and that will be reflected to your crypto Twitter audience as well. And there are just examples like how quickly you can build very useful, cool applications. And there's like over 60 plus something front ends out there. So some are hackathon projects or more developed. There's a lot of interesting stuff coming up. If you're interested in building something cool, you have to reach me out, and we can talk more and guide you and help you. The ideas, you can go to ideas.lens.xyz. You know, we try to kind of like encourage to build something new regarding to the built-in follower governance, letting your followers to decide things for you. Curation is a big topic. Social verification, I'm very bullish because Twitter has the blue check mark, but actually you could have social verification communities as well that are might do better work or more accurate work on that side. But also not only verifying necessarily people, but you could verify actually content, news, anything. You can verify the amount of people even in this talk. So that's interesting stuff you can build. That's about it. I'm kind of out of time. I want to thank everyone who came to the talk and of course the organizers. Super excited to see the ETH Barcelona coming along, and I hope you all are having fun there. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach me out and talk more, or our team. And if anyone's wondering, it's a Blueberry Pi behind of me. So thank you all, and hope you all have fun there.
Now, this is going to be a great opportunity for everyone who knows that the merge is coming, but don't really understand what's happening with it. So Skylar Weaver from Ethereum Foundation is going to explain you everything about it. Skylar, welcome to the stage. You're very lucky to have Skylar here because actually he's been on the road with his motorcycle for the last 3 years, and he's on the road on the way to Argentina right now. So he had to flew out of Peru, and right after he finished this talk, he's going to fly back to Peru, or maybe you hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, hang out till Friday.
Okay, enjoy everyone.
Cool, awesome. Thank you, Anya. Thank you, Anya. Yeah, so today we're going to talk a little bit about proof of stake and the merge. Before we jump into it, I want to say thank you to the organizers, Manu, and the whole team for ETH Barcelona here. Like, I know how difficult it is to put on a conference of this size and quality. Huge applause for all of them. I actually work with the Ethereum Foundation, primarily on the DevCon team, and I felt it would be remiss if I didn't invite you all to come join us in Bogota, in Colombia, for DevCon, the annual Ethereum Developers Conference that the Ethereum Foundation puts on. So this is the first one in 3 years. We've had to postpone it for 2 because of the pandemic. So we're super excited to have it finally, and welcome you all to join us there. If you scan that QR code, it brings you to the Twitter where you can follow and keep on updates. And for those who speak Spanish here in Spain, maybe there's some parallels there as well, as it's in Colombia. We'll have some talks and some events before DevCon in all Spanish as well. So hope to see many of you there. But today, we're not talking about DevCon, we're talking about proof of stake and the merge. And so I was initially going to do something a little bit more technical about the merge, about what it is. But I figured it would actually be nice if we took a step back and went back to the basics a little bit. I think there's a lot of new people in the community. And a lot of people know that the merge is coming, know that proof of stake is good. But if you were to ask them whether, why is it better than proof of work, or why is the Ethereum community moving to proof of stake, I think some people, or many people, wouldn't necessarily be able to articulate that. And so for those of you who are very familiar with proof of stake already, maybe this is some repeat information. But I'm hoping that this is a good reminder before we reach the merge of why we're actually doing it. And so I'm going to go into why proof of stake and going to talk about a bunch of stuff that's been debated for years, almost a decade now, and try to cover it in 20 minutes. So bear with me as I go pretty fast. And if you find me afterwards, you can ask me questions. But first, I'll start with, is proof of stake better than proof of work in every way? Because I've heard some people say this, and I think it's important to recognize that there's trade-offs in life. There's trade-offs in everything, including the difference between, or switching between, proof of work and proof of stake. So I think it'd be fair if I covered the possible advantages of proof of work. These are a few of the commonly cited ones. And there's a few others if you dive into the intricacies. But to start off, I'll say that the proof of stake, one advantage of proof of work is that proof of stake requires weak subjectivity. Proof of work does not. And so essentially what this means at a basic level is that if your staking node is offline for a certain period of time, right now it's months, and you want to come back online, you'll need to find some trusted party, whether that be a friend or a peer or an institution like Etherscan or Infura to get the current state of the chain to fully sync the right state of the proof of stake chain. And I think it's best actually explained by, articulated by Vitalik in this article here about how I learned to love weak subjectivity. Also a good recommendation is the Bankless podcast between Lynn Alden and Justin Drake on proof of work versus proof of stake. There's some other advantages of proof of work as well. One is physical hardware-driven nature of proof of work adds friction even to well-capitalized attackers. So if you're going to attack proof of work, you're going to need to buy billions of dollars of hardware, and that's probably going to be noticeable, probably going to be recognizable somewhere. People will notice that somebody's buying up billions of dollars of hardware, and so it probably goes less undetectable. In my opinion, noticeable and stoppable are two different things. So like whether you notice it, maybe you can. Whether you're able to stop a state actor from doing this is maybe another question. But that is, I think, one advantage of proof of work. And another one I would say is a proof of stake system from the start could be bad for distribution of the asset. So with proof of work, it forces miners to sell part of the reward for energy and hardware costs. That's less ideal, or less ideal system is one that starts with an ICO, where you distribute those tokens to the highest bidders, then a POS system from the start, where then those bidders who won those tokens, earn those tokens, are the ones in control of the validator set, and new coins, new issuance, goes to the incumbents, with no need really to sell or distribute those back out, because there's not as many costs with running a node on proof of stake. I'd say the benefit here is that Ethereum has had 7 years of proof of work to better the distribution of Ether after the ICO. And I think there's lots of reports out there right now that illustrate that the distribution is actually much better than a lot of other chains that exist. And so I think it's actually an advantage that we've had proof of work to start. But those are some benefits of proof of work. Then why are we moving to proof of stake? And so I'll run through here, like there's 6 or 7 that I'll run through of primary reasons why I think it's important that we're moving to proof of stake. The first one being higher security. So proof of stake offers more security for the same cost. The security of a blockchain can be calculated in the amount of money it takes to attack the chain. How much does it cost to get 51% control of the miners or of the stakers? Proof of stake security offers roughly 5 to 20x more security for the same cost. Meaning the attacker would need 5 to 20x more capital for performing a 51% attack on Ethereum proof of stake than Ethereum proof of work. If you want to see the math behind this, I'd recommend this article, Why Proof of Stake, by Vitalik from 2020. Very similar and in line with this last one is more economic efficiency that proof of stake brings. So what does that mean? When we talked in the last slide about proof of stake offers roughly 5 to 20x more security for the same cost, what is the cost that we're talking about? The cost is what we need to pay to incentivize validators. And so we pay this incentivization in Ether emissions, in the block reward, so in inflation, if you will. Those block rewards goes to the validators, and then we have more validators securing the network. So with proof of stake, we can lower emissions to achieve the same or higher security than we have had with proof of work. So when we lower emissions, we can more easily reach a point where more Ether is being burnt than is being created, which maybe in turn results in a deflationary Ether supply, which is where the ultrasound money meme has come from. And a higher price of Ether could possibly result from that, which would mean a higher price to attack the chain, and in turn more security. It's also kind of easily visualized here on this ultrasound.money website. You can see the burn on the left, issuance on the right, and supply growth in the middle. Issuance is 5.5 million per ETH per year before the merge, and if we simulate the merge, you can see that issuance drops by 10x to 0.6 million ETH per year, and we actually end up, based on this like past historical data, of negative emission of 1.8% per year. Which you can see more at this ultrasound money site. Okay, another pro of proof of stake is better attack recovery. So I think there's a myth among those who are pro proof of work out there that argue that 51% attacks are infeasible for chains with high security. Those being like Ethereum, those being Bitcoin right now. A lot of pro proof of work opponents would say it's infeasible. Nobody's going to attack that. And I think that's a fantasy. Like I think currently, so we look at currently it costs roughly between 10 to 20 billion to 51% attack Bitcoin and Ethereum. And for you and I, yeah, 10 to 20 billion, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But for state actors, it really isn't. In 2016, China defense budget was 146 billion for 1 year. In 2021, the US defense budget was 745 billion for 1 year. In my opinion, we will see 51% attacks in our lifetime, and it's super important that we're able to recover from them. In proof of stake, attacks are much easier to recover from than in proof of work. In proof of work, and why is that? It's because in proof of work, capital is outside the system. So if somebody attacks, you can't tell which miners are attacking, and you can't stop it. You can only fight it with building up your own hash power as well, or perhaps trying to locate them physically and then get involved in like a physical fight. In proof of stake, capital is within the system, the Ether. So you're able to, if someone attacks, you're able to see the attacking capital, and it can be force exited or deleted by community intervention. Now a 51% attack is not ideal, and I think it will be rare even if it does happen, but it's super important that if it does happen, in the case when it does, that the chain, the ecosystem is able to recover from it. And in proof of work, it's not possible. In proof of stake, it is. And so I think, like, in the way Justin Drake says this is that this is like an infinite advantage of proof of stake over proof of work, where the other option is basically that the chain is stuck and everyone's screwed. And so this is one big advantage of proof of stake: better attack recovery. Another one, I would say, is more decentralization. So how do you become your own independent miner in proof of work? Well, you can invest millions of dollars in creating your own mining farm. You can invest, and when you do that also, you're probably finding a location that has like cooler climates, cheaper energy. Maybe you find green energy, but you're spending a lot of money to create your own mining farm to be an independent, profitable miner. You can invest less, but you'll be joining a pool and in turn contributing to the centralization of the network. Or you can run independently and invest less, but you'll be unprofitable, and it just doesn't really work out. So how do you become a validator in proof of stake? Well, you need no special hardware. You can use the computer you have with you in your backpack. You can stake on a Raspberry Pi for $300. You do need 32 ETH, and you could buy that from friends or from exchanges, and that costs right now around like $35,000. And yes, for some, that is a lot. But compared to the millions needed for being your own independent proof of work mining farm, I really think it's reasonable and much more accessible. And if you have less than this, you can join decentralized staking pools like Rocket Pool, et cetera, which aren't really possible in proof of work settings. And so, like, because becoming a validator is more accessible to more people, I would argue that there's much more decentralization in a proof of stake system than in a proof of work system. Second to last, I'll talk about censorship resistance. And so, like, if a government wants to locate a large proof of work mining farm, it's really easy. You just go ask the electric company, or you use a heat map technology like they do for weed farming in the US or other places, and you're able to pretty easily identify large mining farms, which end up having a large percentage of the overall hash rate. How do you do it how do you locate large proof of stake validators? It's not so easy. Because the lower electricity usage by validators makes it much harder to locate for those who are trying to search for it, trying to censor. And even if they do find the validating machine, destroying that machine doesn't destroy your ether. If you've backed up your keys somewhere else, you can go start your machine up again and continue staking or withdraw. And so this is not also just in theory, this is in practice. Like, maybe some of you saw last year, the Malaysian government found a large Bitcoin miner with 1,000-some Bitcoin mining rigs, and they crushed them using a steamroller. And so I think like this is one example and one instance of where proof of stake systems are much more censorship resistant than those using a proof of work system. Lastly, I will say that proof of stake is more solarpunk, more environmentally efficient. So some would argue that proof of work incentivizes green energy. In my opinion, that's a fantasy. Proof of work incentivizes cheap energy. And in some cases, yes, green energy is the cheapest energy around. But in most cases, the cheapest energy is not green, and you end up incentivizing cheap non-green energy. And so proof of stake, why is proof of stake more energy efficient? Well, proof of work is just proof of stake with extra steps, in my opinion. Instead of locking up the capital and proving that you own this capital, you have to use this capital to burn energy in solving pointless puzzles. And then you prove that you burnt this energy using this capital to validate the chain. And so in proof of stake, you can have an Ethereum validator that can run on under 10 watts today. And if we really do want a solarpunk future, in my opinion, we can't be wasting more energy than Switzerland does per year on solving pointless puzzles, which is why personally I'm very excited that with proof of stake, Ethereum is expected to reduce its energy emissions by 99.95%. So that's one of the biggest reasons I'm most excited for the merge, among others as well. So some of you might be asking, what's the status of the merge? I won't announce a date. I don't know a date. But I do know that we're making a lot of progress. And so over the past few years, it's gone through a lot of progress with creating clients. So we have 5 clients right now, consensus layer clients. We have a live beacon chain that's been running for over a year and a half, successfully, being audited, being tested, having like bug fixes and whatnot. We have created multiple dev nets and test nets to test the process of the merge. And most recently, we've actually started to merge, process the merge, do the merge on various actual real test nets. And so test nets were actually, there's real activity. And so we just did Ropsten a couple weeks ago, and it went successfully, which was super exciting. So we merged Ropsten. So Ropsten is now running on proof of stake. Today, actually like an hour ago, or maybe even 20 minutes ago, we had scheduled the Sepolia testnet merge, and it went successfully last I checked. I have to check after the talk again, but that is super exciting as well, and I think a really good signal. And next, we will merge Goerli, which is another testnet that we have in the Ethereum ecosystem, and then after that comes mainnet. So we're super excited to finally be getting this close to it. There's a nice site there, When Merge. It walks you through what the steps are that we've taken to get here, basically, and estimates a rough timeline for mainnet. And so that's a little bit about the status of the merge. But in summary, I guess, in my opinion, if we truly want to move towards a Solarpunk future, which I love this theme of the conference, I love the regen focus, I believe that proof of work is not the way. And this is one of the main reasons why we're switching to proof of stake and excited to finally get there later this year. That's all I have. I would say keep learning. There's a lot to keep up with. Hope to see a lot of you at future ETH events, whether that be DevCon or ETH Berlin or ETH Latam in Buenos Aires or whatever it may be. And if you want the slides are there. If you want a mega merge resource list to learn more about the merge and proof of stake and a lot of things I covered here, there's a nice good list over there. And if you have questions, I have 3 minutes, I guess, for questions if there are any. Thank you.
Oh, hello. Yeah, you mentioned rough estimate around mainnet. What kind of date do you have in mind?
What kind of date? So I should say I work on the DevCon team. I'm not in the research team. I keep in touch with them. But I mean, I think I would love to see it happen before DevCon. And I think there's a lot of other people who are also on board with it or trying to make it happen before DevCon. So if that gives you any sort of indication, honestly, there's no hard date. There's not an announced date or anything like that. But I know we're trying to make it happen before DevCon. It'd be cool, because then we could celebrate.
How exactly does the proof of work result in a better distribution of capital? And what time delay would you deem ideal for a merge? Like if it's not the 7 years or 8 years, right?
Yeah. Fair question. So there's an argument, proof of work, right? When you have proof of work, you have miners. And these miners are rewarded with block rewards, and they spend a portion of that block reward covering the cost of their mining. So covering the cost of their electricity and their hardware, which is depreciating over time. And so when they receive this block reward, they're sort of forced to sell it, at least a portion of it. They're not selling all of it, they're selling a portion of it. And I think this is actually an important point because there's an argument out there that like proof of stake is a situation in which rich get richer. But I would argue actually like in both proof of stake and proof of work, they are rich get richer systems. Like you have a return on investment. If you invest $1,000 in becoming a miner or a validator, you will get a fixed return on that investment. And if someone else invests $1 million in that, they're going to get a fixed return, but that will be more money. So rich are getting richer. However, in proof of work, the rich are getting richer faster, meaning there are economies of scale in proof of work. Because of all these extra steps you can do, basically, here's one instance. Like if I'm going to run a mining farm, proof of work mining farm, and I'm going to invest like a few $1 million into it, I'm going to locate a place that has cool temperatures, cheap electricity, and maybe work out a deal with the local electricity plant or something. That's not the same deal that I would get if I invest just a few $1,000s in becoming a miner. In staking, you have both. If you invest either $10,000 or $10 million, you have the same opportunity. There's not really increasing return of investment on becoming a staker, and so the rich get richer, but at the same rate that the poor get richer, unlike with proof of work, where the rich get richer faster, if that makes sense. I am now out of time, so I don't know how. I think I'm probably done. But if you guys have more questions, you can DM me on Twitter. I'm around here for the week until Friday, and then I fly back to Peru to get on my motorcycle. But happy to answer questions out there. Thanks all.
So we're going to continue on the subject of the merge and POS. And I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Leonardo Batista Gomez from Mega Labs, who's going to tell us about analysis of Ethereum to consensus clients. Welcome to the stage, Leonardo. Exciting fact about Leonardo is that he's also a private pilot. Enjoy, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is the first time I give a talk barefoot, so thank you very much for the organizers for the opportunity. OK, so the work that I'm going to present today is a team effort. This is my team, Tarun and Mikhail. This is my PhD student and engineer. If you can stand up, guys, please. The guys, if you have questions about this, they also help in this. So this is a work about trying to analyze how the consensus layer clients are behaving and how they perform looking to the merge, right? So the objectives of this study is to try to test these clients in different configurations, in different hardware, and try to see what is the user experience, the friendliness, and the documentation, and try to make sure that we are all ready for the merge. Now, the consensus clients consensus layer clients that we tested are these ones. So as it was mentioned before, there are 5 consensus layer clients, and there is one more that is not open source, Grandin, so we tested all of them. And these are the versions that we tested. So everything that I'm going to present today is with these versions. This work was done in the months of February to April. So some of those the results might not completely apply to the new versions because client teams actually work very hard, and they are releasing new versions all the time. But what I'm going to present today is with the versions of these clients. Now, the different type of hardware that we use are this one. So a Raspberry Pi, a standard cloud node, a fat cloud node, with different characteristics of CPU, memory, disk, and network bandwidth. Okay? So this was really to try to check whether these clients actually can run in different hardware devices and perform correctly. Now, we gathered a lot of data. Actually, we executed about almost 30,000 CPU hours. That is the equivalent of 3.4 CPU years in experiments. We collected over 700 million data points, from which we summarized that into 150 million data points. And we plotted about 1,000 figures on about all this experiment that we performed. Of course, in this 20 minutes that I have, I cannot present those 1,000 figures. But if you want to look at them, you can just access them in this website, and you can look at all the data that we gather and all the results. Now, I'm going to try just to summarize the important findings of this research. Now, just a disclaimer before I continue. The purpose of this study was not to find the best consensus layer client. The idea was rather to give feedback to the teams that are developing these clients, also to give feedback to the Ethereum Foundation, which is interested in making sure that the clients perform well, and that they actually can run properly in different hardwares and in different configurations. And also to the operators, for example, Lido and different staking pools, so that they know a little bit more about the clients and how they perform in different conditions. Now, let's start with this, the first part. So this is going to be a technical talk. Sorry for that. So let's start with CPU consumption. This is what you see here are the 5 different clients. So we are focusing on the open source clients here. The yellow one is Teku. The red one is Prism. The blue one is Lighthouse. The purple is Lodestar. And the green one is Nimbus. Okay? And what you see on the y-axis here is the CPU usage of the different clients, and this is syncing from Genesis, so from the slot 0 of the Beacon chain, up to whatever the chain was in April, more or less. Now, you see that they have different behaviors. There are some clients that consume more CPU than others, and there is a point where the clients actually start consuming more CPU, or they change their behavior on the CPU. And this is about this red line that you see here. Now, the red line that you see here is exactly the slot where the alter hard fork happened. Okay? And so the changes that were implemented are actually visible in the way the clients behave. Right? And on the right figure that you have over there is how they perform after syncing on the Kill testnet. Okay? So now you can see that after you finish syncing, they perform very well. They actually use less than 20% of CPU consumption. If you look at memory, we can see that, for example, in this case, Nimbus is the client that used less memory, so it's very optimized. In blue, you have Lighthouse, which actually increased the memory consumption quite a bit. At some point, actually it crashed, and we had to restart it. We repeat this experiment several times, and it happened several times. We already talked about this with the Lighthouse team, and they are trying to solve this issue. It's probably due to some memory leak or something like that. After you finish syncing, you don't see this kind of behavior for Lighthouse. Concerning Teku, what we discovered is that it's very hard to actually decide what is the real use of memory for the Java virtual machine. So we had a couple of crashes that when you see this kind of weird pattern for the yellow line until we actually found the sweet spot so that the client can run perfectly. You also see that at some point the clients behave differently. For example, you see that the red line actually is discontinued here, the same for Lodestar, and this is again the Alter hard fork because the clients have to take care of other things that they didn't have to take care of before the hard fork of Alter. In terms of disk usage, what you see is that there are some clients that use actually much more disk than others. So for example, Lighthouse uses 3 times more disk than Teku. This is probably something important for the operators, for those that are really running thousands of validators in a staking pool. So I think they were interested about these results. Concerning disk operations, what we see here is that at the beginning of syncing, you have a lot of disk operations. The reason for this is that when the Beacon chain started, you didn't have many validators on the network. So you actually could process the blocks really, really fast, and then you can write them very easily, very fast in the disk. But as you go on time, you add more validators in the network, and then you have more attestations, more things to process, and then you have this kind of flat line at the end where it always takes the same amount of time to validate, to process a block. And again, you see a little bit of changing behavior when you have the Alter hard fork. Regarding these read operations, we noticed this strange pattern that about slowed 1 million or something like that, we have this spike on disk reads. And we don't understand today why this happens. We don't know exactly what is going on. Of course, we discussed this with all the client teams, and they also don't know exactly what is going on. But what is interesting is that it happens in almost all the clients, except for Teku. All of them, more or less at the same time, have this kind of behavior. So this is something that we are trying to analyze with them, and we hope to come with an answer in the next few months. Now, regarding network activity, so what you see on the left side is how many peers they are peering with, right? So this is a peer-to-peer network, and you have to peer with many, many nodes in order to receive blocks, receive attestations, and make sure that everything works well. Now, on Nimbus, you can see that they are peering with about 125 peers, but they have a very flexible strategy. You can go from 100 to 150. On the opposite extreme, in the other extreme, you have actually Lodestar, the purple line, which is always peering with about 25 clients, 25 peers, sorry. And they have a little margin to change, but not much, actually. And then in the middle, you have the other 3, Lighthouse, Teku, and Prism with different strategies. Now, what I think is interesting about this is that you would expect that a client that has so many peers, like Nimbus, 150, 125, will have more network bandwidth consumption. But that's not the case. The case, what we see on the right figure, is that actually Nimbus has almost the lowest network bandwidth consumption of all the clients. Actually, Teku has much more large network consumption than all of them, right? And it's only peering with about 75 peers. On the bottom, you see, again, Lodestar, that it has a very low network bandwidth consumption, but that makes sense because they are also only pairing with about 25 peers. Now, we also did analysis about syncing on the standard node versus a fat node, so a huge node with 32 cores and 120 gigabytes of memory. And what you see on the left side is how much time does it take for a client to sync the whole Beacon chain, right? So at that moment in April, we were in the slot 3,500,000 more or less. So you can see that, for example, Nimbus was the fastest client to sync. It took about 75 hours to sync. Very close. It was Prism. Then you have Lighthouse, Teku, and Lodestar, which is the slowest syncing client of all of them. And then on the right figure, you can see how many slots per second the clients are processing. Again, you can see that at the very beginning, because you don't have many validators in the network, you are actually syncing with you are doing very many slots per second, and then as you go on in time, this slows down, and then you get this flat line at the end. Now, if you compare this on the fat node, actually they sync much, much faster. And here I want to show also Grandin, which is the non-open source client, because I think it was interesting to notice that Grandin is actually the fastest client of all of them. They actually implemented some parallelization technique that can allow them to go really, really fast when they are syncing. And so this is the green line that you see here. They really, really go very, very fast, and they can actually finish syncing like 3 times faster than Lodestar, for example. Okay? And again, you can see the same kind of behavior here. They are actually processing more slots per second than all of the other clients. Now, we also did the analysis of running this on a Raspberry Pi, because it's important to make sure that you can run on Raspberry Pis. What you see here, again, is that all the clients run very well on a Raspberry Pi. They have a CPU consumption that goes between 30% and 80%, and it goes smoothly. And the memory usage is also actually pretty good. It doesn't go over 7 gigabytes, which means that you actually can run this on a Raspberry Pi. This is important, again, because we want decentralization. We want to make sure that anybody can run a client at their home without the need of a huge machine or a supercomputer to run the Ethereum 2 node. Now, we also did analysis about the archival mode. This was interesting because it's not for the general user, but for example, if you want to set up a block explorer, or if you are doing data analytics about the Ethereum 2 beacon chain, you will need to have an archival mode. Now, what we tested here is how much time does it take for a node to respond to a specific question. So the question that we asked is this one, and we actually implemented this on a random way, so that here the beacon state number is a random number, so that we don't go sequentially, because that would be too easy, right? What you will want is to simulate what happens if you actually have a block explorer on top of a node, because you want to do that, and then how fast are these clients. Now, Lodestar and Grandin do not have an archival mode, so we only have 4 clients, which are Prism, Lighthouse, Teco, and Nimbus. And here, we measure the time response. So basically, the lower, the better. And here you can see that Teco is actually the fastest of all of them regarding answering these specific API questions that we ask. Now, we talk about this with the Teco team, and they explain us that for them, this is really, really important. Now, the reason why it's important is because, of course, this is the client that is developed by Consensus, and of course, they are working with Infura. So because they are working with Infura, they really, really want to optimize this to the best so that everybody can get data about the Ethereum 2 beacon chain as fast as possible. But again, Lighthouse is also performing very well on this test, and Nimbus as well. Prism, in this case, was a little bit slower, and the reason for that is because they don't have the standard HTTP API. They actually use another protocol, which is called gRPC, and so this translation adds some kind of overhead to this kind of queries. Now, so this is a very quantitative analysis of the clients, but we also wanted to test other aspects, like how easy it is to run the client, how good is the documentation, how easy it is just to install it and run it, and things like that. So this is a summary, basically, of all the strengths and weaknesses of the different clients. So for Prism, what we found in our experience is that it's really the best user experience. They really had a lot of effort. They put a lot of effort into making this client super, super easy to run and deploy and use it. So honestly, kudos to the team, because this is really, really good. Now, the documentation can be improved. The search function in the documentation was not great, so this is something that we already talked with them. They are trying to improve. And as I said previously, the gRPC calls are not great in terms of response time when you want to install some kind of archival node. Regarding Lighthouse, what we can say, it has the most complete Ethereum 2 beacon node API, and this is the reason why we use it for some of the experiments that I'm not going to have the time to present today, but probably in DEF CON, hopefully, that it really, really completes the API, and so this is really, really good. Now, on the bad side, I think they have probably some memory leak, and this is what we observe on the memory figures, and they also have a large disk consumption, and much more than the other clients. Regarding Teku, they have an excellent online documentation. This is really, really amazing. So if you want to run Teku under any specific configuration, a specific flags, they have all the documentation. This goes really well. It has also it uses very low disk capacity. That means you don't need a huge disk in order to run Teku. This is, I think, something important. And they also have the fastest API for archival mode. Regarding the bad side, I think the JVM memory management is a little bit difficult sometimes. So it's going to have some crashes at some point, and some people may change to another client if this doesn't go smoothly. So I think they have to work a little bit on this. And it still has some high CPU and network consumption. However, they have released another version, and I think the CPU and network consumption decreased on the last version. Regarding Nimbus, is definitely, well, the fastest syncing open source client is really, really optimized to run not only on small hardware, like a Raspberry Pi, but also in cloud nodes. They have the lowest CPU consumption, the lowest memory consumption, so it's clearly a client that has been optimized to the maximum, and this is really great. Now, on the bad side, I think it's not as user-friendly as others. Unfortunately, we had some issues running the client, and this is something we talked already with the team, and they are improving on this. Now, the other thing that they have is that the beacon node and the validator client run on one executable, which is good because for simplicity, that can be an advantage, but it can also be a disadvantage because sometimes you want to leave the beacon node running when you restart the client, the validator client. So this is something that we discussed with them, and they already are releasing soon, I think, a new version where you can have the beacon node on one side and the validator client on another side. Regarding Lodestar, so it has a very low resource consumption. It can run in any kind of platform. It supports almost all the features than other clients, which is good because they were one kind of the latecomers to this enterprise of the Ethereum 2 beacon chain. However, there's also this lowest client, and it doesn't support archival mode. And documentation is not always great. It's sometimes outdated. So this is something I think that they have to work on it if they want to gain more users. Finally, Grandin, it outperforms all the clients in terms of syncing speed. It really goes super fast because they have a very good parallelization technique. But at the same time, I think the biggest disadvantage is that it's a non-open source client, or at least not yet. Hopefully, it's going to be open source soon, but it's not yet. So I think this is a big issue at this point. Now, just to finish, I want to acknowledge Lido research grants because they were very interested in this research, and also the Ethereum Foundation research program because they are also funding this kind of research. The Ethereum Foundation was really interested in this data, and I think I hope this can help them to move forward toward the merge, as it was presented in the previous talk. And well, all our Gitcoin supporters, all the researchers that we have discussed about, and specifically, I want to say thank you to all the developer teams because we started this journey in February, and we have been contacting them for so many questions, trying to do this experiment, and without their support, we couldn't have performed all these experiments. So thank you to them. They really are amazing people. And finally, I want to say thank you to Alvaro, who is also here in the audience, and Rick and Joe for their support. Now, if you want to get more information, please take a picture of this slide. We have a research paper, a Medium post. You can see the Python script that we use, the API benchmark tools. You have all the code there. You have all the figures that I couldn't present because I have only 20 minutes, and we have over 1,000 figures. You also have our Gitcoin grant page and our web page. So please, if you're interested in this work, please go there. And you can catch me outside if you have questions or anything. And also to the guys here. So thank you very much for your attention.
Now, you have to prepare for your ears for the ride of the day. I welcome to the stage Amir Taki, and he doesn't need introduction, especially that I promised him that I will give him lots of time to really capitalize on everything he has to say. Welcome, Amir.
On my speech. Can I have my slides? Okay. I'm going to talk about DarkFi, which is a new layer 1, which is specially built for anonymous smart contracts, and it has its own virtual machine, which is specially built for programming anonymous applications. Everybody, and while I've been here, I've been hearing a lot of people speaking about this new legislation that just came out in Europe, which effectively makes DeFi heavily restricted or banned. But, you know, DarkFi doesn't care. It makes us stronger because we are unstoppable and completely anonymous in the paradigm we're creating. We want to liberate the free democratic society, and we are opposed to the state and the pedophiles and the reptiles that are all inside of that. I need my notes, actually. Forgot about that. Where you going? I need my phone with Yalda. Yeah, I forgot about that, sorry. So, yeah, let me get this. Sorry, one sec. Okay, so, so let's go to here. So in ancient Egypt, they had this, the god of the moon, which is Thoth, and he was the god of wisdom, writing, hieroglyphs, science, magic, art, and judgment. And in Egypt, they had a man god and a woman god that governed together, which reflected their society. And the feminine counterpart of Thoth was Seshat, who was the god of accounting, architecture, astronomy, astrology, building, mathematics, and surveying. And Thoth was the moon god that in the age of the dark, or in the nighttime, he would illuminate the path for the night walkers, the people that would walk at night. And in comparison, sun gods like it says here, the sun gods usually represent power and strength. The sun, this hot static object in the sky, usually is a symbol of authority and power. And also, monotheism is deeply connected with sun worship. The Abrahamic God, he came from the sun god Elohim and the war god Yahweh. And also, the sun also represent in the cycle of history, you know, when civilization is ascendant, it represent that age, for example, the Renaissance, the dawning of the sun. And in particular, the sun as a symbol, it illuminates everything, and so that's why as well it's connected with the idea of surveillance. Like the desert is an area that lacks all distinction, like everything is completely visible, which is the tendency of power and system of state. And it's kind of interesting now that Ethereum as a culture, which has been trying to make overtures to regulators, attaches itself to this symbolism. And we see that, for example, with a lot of the focus on public goods funding and identity systems, which a lot of these systems like universal basic income, they can only work if we have total, complete monitoring and surveillance of all of society. So, you know, example of some sun gods, you know, in Egypt they had Ra, which was the god of the gods, you know, the god of the order and all the other kings of the sky. The Aztecs, you know, this is a god of war. And Utu, which is all the civilization, the Western civilization, come from ancient Mesopotamia and ancient Sumeria. And Utu, or Shamash, which was the god of the sun, was also the god of justice. He was basically a police god. He was he policed everyone. And, you know, right now, we're at the dawning of Western civilization, the phasing out. We are essentially between two epochs: a dying sensate culture of a yesterday that was magnificent, and the coming ideational, idealistic culture of a tomorrow that will be creative. And the rays of sun, they still illuminate the glory of this passing epoch, but the light itself is fading. And in the deepening shadows, it becomes more and more difficult to see clearly in the confusion of the twilight. And the night of the transitory period stands before us with all of its nightmares, shadows, and horrors. But beyond it is the dawn of a great culture that is waiting to greet the people of the future. And the moon illuminates the path of the revolutionaries, which allows them to walk in this looming darkness. So also we are influenced by what we term organotechnics, which is, you know, organic mindset, which is we believe that evolution happens as a process of divergence and speciation. You know, Stephen Jay Gould's punctuated equilibrium, evolutionary process, and networks. The selection process happens on multiple levels in the aggregate of tribes, of groups. And so therefore, like when we conceptualize software, we don't think just about products, we think about ecosystems. And this is also reflecting how we design the software. You know, for example, Linux as a system which is built out of tiny modular tools that can be chained together. But right now, the dominant philosophy in software is megatechnics, which we see even in cryptocurrency, the sprawling complexity that is the Ethereum software. And you know, you see that, for example, with the way the products today, they're made by marketers to generate sales. They become obsolete. They're not made to serve the users or the community. And you see that with Silicon Valley products, you know, they're essentially garbage, they're just churned out. So, and when we talk about nature, we don't just mean the number of trees or the number of grass. We're talking about a mindset. We're talking about the autonomy and the strength, the human spirit, the moral and political society. And politics itself is synonymous with democracy. That's why DAOs are transformative and very interesting. So we have a lot of interest in that. When we talk about DankNet markets, what are we talking about? We're talking about the people's economy, the free economy, which is in contrast to the state-dominated economy. You know, agorism, which is our political philosophy, was a political philosophy that was very important in the early days of Bitcoin in 2010, 2011. And Ross Ulbricht, who founded the Silk Road, he was an agorist. You would go onto the Silk Road, and it would not just be like buying drugs. It was like you're logging into the revolution. You're like using markets to create revolution. And they would have manifestos, and Ross Ulbricht's favorite book was a book called Alongside Night, which is about a group of revolutionary cadre who overthrow the US government through free market economics. So the people's economy, the democratic economy is generative, it's liberatory, it's the artisans, the creatives, the small producers. And we can use free market economics to defund the state, to create our own paradigm. That's essentially what cryptocurrency is doing. That's the real value of cryptocurrency. And in particular, in a very special period now, because the regulations are coming, and crypto is going to split into two. There will be the above ground regulated KYC'd crypto, and there will be DarkFi, and that will be underground. And the more that they push back against us, the more we push back against them, and the more we push back against them, causing a feedback loop that will radicalize the community. So now let's talk about the third pillar. We talked about the Lunapunk and agorism. We talked about organotechnics. Now let's talk about anonymous engineering. Anonymous engineering, like now we're at another special phase in technology, renaissance in cryptography, which has been spawned by cryptocurrency, which is there's now all these cryptography primitives that can be assembled to create a huge new landscape of anonymous applications. This landscape has not been explored before. So it's like a door that we can go through, and behind it we find many more. We find a huge open space for us to explore. And anonymous engineering is different to designing new cryptography primitives, like, for example, VRFs or Pedersen commitments or whatever. It's different to designing software, which is, linear instructions that are run on the CPU. Instead, anonymity engineering is assembling those cryptography primitives to create an anonymous application. And it is fundamentally different to the other paradigms. It's algebraic by nature. Also, ZK contracts. I've only got 6 minutes, so I'll be quick. Like, a ZK contract is very different to a normal contract, so it forces a change. This is why it's a paradigm shift, because it forces a change in the way that we conceptualize applications. Like in a normal ETH smart contract, everybody executes a function the same. But with a ZK contract, there's a prover and a verifier, somebody that constructs a statement and somebody who verifies a statement. So I can just show, here is like our ZK compiler. If I run the help, you see some help stuff. And you see I have a very simple ZK proof here, which is to take 2 secret values and it produce some instructions, and when it says constraint instance, it's revealing that publicly. So, if I run this, it will show what happens with the virtual machine when you load that contract into it, and you see all the instructions that will be executed underneath in the zero-knowledge virtual machine. And also, I can also run here, and I can see the actual output of the bin code when it's compiled. So if I want to compile it, I just do like that, and it's compiled. So anyway, let's now go through some examples of anonymous applications. So a vote, you have a serial number where before the voting begins, everybody constructs a serial number, everybody commits to that, but the serial number is not secret. Everybody has their own random serial number, and when we want to actually do the vote, then we reveal that serial number, invalidating that commitment, but then we construct a proof that says, you know, there's a coin derived from this serial number, and that this coin is in the set of all the valid coin commitments that have been accepted, without revealing which coin it was. So that's the unlinkability of that anonymous vote. And you can also extend that further by adding more attributes inside of that coin. So you can, for example, add a value, you can add a token ID, you can add other stuff. The value allow you to have payments. You can do swaps. So swaps is just like you add more rules to your consensus about the structure of the transaction, where you say, for example, you know, like, even though the asset and the amounts and the keys are completely encrypted, you can still do comparisons between those encrypted values, because those values are encrypted using the same blinding factor. So it enables you to say, you know, there's this amount of value coming from this key, but it's the same amount of value on the other output going to the same key. So there you already have swaps, and then, you know, if you chain all these rules together, then you can construct an anonymous DAO. So then, you know, you can have people make proposals. They have to have a certain number of governance tokens. People can submit encrypted votes, and then at the end of the voting period, you know, somebody from the DAO is able to construct a proof saying that that this proposal passed, and that therefore the funds are transferred out of the treasury of the DAO. All of this completely anonymous. All the parties, everything, participants, the votes, nothing is revealed. It's completely anonymous, but it's settled on chain. So we're going to release a demo of that this month or maybe next month. You can also do staking. You know, you put when you stake your token, you want to anonymously earn yield. So you earn a token as one-to-one, but then the reward is dripped into a pool. And so anytime you can take that one-to-one intermediate token and redeem it for the reward, and everybody else can do it from the same pool. And so you don't reveal how much you are staking. And this is an example of using a financial engineering technique to have to get around a limitation of anonymous engineering. Also for anonymous DAOs, you know, we built our own peer-to-peer task management system. We built our own peer-to-peer chat, because all the projects now, crypto projects, they all use these centralized normie Silicon Valley platforms like Discord or GitHub, and like you're giving all of your value away to these platforms. So we wanted to keep our community here, so we made our own anonymous, uncensored chat application, which is peer-to-peer, which on the back end connects to the peer-to-peer network, and then you can use any IRC front end to connect to the local daemon, and then the internet here, I guess, is not great, and then you can chat with other people. Try again. Okay, I guess not. Yeah, and so then our goal is to make, after we've made the DAO, is then to make markets, swaps, information markets, all kind of stuff, but all completely anonymous. Oh yeah, by the way, anybody wants stickers and merchandise, come up now. On this table here is an entire table full of like shiny, glow-in-the-dark stickers. All right, that's the end of my talk. By the way, check out this article as well if you're interested in the thesis about the divergence between RegFi and DarkFi that I mentioned earlier. Excellent article. Thank you, everyone.
Sergio Gorjon. Then you. Then I'm going to announce. ¿Sí? Right, so this is the time for the series panel, the panel about the regulations. So you're going to find out about the latest Spanish regulations, but also they're going to touch about the new MiCA, which is regulation in the EU. And I would like to welcome to the stage Marina Marquesic, Isabela Delgado, Raúl Calvo, Enrique Nieto, Sergio Gorjon, and online is going to join us Ana Maria Martinez Pina. And now our wonderful moderator, Anya Blay, who is the in-house lawyer in Doing Good. She's going to introduce all our beautiful panelists and enjoy everyone. Good luck. Oh, do you need a chair? Oh, wow. OK, let's get a chair. Oh, God. Which one? The last one? No. OK. Oh, here.
Igual voy a
Unless
entrar
you want
dos,
me
¿no?
to stand for 45 minutes? Thank you.
All right. Yeah, they might need another one.
Everybody sees everybody? OK. Yeah, it's a big panel.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Hello and welcome, everybody. It's good to see a big room of audience. Thank you for joining us on this wonderful panel today. My name is Anya Blay. I'm an in-house lawyer at Doing Good and the president of Blockchain Think Tank Slovenia. And I'll be hosting this panel today with all these very important people. So let's first get to know everybody that we have. Thank you for coming again. Please welcome Ms. Isabela Delgado, a commercial technician and state economist. Ms. Delgado currently works in the Technical and Financial Analysis Office of the Public Treasury as the head of the FinTech area, dealing with all issues related to crypto assets, cybersecurity, the digital euro sandboxes, etc. She's also a Spanish representative in the Council negotiation for MiCA, which is the market in crypto assets. We're going to be talking about this regulation quite a lot today. In addition to the FinTech area, she works in the financial analysis area of the Spanish Treasury and has actively participated in the public response to the COVID-19. She has previously also worked on competition issues at the CNMC, which is the Spanish National Markets and Competition Commission. Next, we have Enrique Nieto on my left, from one of the most prestigious international law firms, Uria Menendez. Mr. Nieto is currently a partner at the firm's capital market practice area during 2011 and 2012. Might be a while back. He was seconded to the New York office. His professional practice is specialized in advising on initial public offering, the IPOs, and stock exchange listing, rights issued, and offering of shares by listed companies. Also, takeovers, bids, delisting, equity capital markets, etc. He also regularly advises clients, both issuers and investors, on matters related to the capital markets regulations and the corporate governance of listed companies. That also goes with the mergers and acquisitions involving non-listed companies. A very warm welcome to you as well.
Thank you.
On his right, we have Sergio Gorjon, left, sorry, head of Financial Innovation Division at the Bank of Spain, Banco de España. His team is in charge of monitoring and analyzing the nature and potential implication of merging financial service providers. Their task further includes assessing the regulatory challenges deriving from the digital transformation of the financial industry and advising on future legal reforms. Mr. Gorjon spent 20 years at the Payment System Department where he headed the Policy and Oversight Division and dealt with many topics around innovations such as blockchain, crypto assets, instant payments, artificial intelligence, etc. Last but not least, Mr. Gorjon also worked for the World Bank at the Financial Sector Specialist and remains an external consultant to this institution. At the end, we have Raul Calvo Sanchez, a legal professional in the Web3 startups and new venture fields, currently in-house counsel for Anthropica Labs. Mr. Calvo Sanchez is advising on the relevant areas of activity of the DeFi startups, mainly software development-related activities, company structuring, overall risk assessment, digital asset regulation, and taxonomy. Also DAO's legal frameworks, and many other things. Turning now back to the ladies, we have with us Ms. Marina Markesic, who is the co-founder of the European Crypto Initiative, which aims to propel EU regulations to become DeFi-friendly. Since 2017, Marina has been advising crypto projects on governance and legal matters with a focus on decentralization, DeFi, and NFTs. She previously led the advisory team of Blockchain Accelerator co-founded a crowdfunding platform. And now, last but not least, we have Ms. Ana Maria Martinez Pina, who is joining us remotely via a video conference call. Ms. Martinez Pina is offering advice on regulatory aspects of banks, insurance companies, and asset managers. Nowadays, she is especially active in fintech and insurtech, the new European regulation on crypto assets, MiCA, and the activity of national and European supervisors in this area. Ms. Martinez has also been vice chair of the Spanish National Security Market Commissions. So a warm welcome, and thank you all for taking the time to be with us here today. We have these are quite amazing profiles, and we do have quite difficult questions to be asked. So first, we're probably going to be focusing. Yeah. So I need to change. Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. So back to the questions. First, we're going to be focusing on the local grounds. Since Ethereum Barcelona is being hosted in Spain, we're going to be discovering what's happening here. So what are the laws, what are the regulations, what are the challenges, and how Spain is perceiving this space. And then we're going to be focusing on the industry, how, for example, the companies are coming up with all these legal challenges, how they are dealing with them. And then last, we're going to be focusing on the overall new regulations called MiCA, and finding out how this is going to be impacting all of you, including me. All right, so first, crypto regulation in Spain. Now we know that crypto has a history and is developing quite rapidly. So we kind of want to understand for the audience as well, what are the current regulatory landscape? And we're more or less going to turning our attention to Ms. Delgado. How do you see the ministry's role? How do you see actually the role of Spanish Treasury? Is there perception that crypto poses a threat? Is there a constant dialogue happening with the ministry? Are there any ongoing conversations? How do you see all this?
Okay, so thank you for the introduction. I would also like to thank the organizers of this event, because I do believe it addresses key issues in terms of innovation in the financial sector. And these issues affect us all. So it affects regulators, supervisors, the industry, and consumers. And the time of this panel couldn't be better, because, as you all know, last week we reached a political agreement on what will be the regulation in Europe of reference for crypto asset markets, MiCA, and also in the transfer of funds regulation, which from now on, when it will start to apply to the transfer of crypto assets. So having said that about how the Ministry of Economy and the Spanish Treasury, and I would say regulators across the globe, see the crypto assets markets, because I do believe regulators are quite aligned in this vision. I don't want everyone to get into my neck, but I will be quite honest with how crypto assets are seen. Crypto assets presented themselves as a type of asset that, through the use of cryptography and the decentralization of technology, allowed to achieve the creation of a financial system that worked without centralized intermediaries. But, and the applications of this type of assets were numerous. Their use as a medium of exchange, but also the use in more complex financial operations, such as credit granting, insurance, investment management, etc. But as regulators, we have observed a different reality. What we have observed is that, First of all, the volatility of these assets calls into question and backed crypto assets calls into question their role as a medium of exchange. As a response, stablecoins came into the game, but recent events, Terra and other stablecoins, have also proven their inability to maintain a stable value. Second, in terms of decentralization, we have also observed that for the time being, real decentralization has also been quite limited. So this was one of the main arguments in favor of this ecosystem, the decentralization. But we see a lot of platforms operating with centralized structures, but without playing the rules of the game. And what does this mean? What does not playing with the rules of the game mean? It means that, for example, what happened some days ago, some service providers had to suspend their operations. And this, in the traditional financial system, will have liability obligations that are not happening in the crypto ecosystem. Third, but not least, we have also observed that there is quite tendency to concentration in the market, both by miners, but also service providers. A recent paper by the International Bank of Settlements published a few weeks ago stated that this concentration and this market power that miners have leads sometimes to market manipulation and front running, and this type of conducts were also addressed at the beginning of last century in the financial traditional system. So having said that, I don't want here everyone to hate me. As regulators, we do see potential benefits in the technology behind this ecosystem. Not all distributed technologies work efficiently in terms of timing, in terms of scalability, environmentally, and I'm sure you've had loads of panels around these topics. But there are other technologies that bring to the financial system tremendous potential benefits in terms of, for example, reducing cost, automating all the processes. And this is why we have during this time defended that an appropriate regulatory framework is important to foster the benefits in the underlying technology. So in order to provide legal certainty and to provide consumer protection, a legal framework which addresses all those threats would also foster this technology. So we see here a trade-off with the regulation. Having said that, the regulation by reference, I don't want to get into it now because we will be talking about it later. And it's MiCA. MiCA, it's like the financial regulation, but it adapts itself to the characteristics of the different crypto assets markets. But meanwhile, in the meantime, in Spain, we have done and taken some steps. And I would say there are two main rules in Spain which address crypto assets markets. First, the circular of the Securities National Commission, which addresses the advertising campaigns. And what it says in this circular is that advertising campaigns cannot lead to fraud or to misunderstanding information. The information has to be accurate when you advertise crypto assets with investment proposals. And the second main rule would be the register that is in the Bank of Spain for certain service providers. So these are the two main rules, but the full regulation is not complete without talking about MiCA, which will be the reference regulation. So to sum up, I will not extend myself larger. I would say that the vision of regulators is spurring this technological innovation and achieving that this technological innovation leads in potential benefits for the industry as a whole, for consumers, for the industry, for the providers, and also for the financial system.
If I'm not mistaken, you just mentioned the Bank of Spain as being the one having the register. So we're going to turn our attention to Mr. Corjon. Can you expand on what is the current viewpoint of the Bank of Spain, for example? How do they maintain the dialogue with the crypto overall ecosystem? And is there any, for example, future orientation that you would like to emphasize as well?
Yes, thank you very much for having me here as well. Indeed, on top of actually running the register, as Isabella was saying, we set up a financial innovations division about 4 years ago, and the idea was to structure a more informal dialogue with the stakeholders of the fintech space, some of which would be from the crypto space, basically. And this has changed a little bit the way that the central bank manages relations with third parties, in the sense that it's an informal dialogue, so nobody is actually compromised by what they say. What we pretend by that is to have every interested party to call us and openly expose their concerns and their thoughts as to where frictions are. This is helpful for us in order to understand what we should be looking at. And at the same time, we also use those opportunities in order to explain why financial regulation works in a certain way, so that they may be able to accommodate in the future a little bit their business models. On top of that, we added to the toolkit that we are handling a couple of years ago, the regulatory sandbox, which goes one step farther, I would say. And in that sense, it provides a testing environment which is more formal of solutions, a wealth of initiatives that have been brought to the sandbox as of now actually touch upon crypto assets. So it proves that initially it offers an opportunity for both parties to actually dig deeper into the understanding of how this works. And then on top of that, what we're doing is also engaging in a more broader dialogue with other financial regulators across the world, because as Isabella was saying, both the understanding as to the concerns and risks of the markets, but also the opportunities are shared all across the board.
Thank you very much. It's a tough word for the banks. As I understand, we've been speaking a lot with the Central Bank of Slovenia, and it's quite a task. Turning from the regulators, perhaps, before we go to you, Ms. Martinez Pina, we're just going to be asking Mr. Nieto here about what is your experience, like what are the questions that the industry players, the companies are usually coming to your law firm with, how do you help them out, what are the most common questions perhaps, and what do you see are going to be the regulatory challenges that we as company representatives are facing?
Thank you, and thank you everyone for being here. I guess that what the industry wants from us is peace of mind. That's what they look for. Not many people look for it. What we feel is, I mean, I was today here taking a look, and I saw many players. We were discussing this before. We saw many players that maybe are carrying out activities which are already subject to regulation. And we see there's many players in the industry, acting without legal advice, assuming risk. And the ones that do come to us, what we see, well, they want peace of mind, as I said. What we see is they are basically afraid of two things. And I want to throw a message here to the audience. They are afraid of regulators, and you've seen they are quite nice people. They are really proactive. They are really embracing this technology and this revolution. And they are also afraid of legal fees. And I can promise you that it's not that scary. How can we offer peace of mind? Well, the question we get the most is, are we subject to any regulation? Are we subject to liability? The problem with crypto assets, and I mean, I'm specialized in securities law, and I've been working with crypto clients like for 4 or 5 years. The reason why we had to get involved is because by nature, a crypto asset falls within the definition of a tradable security. And that's the problem we have here in Spain. The legal definition, I don't want to get very technical, but the legal definition of tradable security is any representation of value, anything with value, that can be traded in an impersonal exchange. So that's the problem we have. So the work we carry out with all our clients is to somehow decipher what is the legal nature of the crypto asset at hand. Mm-hmm. So we do that. We see if the crypto asset falls within the financial regulation or not. We also approach the Securities Exchange Commission, and well, they are quite flexible here. They confirm whether or not our assessment is right, and then the clients are in a twofold world. They are either under the financial regulation umbrella, or they are in the what the regulators call the Wild West today, which won't be the Wild West once MiCA and all the coming regulation is enacted. So that's what we do now. We also offer transversal, and that's something we all clients want. It is not just a matter of regulation, it is a matter of taxation, it is a matter of anti-money laundering, and those rules are already in place. And crypto players are subject to liability here. So we offer that advice, also in connection with the circular regarding advertising and publicity, and that's very new. That was enacted just 2 or 3 months ago. And that's, the scope is really broad because it affects anyone who is addressing the Spanish market. And the Commission understands that the Spanish market is being addressed if the publicity is drafted in Spanish or communicated. So anyone making an advertisement of crypto services, crypto assets in Spanish is subject to that regulation. And that's what we get now. Of course, when MiCA is in place, the scope of our work will increase. We will need to issue legal opinions for the regulators. We will need to draft white papers. And obviously, our labor here, our job will be scope. The scope of our job will be broader.
Makes sense. Thank you so much. And now towards Ms. Martinez Piña, thank you for being with us online. With all your experiences and probably insights as well, we would like to hear from you. What are the regulatory aspects that you would like to be addressed more often, and how do you see the regulations might actually develop next? And of course, any particular challenges that you also see.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for the invitation, and I'm sorry for not being able to be in Barcelona with you today. So, well, in Spain, certain regulatory aspects have been addressed. They have been mentioned by my colleagues, the panelists, and especially certain regulatory aspects have been addressed by the CNMV, the Securities Market Authority, through the approval of a circular on advertising and crypto assets presented as a means of investment, and also through certain criteria that have been published by CNMV and Bank of Spain. I would like to develop a bit on the circular and on the advertising of crypto assets. The circular establishes the rules, principles, and criteria to which this advertising activity must be subject. The aim mainly is to ensure that the advertising of the product offers true, understandable, and non-misleading information, and also that it includes prominent warning on the associated risks of the crypto assets. Crypto assets are defined in line of definition included in MiCA, so they are defined as digital representation of value, a right or an asset that can be transferred or stored electronically using distributed ledger technologies, DLT, or some other technology. So this new circular mainly defines the rules on the content and format of the advertising. In this regard, the content must be, as I said, clear, balanced, fair, and non-misleading, and it must include the following mandatory warning. So this warning says, investments in crypto assets are not regulated, they may not be appropriated for retail investors, and the full amount invested may be lost. So this warning is in line with all the statements that have been published by European and national supervisors, ESMA, EIOPA, FTDA, and national supervisors in Spain for, let's say, the past 2 years, especially since the pandemic started, as there was an increase at that moment on the transactions with crypto assets by retail investors, as we were all home. So this warning has been considered very relevant by the CNMV. We'll have to wait for the regulation, and maybe the circular might be modified regarding this specific aspect. Also, the circular establishes a mandatory procedure for prior communication to the CNMV of mass advertising campaigns addressed to 100,000 people or more, and establishes certain tools and procedures to make the supervision of the advertising activity possible and effective, and supervision of this activity has been given to the CNMV. So this circular does not address or does not regulate the issuance of crypto assets and the services related to them. This has been or have been partially addressed through public statements by the CNMV, where the CNMV has given certain criteria, for instance, in relation to the difference between a security token and a utility token, clarifying that security tokens would fall under the scope of MiFID II and the rest of regulation dealing with financial instruments. And also the CNMV also has clarified that due to our securities market law and blockchain, neither is possible to negotiate security tokens in regulated markets or MTFs, or nor to negotiate security tokens that are financial instruments in non-regulated platforms. So as far as next steps, as it has been mentioned, I think next steps are at European Union, have to be considered at European Union level. I think there are a lot of important challenges, but I would outline two of them. First, the application of regulation on a pilot regime for market infrastructures based on DLT. This regulation was published in June, and it tries to promote a kind of European sandbox for market infrastructures where security tokens are negotiated using DLT. And of course, I think the second important step and big challenge is MiCA, the European Markets in Crypto Assets Regulation, when it is approved. And I hope that it will allow all member states to have a common and clear framework regarding crypto assets.
Thank you so much. I do want to speed up our conversation because we are only left with 13 minutes and we still have to address fully MiCA regulation. But before we do that, Mr. Calvo Sanchez, it was proposed that the disclaimers on the websites are probably going to be changed. So I assume you're also going to be taking care of that. What is your experience? Being an in-house lawyer, how do you deal with the regulators? Do you have open conversations? Do you follow up everything they say? Stuff like that?
I mean, my experience or our experience with the regulators is awesome. I mean, obviously they are in front of us, so I cannot say other thing. No, I mean, no, for real. I mean, they are quite approachable. We have experience with, not just with the Spanish regulators, with the help of MiCA as well, and with other European countries' regulators, and all of them know more that most of the industry think that they know already. I mean, they are fully aware. I mean, you have seen that they know what they are talking about, and they know what is the game about, and they're quite approachable. And obviously, it's not an easy task to approach the regulator, of course. I mean, you have to be prepared, and you have to do your own homework, but it's definitely worth it. At the end of the day, the end result, I think, it is worth it. I mean, the hard part of being working on the backstage and be ready to address their questions, because I mean, obviously, again, they know what they are talking about, and you have to be ready, you have to be prepared, you have to do your own homework, and to know what you want to achieve before approaching them. So pretty much that's it. I mean, and in terms of regulation, I think we are going on a positive way. But at the end of the day, MiCA has taken a lot of time in order to be implemented. And the end result, okay, we got a nice base layer, but we have some regulatory approach, regulatory extension to do. And we don't really know how it's going to be applied in certain key issues and key points.
So basically looking for a peace of mind.
Again?
Looking for a peace of mind.
Oh.
Speaking to lawyers, getting across. All right, thank you for that. And we're going to be turning to Marina Markizic as well. Now we're really focusing on MiCA. So you had plenty of experiences, and were talking to European regulators through this normative process. I'm really curious, what was your experience overall? Were people really approachable? What are the outcomes? Are you satisfied with them?
Thank you, Anya. So first, I would really like to thank the organizers to allow us to co-organize this regulatory panel here. The first day of the Ethereum conference in the main stage. I'm not sure if you have seen a lot of regulatory panels in these conferences usually, but I think it's just a sign that regulation is a very important topic for us, and it is going to be much more important in the future. So going back to MiCA, MiCA will probably be applicable in 2024. So this is the time when most of the projects need to be compliant with MiCA. So we have a little bit of time, but still, it is important for us to understand what this regulation says and what it means for everyone here that wants to build better products, also in a way a better world on better chains. I'm a co-founder of the European Crypto Initiative, together with my colleague from from Germany, Florian, and from France, Simon. You probably know them, but we approached the European crypto regulators in 2020 when MiCA's draft was first issued. And we read it, and when we read it, we said, okay, we need to do something about it. Let's talk to the regulators. Let's say that we have done this work in the previous years on our national levels, and this is where the discussion is starting right now on the EU level. In the last 2 years, we have had a lot of meetings with them. I need to say that, yeah, I agree with you. Everyone was really approachable. They were very keen to learn more. I remember in 2020, so this was before, in a way, DeFi was so popular, before the DeFi summer, we had a presentation about what DeFi is, what is the market of DeFi, and through the whole process, I can say that the draft has changed quite a lot, significantly. In the last weeks, really the last weeks, there's been a lot of discussion about NFTs and how NFTs would be regulated. So in a way, the regulators were looking into what's happening in the market and trying to respond to the best of their capacities to the actual events happening. But we need to understand that this process is very long. It's very complicated, and there's a lot of different institutions that are a part of it. I'm sure that most of you heard about MiCA, so the proof of work ban, and also about the transfer funds regulation or the unhosted wallet ban in spring this year. This was the time when the parliament was in the process of drafting their own draft. But before that, a lot of work has been done with the Commission and also with the Council and different member states, as for Spain too. And so I think that it is very important that the community is aware of what's happening, that we have a dialogue with regulators, because we can achieve, and I think, many things by talking to them. We see our organization as a kind of a translator, translating our language and what we do, and the initiatives and the projects, the ideas to the regulators and vice versa. And I would just finalize my thoughts by looking in the future and seeing how first MiCA will be implemented. It's a regulation, so it will be directly applicable to all the member states. It's not a directive, so there's not going to be a specific time that the member states need to take in order to implement it. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of power in the hands of the national authorities that are going to give grant licenses to different projects. And they might also have a say to what is decentralized, what is a DAO, what's not a DAO. We're going to see how this is going to work. Of course, the finalized draft is not published yet, so there might be also things that might not be finalized from what you can see online today. But that's very important. And then the next thing is there's been rumors about regulating DeFi. also from different international organizations like IOSCO. The Bank of International Settlements has written about it. FATF, of course, is always looking into what's happening with the crypto transactions. So all of those things require a lot of knowledge and a lot of work, and of course, a dialogue with all the regulators.
I have a million questions. First, just to clarify, I know this question is not on the list, but I think it's important one, especially because there's plenty of NFTs on this conference. Are NFTs excluded or included in MiCA? Briefly? Or?
Yeah, they are excluded. But of course, the devil is in the details, and we'll know the details quite soon. But they need to be unique. So I also invite my other co-panelists to comment on this. But the uniqueness is quite important here. And yeah, they are excluded.
Yeah, well, I would like to point one aspect you have signaled. I do believe in the Council we have had quite an active discussion with the sector because, as you said, for regulators, it was also very complicated to regulate this ecosystem because when we first drafted MiCA, we were not talking about DeFi. NFTs weren't as important as they are now. No. So people were asking, why is this taking so much time? The problem is that every day we were getting updated, so not updated. So for us, it has been quite a headache to launch a regulation which covered the whole ecosystem, but at the same time that didn't in some way limit the developments in technology. And this has caused us many headaches. Two of these headaches have been DeFi, how to regulate DeFi, and the second one, NFTs. And as you said, from the Council, our proposal was to exclude NFTs. We do believe that there are some NFTs that should be regulated because they are financial instruments, or maybe they fall into the categories of MiCA. But so saying unique and non-fungible tokens which apply to the art industry, etc., they should be out of MiCA because at the end, regulation should be technologically neutral. And there is still going to be a debate on this, so we just reached a political agreement, but there's a lot of discussion which will come in the next months. In the Commission, there will be a lot of discussion around DeFi, as you said, and also about NFTs, and all member states, we will be taking part in these discussions and keeping up to date with all the different developments in the industry in order not to get behind with regulation.
I'd like to add here that the fact that NFTs are excluded from MiCA doesn't mean that NFTs are not regulated. I mean, because sometimes people tend to think, look, if I prepare NFTs, if I somehow design my crypto in a way they are unique and so on, I'm not regulated. That's not the case. I mean, if we are talking about art, we have intellectual property law, we have anti-money laundering laws, tax laws, of course. So what I mean is the fact that this is out of MiCA doesn't mean there's no need to pay attention to regulation, because for sure there will be some regulation applicable.
So we need to have more of these types of conversations all the time?
Absolutely.
Next year? OK. Any final closing remarks? Any advice to people sitting in front of you?
Well, may I say, it's because I really have to say this. We are always talking about regulating NFTs, and at the end of the day, NFTs are no more than, or when we are talking NFTs, it's not more than a medium. I mean, it's like I want to regulate, I don't know, CDs or DVDs. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a medium, and it depends what you do with that and what are the capabilities of the particular thing that you are putting on that NFT and the way that you're using that NFT. So everybody's kind of talking, how do we relate NFTs? I mean, what are you going to do with that NFT? What are the value that that NFT, and why the people is buying that NFT? Or how do you sell that NFT? I think that is the most relevant thing. And I don't care if I'm speaking about NFTs, gold coins, or I don't know, whatever you want to sell. And it's funny to me that everybody's kind of, how do we relate NFTs? NFTs is a standard. It's a protocol, and it has been here for 4 years already. So, I mean, nothing changed with that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I thank you for all the answers. If there's going to be any questions, I believe there's going to be contacts, or there's going to be a possibility to direct somehow those questions. I'm pretty sure that we're going to be all open to answer any type of questions that are going to be particularly reserved for regulations or laws. So thank you again for coming, for taking the time. It has been a real pleasure having you on the stage and talking to you. And thank you, everybody, for listening.
Thank you.